Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the September 10th, 2019 study session, Newport Beach City Council. Madam Clerk, roll call.
The record will reflect that all members of that Councilmember Herdman is currently absent.
Oh, okay. Current business, we'll clarify some items on the consent calendar. Mr. Avery, any items to clarify?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Duffield? Mr. Muldoon? Nope. Ms. Brenner? No. And Mr. Herdman is out. Mayor Pro Tem? No. Myself, I just wanted to ask the city manager, Grace, if you would clarify some of the items on consent on the on-call maintenance repair contract agreements. You've been trying to sort out some contract issues. Why don't you clarify why all these items are on the agenda, please?
Oh, sure. Thank you for the opportunity to do that, Mayor. We have three items of on-call contracts with amendments on here, primarily around facilities and fleet maintenance. And to set a little bit of context, we do have many on-call contracts for various services throughout the city. Public Works alone has over 75 on-call contracts. And in many cases, these contracts have replaced in-house staffing to provide vital and necessary services. The interesting thing with the on-call contracts, they are frequently for planned and unplanned work. So we do have to estimate very carefully, look at historic trends, and see what's going on, because we have to be mindful on the unplanned and unexpected repairs and those sorts of things. And the other thing with the on-call contracts, many of them are frequently utilized across departments. So while Public Works might let out a contract, there'll be fire, our recreation services will also utilize those contracts. So very important to keep a good management and control over those because of all those reasons. And being on the newer side here with fresh eyes here, and as well as our Deputy Public Works Director, Micah Martin, and we also have a new administrative manager in Public Works over the finance area, we're able to take a real good in-depth review of these on-call contracts and reviewing them and the processes to ensure that we have accountability and oversight and really adhering to our updated procurement policy, our F14. And through these reviews, we are amending contracts and making sure they're set at the appropriate dollar amounts that are going to be utilized, ensuring consistent processes for obtaining quotes, letter proposals, invoice processing, any kind of change orders. We want to make sure we use a consistent process through all that. And also improving reporting and tracking of contracts. And ensuring that we are assigning one singular contract manager over each of these contracts to make sure that we have good accountability on them. So what this means in some cases, like for tonight, you be seeing more contracts for approval, since anything above $120,000 needs to come to council. But it is to be sure we're aligning our services and our budget and contract amounts together through that. And over time, this should continue to improve our accountability and reduce future amendments in the future.
Well, I commend that, and that's good. So we just to the point, as you just said, to the future, we'll be seeing. We did not have a project manager or contract manager before.
So we had a project manager, but I think there was a little more flexibility in people directly charging to contracts and not working through the contract manager. So if people were seeing an open contract for, roll-up door services, oh great, I need our garage door repaired, and they would go in and charge to it without working through the contract manager. So we're just making sure we have strong processes in place.
Well, I'm glad to see that tighten up the process. Okay,
yeah,
well,
absolutely.
Thank you. All right, now we'll do some proclamations. So the first proclamation is to designate International Literacy Day, and I know we have some folks from the library here. If you'd want to come forward, Cheryl Weiss and Eve Marine Kuntzman. All right. Whereas the need for a highly literate citizenry is necessary as Newport Beach moves towards an increasingly challenging future, and approximately 10% of the residents of Newport Beach and many of the adults employed within the city are lacking the literary skills necessary to meet these challenges, and a lack of literacy skills impacts not only their lives and the lives of their families, but their ability to work productively and their full participation as citizens, residents, and employees of our city. And Newport Mesa Pro Literacy, a program of the Newport Beach Public Library, works with adults seeking to develop their literacy skill to empower them to achieve greater success in their lives at home, at work, and in the community. And Newport Mesa Pro Literacy hosts an annual International Literacy Day event to highlight the importance of literacy in our society and the great strides that program participants have made. And so therefore, I, Diane Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, do hereby proclaim September 12th, 2019 as International Literacy Day in the City of Newport Beach, and urge my fellow citizens to learn more about the importance of literacy and to become involved with literacy in our community. So congratulations and thank you. And ladies, if you'd like to make a comment, we'd welcome that.
Thank you. I am Cheryl Weiss, Literacy Coordinator for Newport Mesa Pro Literacy, and this is Eve Marie Kunzman, who is our Advisory Board Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank you for once again recognizing Literacy Day on the 12th. And as a reminder, everybody is welcome to attend the Literacy Day events on Thursday at the library. It is a wonderful opportunity to see firsthand the work that we do. That work includes, in this past fiscal year, helping 205 adult learners reach their personal goals, including 3 new high school graduates that will be walking in a commencement ceremony on Thursday. 2 new American citizens, many new jobs were found, 2 new businesses were created from our learners, by our learners, and a lot of parents who were able to comfortably interact with their schools and the teachers for their children for the very first time. I'd like to just recount one story of an adult male in his 60s, recently retired, born and raised in Los Angeles, who has been in the program for about 6 months. And his wife came into our office actually just this afternoon and told us that he is home and he's reading every day. And he's actually, for the first time, picked up his Bible and has tried to start reading that on his own, which is a very important event for their family. So we see firsthand lives being changed every day with the help of this program and obviously with the support of the city and our community. So thank you very much for this important recognition today.
Absolutely. Now, did you want to speak to?
Yes, thank you so much, and we hope to see you on Thursday.
I will be there. I've said this, probably I say this every year, but maybe the last time I was mayor. So sitting every day, as most every day I do, in the mayor's office, the office overlooks the patio for the library. And I always wondered what was, a lot of people there on a daily basis, and I just thought it was interesting when I paid attention. I saw it was usually a young person and an older person. And I asked, who are these people down there every day, all day long? And they're young people reading and teaching literacy to older people or vice versa. But it's just a wonderful place, part of our community, part of our library, another wonderful benefit, amenity of our library, that crossing generations to share literacy skills. It's really a beautiful thing. So thank you for all what you do. And I'll come down and we'll have a photograph. This is always a fun event. We have a check presentation from the Friends of the Library to Newport Beach Public Library. So, Mr. Hetherington and your library friends.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'd like to introduce Amy Hunt, who's president of the Friends of the Library, and Wendy Frankel, who is the bookstore manager. And they're going to say a few words and
All right.
and such.
Looks like a big check.
There we go. Well, it's large. Hi, I'm Amy Hunt. I'm president of the Friends, as Tim said, and Wendy Frankel's the bookstore manager. And this is something we love doing every year. This is my 4th year to do it. And this is a check for $185,000 for this past year from the bookstore to the library to fund programs and also buy a lot of the materials. One of our volunteers, and Wendy gave me this information earlier, who loves statistics, figured out in the past 14 years we've given $3.5 million to the library. And for those of you who have been in our bookstore, and I hope all of you have been, most of our books are $1 or $2 for $1. So that's a heck of a lot of books that we've sold in order to do that. So we're thrilled to be able to donate this to Tim, and it's wisely used.
Well, thank you. And your data for 20 years is fantastic. I know just since I've been sitting here, it's about $185,000 a year for the last 5 years, and that's $900 and some thousand. So that is just fantastic. And you raise that money when people donate their books to be sold. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, occasionally we'll get a little donation, monetary donation, but no, we get all donations. We go through everything we get. We either sell it in the store, sell it in a sale, or we have a recycle company that pays us per pound. So everything gets used.
Well, thank you, and we are so grateful. That money goes to good use, doesn't it, Tim? All right, why don't I come down and we'll have another photograph?
One more. One, two. Got it.
So the next item is an interesting item, community outreach by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So we have Diane Gonzalez, Community Outreach Specialist from the FBI. Is she here? She's coming down the aisle. All right. Well, either place. Now, were you going to say anything? No? Well, please tell us how the FBI is outreaching into our community.
Well, basically,
here, stand in front of the microphone there. Please.
Thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. And it was a pleasure meeting your pro temp mayor at the time at an iftar event. And I asked if I would possibly be able to come in and make an introduction on what the FBI does for the community and how we work, and to basically see if there's any way we could help you with programs and other things. So I've brought some literature with me that I will leave behind. But basically, we do a lot of outreach into the community, teaching on internet safety, identity theft, and we do other types of programs if somebody wants businesses, et cetera, to have somebody come in on cybersecurity, et cetera. We provide speakers also in that regards. I have here some information on our Citizens Academy that your community can apply for, your community leaders, et cetera, can apply for. I have information here on the rest of our community outreach programs that we have for students and parents alike, and how we come into the schools, and we also do teen academies and also work with the schools on informational sessions for them. And we do an 8-week usually course within one of the grades and teach them a little bit about what the FBI does in our programs. And it's basically to build partnerships and community awareness and to dispel the myth of who we are.
What's the greatest myth that you encounter in schools?
Oh, there are so many of them. It's not funny. I think a lot of them is with the kids. What they see on TV is what they think we are all about. We're really not. We don't always go in and kick down the doors, etc.
And you take fingerprints, I suppose, and
And carry guns, which yes, we do, but we do not use them unless it's absolutely necessary.
I hope so. Any questions for Ms. Gonzalez by members of the council?
So one of the things we talked about when we had met during the IFTAR event is the way the FBI goes into different communities and makes sure that there's always a contact for questions that people have inside the community and then at the community leadership level as well. I'm curious for everyone in the audience if you wouldn't mind talking a little bit about what the FBI is doing in that regards, and then what the best way to reach out to the FBI is if they have any questions.
Okay. Basically, we have an office here in the Orange County area at the city block. And you can always call and make an appointment there, or I will leave behind my business card and they can contact me. But we go in and basically work with the community. We build with our faith-based communities here also. We're starting to work with them. I'm starting to outreach with most of your faith-based communities here. I have been doing some work with the Chapman University with their faith-based community also. And we go in and do fairs, career fairs, and also just regular fairs that we can just set up a booth and just give information out to your community. So we're trying to do the interaction. And basically, I'm here for whatever need there is. Our office is always open. If there's anything that you feel that you need to get some advice on or talk to somebody about, whether it be on identity theft or cybersecurity, the fraud, the scams that are going on. We do a lot of teaching on scams that are going on with our elderly, especially our senior citizens, especially just to make them aware of the different areas that they can get trapped into.
Very good. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brenner, go ahead.
I thought of one. I do wonder, does the FBI, are they the ones that monitor white supremacist activity in the county, or what agency does that?
We do some monitoring in regards to our white supremacy groups. You know, the ADL also does a lot of the monitoring for us, and we go to them also for a lot of information because they do wonderful reporting and investigative work for us also.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I appreciate that. If you want to give that to our Mr. City Attorney, he will take those materials from you. Thank you. All right, our next item is back to business, a code amendment update related to residential design standards, and we have Mr. Jurgis and team, so if you'd like to take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Good afternoon. I'm Simone Jurgis, your Community Development Director. With me, I have Jaime Murillo. He's our Principal Planner and been working on this project. So today is just a presentation on some work that we've been doing on residential design standards. And if you recall, back in May, you've directed staff to go ahead and amend, do some minor tweaks to the single-family design standards, also do some changes and find ways to preserve beach cottages, and look at the RM zoning to see if there's any adjustments to be made. We did make some adjustments to the code as far as proposed draft, and we presented that to the community back in August of 19. We got some good community input. It was a full room here at City Hall. And we want to bring those thoughts and ideas back to the City Council. And what we like from the Council is just your input. What would you like to see changed or not changed? And we would go and kind of run with it a little bit further. So let's go ahead and dive in. We're going to go ahead and talk about third floor massing for single family and duplex units. So currently, with regards to the code, you know, this is kind of just a side view of just imagine a single family house. And you see the blue on the first floor, you see the blue on the second floor. Those are set back from the property line. Now, for third stories, the code allows between 15 to 20% of the buildable area to be built on the third story. And what we've seen is that we don't have any restrictions with regards to covering that third story. And you can see that very top blue area there, it kind of extends to the full perimeter of the building. And what we've seen happen, and you can see here in these images, all these are third-story balconies or decks. And you can see that image on the bottom in the middle, bottom middle. So what the code requires is that you can have a third-story covered deck as long as one side is remain open. And you could see on that bottom image there, that actually meets code. It's actually physically open, but on the interior, they actually have shutters to close and block the light. So technically for us, from a staff standpoint, it doesn't say you can't do that. It just says you have to have one side open. And so in that image there on the bottom there, you see there's actually two openings, one on the front and one on the side.
Just to mean window is an opening?
Correct.
Window is an opening?
Yes. Window is an opening, correct. And so this is what's been causing a lot of consternation with the community, where we're seeing a lot of massing on the third story. So how do we propose to address that? So what we're proposing to do, our proposal from a staff standpoint, is just to set back that third story deck by 15 feet. It's a step back. We call it a step back. You still could build, you're still allowed to build your building, still meeting the buildable area provision, but that covered deck, we're going to step it back 15 feet, and that's it. The green, we're trying to highlight that green area, that third floor. It's only 15 to 20%. And that's not to say that you can't have a covered deck. You can, but you have to step it back from the property line, from the building line by 15 feet. And that's the simplistic proposal of how to kind of address some of those zoning constraints that we've been seeing. The next issue, here's an image where it's just a side-by-side comparison. The top image is what we have currently. The bottom image is what we're proposing to step back that third-story roof covering the deck 15 feet back. Again, here's another image just trying to show and highlight how would this work. Again, we're trying to address massing, the third-story massing. And that top image is what we currently have, where you actually can push that roof deck all the way to the exterior perimeter of the building. And we're proposing on the bottom image there is to step it back 15 feet. So that's one proposal that we have.
Simone, this does nothing for the shear wall on either side of the property, though, correct? There's no setback this way, it's just this way.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
The other issue that we've been seeing with our residential design is attics. Right, so currently, this is what our code says, is that if you have an unfinished attic, so that means you build a room and you don't drywall it, we don't count that towards floor area, right? And so our architects, professional as they may be, and they're great to work with, our designers, they know that's a kind of a loophole, and so they've designed these properties with unfinished attics. And what we know that does happen, because we go back and do inspections when they sell the properties, we know they finish it after we leave and sign off the property. So how do we address this? So what our proposal is that instead of calling it finished or unfinished, we don't care what it is. We don't care if you want to put drywall in there or not. If it is greater than 6 feet in height, we're going to call that floor area. We're going to count that towards your floor area. So in a sense, building code requires a 7-foot minimum ceiling in a bedroom. If you bring that down, that ceiling height down to 6 feet, it's no longer habitable space, and we'll consider that an attic. You cannot use that as a room. A lot of people have attics. I have an attic. You need attic space to run mechanical equipment. You need attic space to run ductwork. But we want to control kind of that third-story massing. And that's the other proposal we have with regards to single-family dwelling. So additionally, these changes we want to apply them throughout the city in addition to Balboa Island. Currently, Balboa Island really has a lot of exemptions. You can build a third story up. It doesn't matter if it's a deck or not a deck. They can build it out all the way to the building line. When we adopted the code in 2010, there was a carve out for Balboa Island with regards to restrictions. These proposals that we're sharing with you today, we want to apply it throughout the city, including Balboa Island. So that's a note for Councilmember Herdman. So when we proposed this to the community, just to get their feedback, we had really good support just for these proposals. The community some of them thought it didn't go far enough, but also the worry was that it's going to create some nonconformity. We do have, if we change the code, we're going to have legal nonconforming structures, and that's just kind of the way the community is. But with a legal nonconforming structure, if you change or alter it, you could lose that nonconformity in the future. One recommendation from the community was just to step up the enforcement of those illegal third-story enclosures. And so let me go back just to that kind of image of the photos. Sorry, it's just going to take just a little bit. And so what we have seen is, especially in that image below, is that we've seen people come in and close up that opening with either a window or a sliding glass door. After the inspector signs off the project and leaves, we see them coming back and doing some enclosures. Now, we do have enforcement. Again, it's more of a reactive. So if somebody reports it, we do go out and investigate it, but we're not going out and driving around looking for this stuff either. So that's that.
So, excuse me, so
yes.
open, should we define it? Are you recommending that open means open and not a window that's filled with a window and glass? It's open is open. You could stick your hand through it at any time.
Right. So this image here, what we're proposing is if you want to cover your deck, you have a roof deck, you want to cover it, that coverage can't be within 15 feet of the outer edge of your structure.
Okay.
Right? So you can have a roof deck. We're not saying you can't, but if you're going to have a roof deck,
Has to be set back.
you have to set it back. And if you want shade, you can put umbrellas up, and you can put furniture up. That's
Okay.
other ways to have that shade providing. Again,
Would you like some input now, or do you want to finish, at least on this?
Okay, Joy is next. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, had a question about, we talked about when they're covered, does it count as their buildable square footage? And didn't we talk about that if there was a roof, it should count toward their buildable square footage?
So if it's an open deck, even though it's covered, it does not count towards buildable square footage.
I thought we talked about that it should be.
And I would like to see it count.
Okay, what do you want to say?
You're asking for input.
Right, that's good input. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Can either you or Jaime talk about Senate Bill 330? Do either of you know about this?
I think both of us can answer questions about it.
Can you explain a little about it and how, if the governor signs it, might make all this work null and void?
Well, I think there's a lot of different issues with SB 330. One of them is that you can't impose anything that's considered to be a design standard after January 1, 2020. So that's going to limit a lot of ability to regulate based on design, which some of this could be considered. I think one of the larger issues, though, really deals with whether or not, this is dealing with the intensity of the use of the land. And I think that ultimately, this type of regulation would not be covered by SB 330 or the intent of it as far as intensity goes, but it might fall under that design standard criteria.
Thank you, Aaron.
Joy,
And if I could
did you have another question?
And Madam Mayor, if I could ask
Yes.
a question. Is there a consensus on just stepping back that covered deck 15 feet?
Do you want to see a show of hands?
Yes.
I need more clarification on, so I want to ask a few questions about the covered deck issue. So there are a lot of different kinds of roofs. So I mean, if it's a roof that covers the entire amount, that seems to be a different discussion than one that would potentially cover only a quarter or a third, where you have the walls open, but you have a little bit of a roof coming over, so you have a sitting area that's in the shade, but the rest of it's open, so we don't have the massing issues that people are concerned about. And so that's why I'm trying, as we're working through kind of the nuance of this, it is nuanced because if you walk around Balboa Island, they all look different, but the ones we're trying to combat are the one, or at least kind of push back on, are the ones that make, it's the ones where it actually looks like a third story.
There's no
Right.
setbacks here.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm trying to understand when we're talking about, so a couple things. One is, I am a little concerned about what SB 330 would look like if we actually started talking about buildable square footage as opposed to a design standard. So to Jeff's point, I was going to ask about SB 330 also. But I mean, if what we're really trying to do here is keep it open, I'm not sure that you have to talk through on the buildable square footage issue so much as you have to define what it means to be open. And so even if you had a roof, like let's say I'm not sure exactly what it looks like, but the top right picture here, if you had a roof like that where all of the sides are wide open like that and they're not enclosed off, I'm not sure if that's quite what we're going after, but certainly the one on the left and certainly the one in the bottom middle, I don't want to see those. That's not the intent of this process, to have a deck. You're not supposed to have a room. So that's why I'm trying to understand
Okay.
when we're talking through the buildable square footage issue. That's why I want to make sure I'm understanding where we're trying to get to.
I think we're trying to get to both. At least I was when I originally introduced this. So, and I think we're getting to both if we say that a covered roof deck on the third story needs to be included in the buildable square footage of the home. Okay?
So the
Reduce the size.
So if I understand the city council members, include the buildable square footage of the roof deck, and in addition to ensuring that if it's a roof deck, ensure at least, say hypothetically, 85 to 90% of the building, that face is open. So we have the condition where it's the upper right-hand side and not the condition where we have that bottom middle. Right? We want a majority of those openings. We want it to be a true opening,
Yeah.
not a window opening.
So just to clarify, the photo on the right side, upper right, you're identifying that as would be permissible.
Correct.
It's set back, it has open sides. How many sides are there on that structure?
It isn't set back down.
It's
It isn't set back, well, it
Not
needs to be
yet.
set back.
Well,
Correct.
that's what I'm trying to clarify
Yeah.
from the city council. Right now, those images are not set back.
Okay,
So-
so it'd be open and
Open.
set back.
We'll make them open, but if we're going to make them open, my question to the council is going to be, do you want them set back?
Yes.
That 15 foot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Okay,
you
show
want
of
it,
hands, yes.
and we want it to be buildable area.
Yes.
Counted in the,
Okay,
yes.
okay,
Is that,
I don't know yet.
You don't know.
okay.
okay. So tentative.
Right, currently, it won't be counted as buildable area. I mean, right now, those are not counted as buildable area. Or what you see, those images are not buildable area. So I think what I can do is just go on to the beach cottages, and then,
But let me just address
Okay.
not counted as buildable area. What was the point, what was the intent of that zoning change that was made in 2010, that a third-story deck is not counted? Is this the intent?
it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be outdoor space. So the roof deck is outdoor, you're outdoors, right? You shouldn't be counted against you because you're outdoors. It was a little bit loose as far as how much enclosure you could have before you counted indoors versus outdoors. The code says you just need one side to be open. That's all it said. And hence, that's what we get, that middle image there where they have two sides actually open. It doesn't define, you can't have a window, it can't have a door, it just says a side to be open.
Well, maybe we need to know the legislative intent when that zoning code was changed in 2010. Was there a desire, and I can understand perhaps a desire by property owners to optimize every square inch, but was this a desire to allow homeowners, property owners to build a third story and find loopholes to build every square inch on the third story? Was that the intent to permit that, or was it truly the intent to allow, I mean, many, many homes, certainly on the peninsula, have a third story that's open, and they may have an umbrella instead of a physical structure, but they go up to their rooftop to enjoy the sun. That's perfectly understandable. Now we're seeing physical structures. Is the intent to build another bedroom or living space, and why was it excluded? Then I'm trying to understand, because we're going to be now put in the situation as, are we going to be codifying more than was originally intended? Are we trying to clarify the code? Are we trying and make sure there are not these kinds of exceptions? Or are we trying to extend the code?
I'm going to have, Jaime was going to jump in and try to add his 2 cents to the.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll try to help provide a little background. So in 2010, we updated our zoning code, and part of the efforts there were to help simplify our code, to make it easier to plan check, but also easier for the public to understand our code. We used to measure height differently than we do today. So pre-2010, we always measured the height of flat roofs to a maximum of 24 feet, and we always allowed sloping roofs to go up to 29 feet. However, we used to measure, in addition, the midpoint of a sloping roof. So it was very tedious to try to determine what the midpoint of that sloping roof was, and it had to be at 24 feet. With that code, however, you tended to see the massing of we always allowed third floors, And so an architect could design a third floor under that old code, but it tended to be more centered in the middle of a structure. And so in 2010, we eliminated the midpoint requirement, but in order to try to maintain kind of a similar design where the mass of the structure is centered, we added a third floor limitations, which we never had before. The third floor limitations say, of your allowed floor area, only a certain amount can be on that third floor, which is illustrated in that dark green box on this exhibit here. In addition, we want to try to step that floor area back from the front and rear of the building 15 feet. And so that's what our current code requires today, but that only applies to enclosed floor area. So that step back and that percentage of how much can be enclosed on that third floor does not apply to covered patios or covered decks. And so kind of the unintended consequence that we didn't foresee was people are taking advantage of the ability to build these large covered patios, and they're not stepping them back. And so the end result is we're getting these massive buildings. And so the attempt with this code amendment is to take kind of a small change that has a big impact and say, okay, that step back also needs to apply to that covered third floor area as well. Something else we presented at the community meeting, which is an option, instead of counting covered third floors as floor area, another idea was, so in addition to these step backs, maybe apply a maximum coverage limit on your third floor that could be covered. Like, for example, no more than 50% of your third floor could be covered with a covered patio, and that would help further reduce the mass of these structures.
In addition to a setback?
Correct.
Ms. Brenner, you have a question?
I think that was a surprise to the community when all of a sudden these third floors started popping up, and there was a lot of discontent in the community when they saw that. The thing that I would like to avoid is us setting up a system that asks people to cheat. So we need to make it very clear exactly what our intention is here. And if you're covering a portion of that third floor, whether it's deck or otherwise, you're negatively impacting your next door neighbor. So if it's a deck, and people can come up with temporary sorts of measures like umbrellas for certain circumstances. But if it's got a roof, it's part of your buildable square footage.
And let me clarify a little bit on SB 330, because I think that there could be an issue if you're going to include in the buildable square footage. It's one thing because it wasn't counted before. If you're just clarifying kind of the design standards and basically saying it needs to be like, you know, X, Y, or Z in order to not be counted as buildable square footage and be more open. I think it's more of a clarification. I think if you're going to actually count it as square footage, that could be seen as basically impacting the intensity of the use. So you could run afoul of SB 330 in that way. But I think it'd be fine if you're just, you know, keeping it kind of the same as it is now and not counting it towards square footage, but clarifying that it needs to be more open.
Wait a minute, Aaron. I don't like that answer. So
I have the governor's phone number.
It's not January 1st yet. So do we have to worry about that?
I do think that SB 30 is playing a role in what we're proposing today. SB 30 is trying to preserve density. It's trying to preserve the housing stock. At the same time, they've added additional language and talk about intensity, right? So the intensity, which is they're trying to define as floor area or height. I think as Aaron mentioned, we really want to be careful about how much we want to kind of change how we look at the buildable area of structures, and I think that's becoming really important now, and hence this is the state kind of forcing this upon us.
Does it matter that this was sort of snuck in on the residents? That it's kind of like the change was snuck in, and then now we're trying to rectify that and not.
I know that I agree, Councilmember Brenner. I don't think the timing is working out in our favor right now, unfortunately.
But it wasn't, these structures were not designed for living space. I mean, the SB 30 is for creating more livable space wherever in the state of California, if that bill is signed by the governor. Is this for living space? I mean, let's call it what it is. If it's living space and we're going to be at some point mandated, we'll deal with it then. But right now, this is just sunroofs and rooftop open space on rooftops? Or are we, let's call a spade here. Do we want a bedroom on your third story and a full-service attic, or is this just a sunroom? What is it? Let's not fool ourselves. What is it?
Well, these are roof decks, right? So
And not bedrooms.
These are not bedrooms. These are clearly roof decks. And so the issue is, though, if we want to start counting the roof coverage into the floor area, that could be problematic for us. And hence, that's what we've reviewed so far of SB 330, right? When we're starting to count everything as floor area, so now your buildable area, truly livable area, starts to shrink. And I think SB 30 is starting to play a role in that decision-making.
What if you just don't allow roofs on your decks? I mean, it's a deck. What if we just...
And hence our proposal of just looking at it just as a step back.
Yes.
Of the, hence this image.
So you're saying, even though SB 30 hasn't been signed, but would just define it as a deck 15 feet back.
The coverage, correct.
And the coverage.
And leave it as is. And leave it as is.
And how many open walls?
Right now it's one. It's whatever the city council would like.
No. Well, how about no walls?
No walls. Just completely. Just
open a deck. A deck covering.
And that's what we're looking for. The feedback we're looking for from the council.
I mean, that's where I am.
Okay.
You don't want to comment, Mr. Herdman?
Well, I couldn't attend that community meeting, so I didn't have the opportunity to hear community input. Although you did a good job of summarizing it as best as you could. I'm interested in hearing from the public today about this.
When we get to that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll keep proceeding then.
Okay. So let's go ahead and jump through to the beach cottage preservation here. So different subject, but again, trying to preserve our beach cottages. Let me just get to it. I'm sorry. So here we go. Right. So we got two images here on the bottom where we have these are both kind of your older beach cottages, and what you can tell from both those two images with the yellow arrow is that they only got a single car garage. Right. They don't comply with today's standard of a 2-car garage. So the issue has been for the community is when a young family purchases this home and they want to put an addition on. If the addition is greater than 10% of the existing dwelling, they have to build a second garage, right? They need a 2-car garage. Well, you can't do it on these tight lots, and so it's kind of forcing people to tear down the house. And now we're losing our beach cottages because the code only gives you a 10% grace. You can expand the house 10%, and that's it. And so the council wants staff to look at ways to kind of preserve these beach cottages. And so our idea is to allow up to 50% of the buildable area. In addition to that, we said, okay, we'll give you the 50%, so you can expand the house, the existing floor area by 50%. We have a maximum height of 24 feet, and we don't allow any third stories, where you can't build a third story. Plus, we want you to record a deed restriction on title that says this is as far as you can go, and if you want to go beyond that, you're going to comply with current parking standards and put a 2-car garage. And the whole idea is that we don't want you to expand the house 50% this year, and then 5 years later you come back and say, I want to expand another 50%. That's the point of having the deed restriction. Now, we think this works, and here's just a kind of a small, quick image, kind of the before and the after. Expanding the house, and it allows a young family, a young couple, to grow the family and start to enjoy that house without being forced to relocate, selling it to a developer, and the developer tears down that beach cottage. I think from a staff standpoint, I only want to caution the city council that expanding the house without complying parking, we don't improve the parking situation on our streets, and so that's, as a director, I need to be concerned with that and make sure that the council's aware of that. There was, from the community meeting, there was overwhelming support for this. I think this was just, we hit it out of the park with these provisions. Everybody was happy about it. There were some recommendations from the community about even waiving permit fees for beach cottages. Again, I'm just proposing that, just throwing that out for the council, and just trying to ease any permitting restrictions that we may have with regards to beach cottages. But again, our proposal is just allow people to build up to 50% or expand the house by 50% without triggering the requirement for parking. And that's the beach cottage proposal.
Okay, any comment on that? Looks good.
We're
Okay.
good? All right.
Proceed.
Now, finally, we're going to talk about the RM zoning. So, RM zoning is a multifamily zone, and it doesn't mean you could build 3, 4, 5 units. It just depends on the floor, the area of your property. Currently in our RM zoning, which is multifamily, you're allowed to build a single-family home in the RM zone. And what we have seen done is that RM zoning, the design standards, the height is higher than a traditional single-family home. And so what people have done is bought the property, the RM zone, and built either a single family or a duplex, not to your standard single family height restrictions, but up to the apartment building restrictions. And hence now you got bigger homes, or what appears to be a bigger single family dwelling or a bigger duplex. And that's been the issue that we've been hearing about.
Could you give the history on that, please?
Got to turn to Jaime. Jaime, do you know the history?
Oh, I think that's historically been allowed through our zoning code throughout the past decades. In the RM zoning, we allow for the higher density, but we've always allowed for either single family or duplex product type within those zones. You'll typically see them on smaller RM lots versus a large RM lot.
Typically see what on a small,
I'm sorry, a single family home being constructed.
but
on
not so much on a large. That's just self-selection in a way? I mean,
Correct.
so this was not included in the 2010 zoning code amendment?
No, so in the 2010 zoning code amendment, when we developed the third floor limitations and open space requirements, those were not applied to the RM zoning district as a whole, because generally we want the RM development standards to be as flexible as possible to allow for that higher density.
Okay.
And with the image on the screen right now, we wanted to see how many RM lots we have in the community. So we have 583 RM lots. And we're trying to gauge how many of those properties have already been developed. And so far, what I've been able to tell, it's really a small amount. It's not a large amount where they've taken the existing smaller home, demoed it, and built a bigger structure. Unfortunately, I just don't have statistics available for what percentage. So this is kind of an example off Marguerite and CDM where you have it highlighted as the RM zone, and to the north you have R2 zoning, which is at a lower zoning standard. It's a lower design standard. It's kind of lower height, and to the south you have single family zoning, which again is at a lower height. Yet you actually do have in that RM zone a duplex that was built to that apartment height, and I'll show you those kind of. Here's an image of that structure that we're talking about off Marguerite. Again, that's a duplex in white, and you got a single family right adjacent to it. And it seems a little out of character. Again, this is kind of the back alleyway photo on the right. So the top is currently what we have for design standards for single family and duplex. And you can see on the arrow on the right-hand side says 29 feet sloped. And the bottom image is the design standard for an RM zoning. And you could go up to 33 feet. So it's about 4 feet bigger. So you could see that when you have an RM zone, you can kind of a bigger structure.
And there's no setback in the RM?
That's correct. So our question to the City Council is, what would you like us to do in the RM? Now, when we did our community meeting, we had a number of property owners either present or represented. We've received a lot of letters, and we're not feeling a lot of support from the community to making any changes to this. Some property owners feel like their property's value will get diminished. Some property owners feel like, quote, somebody actually said it's a taking if we change anything in the RM zone. So some possible options for the City Council.
One second, Ms. Brenner. Jim.
That wasn't how I read it. I did attend the community meeting, and Jamie, you did a great job at that meeting, and there were a lot of property owners there that have the RM, but there were a lot of citizens afterwards that came up to me and said they did not support this, and I've gotten a lot of emails since then. So I think to say that there's support for leaving it the way it is and letting them expand to the larger footprint is not actually accurate through the greater community.
Okay, all right. Some possible options that we are proposing to the City Council is that if they want to go ahead and just reduce the height of If you want to build a single family or duplex in the RM zone, you can require them just to reduce the height down to what a single family typically is, which is 29 feet for a slope roof. Option 2 would be leave the height as is in the RM zone of 33 feet, but require them to kind of step back that third floor so we can reduce the bulkiness of it. Or option 3, possibly, if just don't allow single-family homes to be built in the RM zone, and that's something it's under the council's discretion if you'd like. But we do want to allow at least the duplex. You know, we've heard from some of the developers that it's for a multifamily home, it's really hard to meet the parking requirements. When you have a 3-unit or 4-unit, you know, you needed 2 cars per unit, and sometimes those lots are just too small to fit all the parking. You can fit the units, but you can't fit the parking. So option 3, maybe just not allow the single families to be built in the RM zone, but allow the duplex, allow the multifamily.
Which is what's been allowed.
Right now, we allow single family.
But I mean, they were sized for multifamily.
Correct.
I mean,
Correct.
the way I interpret it is the single family is being put into that larger space. I mean, I personally don't have any objection to the R3. I mean, if that's what it's zoned for, multifamily, that's fine. It's putting a R1 home in and making it into a
Right.
multifamily structure when it's simply a home.
Correct.
A single family home. All right.
And you know, some of the concerns we've heard from the feedback we got from some members of the community. The financial penalty, the unusual development patterns, and the creation of nonconformities. So that concludes our presentation for kind of all 3 subject matters. Again, love to hear feedback on the RM or back to the single family.
Put that last screen back up again, please. Thank you.
Could you tell us, Jaime or Simone, how long this code has been in effect in the city? When was it adopted?
You mean our RM?
Well, the RM to single family.
For as long as I've known, even looking at historic zoning codes, the RM zoning district always allowed for single-family development.
So why is it now becoming an issue?
Well, it's back to that property on Marguerite. And I'll go back to that image. That property kind of stands out. And I think that has gotten a lot of attention because really surrounding that property, everything is kind of a lower height. Everything looks like it's single family. This one looks like just one big structure. It's kind of it looks out of place. But it meets code. We checked it. We went back, looked at the plans. It meets all the code requirements.
So this has come to your department's attention?
It's come up to our department's attention as far as why does this property stand out?
All right.
Why is this looking out of place?
This was not generated from a council member up here then?
It was, we brought it up as an item during a study session to the council. Council, all of you said, go ahead and put it in your initiation and look at proposing some
great.
changes.
Thank you. I couldn't remember the origin of it, so thank you.
Well, and frankly, I've heard, maybe some of us have heard, on the peninsula, there are just more of these happening. The whole third floor issue, this gets swept into it. I've heard more on the third floor massing issue, and this has become apparent too. So I think, and as you have said, that this current development issue is not a reflection of the 2010 zoning code. I think what's happened, the 2010 zoning code, and that's where I'm trying to get to the intent, was in the middle of the recession, development, home building was at a low level, and it's been in the last 2 or 3 years that obviously we see that the city's become a construction zone, and as a result of that, we're seeing a lot of third floor development, and that's where I personally have noticed that on the peninsula, and I've talked to staff about that. How is that happening? And I've learned that, excluding this part, but the earlier changes came as a result of the 2010 zoning code, and I just wonder, where was everybody, the residents of the city, when this zoning code was changed, and nobody knew, or nobody was paying attention, I suppose, and so, the horse is out of the barn on this, and we're trying to stuff it back in, and I don't know if that's altogether doable, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Mr. Avery.
Well, for those who own duplexes or single-family homes in the RM zone, I just don't see how we can all of a sudden say you can't do this anymore and you can't do that height. So it seems to me, though, when you look at this, what's objectionable about it? Well, it's the same issue. They've gone all the way out to the side, and it just creates this massive wall that goes up. And if it was stepped back, as we were talking about doing with the other structures, it would go a long way to helping. A lot of it's the sensitivity of the architect to the community and trying to be, for lack of a better word, kind to the community in terms of the massing and doing what we can. But it seems to me, it's tough for people that, we've already got some, in this zone, we've got some people that have maxed it out, right? They've gone all the way out to the property lines, and they've been able to take full value to their property. And so to tell others they can't do it, it's tough. In fact, I'm not in favor of that. I think, when you buy a piece of property and it's zoned a certain way and you can do this with it, and then we change it, to me it's not fair. But at the same time, the least amount of, if we want to call it a taking, would be to, and to try to meet this halfway is to do those step backs on these as well. And it's kind of a tough solution for some people if they want to just absolutely max it out. And unfortunately, due to the economics of just the land values, that's what people feel compelled they have to do. And I get that. But if everything was set back, like the second story and the third stories, it would go a long way to third story decks, go a long way to sort of softening for all the neighbors in the neighborhood the look of everything, and but at a cost to someone who wants to quote unquote max it out. So, and I think that's the tough thing we've got to decide here. But I don't think we've obviously got to. I think there's a compromise here probably that we could get to that where we don't wind up with these structures. And as you said, it's not that many of them, but still, in this example, it's a pretty harsh view there. But we know darn well that the house next door is not long for this world, and it's going to go up as well.
The end is near.
And and unfortunately, I think for neighbors, and I think this has happened on Balboa Island, in dense areas, when we start doing this, you create these sort of voids, these places where there's no breeze and there's no light, and it just kind of hurts everyone unintentionally for that reason. And in certain parts of Balboa Island, I've noticed where you've got kind of a grouping of these relatively new homes, it's pretty darn. There's areas that are just dark in your house because of the tight setbacks and then these three-story structures. So I'm in favor of some kind of trying to modify it, but still keep the height and still keep a generous third floor if we can. But I want to hear from the community as well. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
This is the block that my parents first moved me to in 1961, and the original intention of these lots, they would have 3 small apartments, single story, and a courtyard on that same amount of space. So gradually, over whatever we as a city have done that has encouraged this to happen has not been the original intent of these lots. And we're asking people to push it to the max. And when we talk about taking, we've always done that as the city. When I bought my house in 1973 in Corona del Mar, I had 2 times buildable on the lot. So I should have been able to build a box that's 2 times. And Spawn actually went to the city council, and the city council reduced it to 1.5 times. So I lost 1/4 of the building on that property, and the property that my parents own, I lost 1/4 of the building on that property. So I really, in effect, lost a full story of building on a duplex lot in Corona del Mar. But then when I saw what they did with, I was opposed to it at the time, but when I've seen what they've been able to do with it, how they have pushed everything to the maximum, I can't imagine what Corona Del Mar would be like today if we had 2 times buildable, because look at what they've been able to do with what they have. So the city has done this in the past, and we have to. It's our job to protect our community, and if we keep allowing everything to be built out to the max, nobody's going to have any sun or light or air or anything else. So historically it's been done, and it's our job, I think, to protect our community.
Well, I want to do a follow-up question to that. If you could do some historical research at some point and get back to us before this comes back, was it a lot called R3 that had 3 small cottages on it? Yeah. Is that the same as how we've now interpreted that to mean a 3-story building, 33 feet high instead of 3 1-story? I mean, that was an R3 lot 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. Yeah. So the zoning designation used to be R3 in past zoning codes, which indicated it was multifamily. In 2010, we changed it to RM, just to mean multiple unit residential.
So wait, tell me the difference.
Really, there's no difference. We just changed the name.
Okay.
It's for consistency in the new zoning code and how we identified land uses. I think one thing to point out on Marguerite especially, which is leading to the redevelopment of these old triplex cottages, I guess we'd call them. Under the old code, you only needed 1 parking space per unit. Under today's code for a triplex, you would need a total of 7 parking spaces. So over time, our parking requirements have increased. So that unit or that triplex on the corner may only require 3 parking spaces, but that duplex next door, the new one, requires 4 parking spaces. And so part of that is the reason if an old triplex is demolished, in some cases you're not able to rebuild a triplex because of the parking requirements. And so in this case, that led to the construction of that duplex.
Well, it looks like the garage is there, the first floor. Could they have gone subterranean?
You can go subterranean, but the problem is our code requires alley access to preserve on-site public parking. And so on some of these lots, they're pretty narrow, only 30 feet wide. It's almost impossible to fit, 4 parking spaces across the back.
Some of these code changes have unintended consequences. Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to answer the historical issue on this one, I think it's pretty obvious when in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, this was the PRs and the SRs. And in Bay Shores, we have 249 homes in the summer, the summer residents. The place was packed. And in the winter, we call them the PRs, the permanent residents. There was about less than a quarter of us live there. So when you're building a cottage for summer, there's no need for storage. You're not living there the whole time. You don't need much. It's a weekend thing or 3 or 4 days at a stretch. Now all of a sudden, of course, now in the 80s, 90s, and above, we all live here permanently, and that changes the entire building method. Everything changes it all. So now we've got this problem, and so you were asking earlier where'd this come from. I think that's where it's all come from. We live here now, permanently.
All right. Any other questions up here? Why don't we go out to the public and get some reaction? Please come forward. State your name.
My name is Alan Beek, and I have been involved in this issue for a great many years. And there's a lot of worry about mansionization, and has been. It bubbled up into a big crisis back around 1985 or so in Corona Del Mar. The people of Corona Del Mar came up with some very positive suggestions for a set of development standards. It was very popular. A very careful poll of the registered voters showed 2/3 of them in favor of it. A poll of the property owners showed 4-3 they were in favor. City Council failed to adopt it, 4-3 vote. And people have been kind of suffering ever since. So when the general plan was being revised in 2005 or so, everybody was really excited, and mansionization came up in all the public opinion polls and the focus groups and the surveys and everything that was taken there. Mansionization was the big issue, the big thing we wanted to get. Well, when it came to amending the general plan, oh, well, that doesn't go in the general plan, that's in the code. So we will take care of that when we get to the code. And the general plan said nothing to protect us. Then when it came to the code, there weren't so many people coming around anymore. You said, where were you when this happened? We'd been pretty well exhausted by then, but I was following, and I found that it was actually the city staff that came up with a principle they called do no harm, which meant don't make anything against the law that's already built. Don't create a non-conforming existing use. Well, you can also say that that is a principle of do no good, because it means you can't prohibit any of those things that are awful. You want to never have it happen again. And so the building code, I think, at the behest of the city staff at that time, who were probably looking to keep their jobs, doesn't do us any good. And I would like to suggest that from that history, there comes what might be a good suggestion for helping us through the problem we're in right now, that we are again facing the problem of existing non-conforming uses. If you do all these things, you create non-conforming uses, and you try to avoid that. And I would think that the answer may well be in looking more closely at the way we deal with non-conforming uses. You might be much more tolerant of them. Say that anything that's there and is built has a right to exist for 75 years, or whatever it is you'd like to do, to be more generous with non-conforming uses. And then you could go at setting up the rules that you want to have, and you want everything that's done in the future to obey. And I would like to suggest that as a useful approach.
Thank you very much. That's very constructive. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Before the night's over, you'll be tired of hearing from me. My name is Charles Klob. I'm here today to support all three of the amendments. I hope the signing of SB 330 does not invalidate them. And I'd also like to thank Simone and Jaime and the staff for putting this together. I thought they've done an outstanding job. I was at the presentation, and like Council Member Brenner noted, the folks that were there were very much in support of this, what's now the C amendment. They just didn't make a big deal about it because it wasn't appropriate. When I attended the August 19th community meeting, some local architects spoke out about tightening Amendment A further. I know you may be subcommitteed out, but it occurs to me that a few local architects could better advise staff on things that could be tightened up to better achieve your goals. These folks that are experts in the field could more easily identify loopholes that may not have been considered. This was brought up at the meeting. There were 2 or 3 architects. There's one of them here who acknowledged that there's ways that you can still cheat, if you will. And I don't think that's your intent. Secondly, in non-scripted, I hope you've had a chance to read Jim Mosher's very thorough response to this RM component. I believe you'll find the citizens support this, tightening it up, because these things occur in the middle of R1, and it allows what's actually happening in spite of the desire for duplex or triplex or greater, is they're getting turned into R1s. And Jim points out in here that the zoning administrator just a week ago was a prime example of tearing down a duplex and putting in a gigantic single-family home that was approved by the zoning administrator because currently it's legal. And I think the idea of tightening it up to match the R1s is the smartest thing to do. Maybe you have an alternative that if they're going to really have it be a duplex, there's some compromise. But if they're going to turn it into a single family, it should abide by the single family rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Ron Yo, Corona Del Mar. First, I'd like to thank the staff for an excellent job of putting all this together. It's a complex issue. To make it more simple, all we'd have to do is go back to the average roof height of 24 feet, and it solves all the problems of the third story. But basically, what we're talking about is the issue of bulk and not fitting into the character of the community. The general plan calls a policy that buildings should be compatible with the character of the community, and these three-story type things do not. I really like decks. I like outdoor living, but I don't know how you can enjoy a deck when it's surrounded by the roof and three sides and not be able to see the sky. So I appreciate what you've been talking about opening up the decks. I think that's important. Many of the roof decks that are enclosed within our communities are actually living areas. They're about 98% livable. All they're missing is a window and maybe some heating, but it's all enclosed there. And I really feel that the decks should be counted as towards the buildable area. If you look at this particular house, which is out of character, but one of the reasons it's so high is the very front lower floor has a deck that is 20 feet by 20 feet, basically the size of a garage. So by having that not count towards the buildable area, it just pushes up everything. The majority of the decks that also cause a problem are not on the third floor, they're on the second floor. And they just add to the bulk of the buildings in that. So they're basically getting a free pass to get square footage beyond the allowable. And I hope whatever is decided on all this gets done before the end of the year so the governor doesn't tell us what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. First of all, thanks so much for volunteering for your job. It's a bitch sometimes. Having lived here 100 years.
Could you state your name?
I'm sorry, Tom Houston, Balboa Island. As Joy and Duffy mentioned, you guys years ago, maybe more than we'd like to talk about, things were a lot different, a lot simpler. But the beginnings of the older parts of Newport, Peninsula, Balboa Island, Corona Del Mar, you had a wonderful sense of community, even in just the summer-winter gyrations, that there were a lot of people living, and they enjoyed both the dynamics of a big fat crowd because it was wonderful weather, everybody wanted to go to the beach, and then the quiet times and the foggy times in the winter. So now it's a little more intense, and I won't get into another segment, but briefly what I'd like to say is that as things have changed, I personally have been very involved in trying to communicate to the City Council some what I consider abortions, some just total abuse within the law of buildings, and what happened. And I'm trying to encourage you, don't be bashful. In other words, if it's a split decision, fine, but if it's a unanimous decision on changes the council makes, I think the community grows, if you will. Let me give you a couple examples. There are three-story houses, old houses, built on Balboa Island. And by the time the third one went up, the community said, no mas. And so we communicated that to the council, and a height ordinance there was a germination of the height ordinance that, again, as was mentioned before, limits what you can do and what it looks like. Number two, before UCI built dorms, Balboa Island was a giant bedroom for UCI students. That's not good or bad, but it influences, I'm a capitalist, it influences what builders do. There are many, many, many 7-bedroom duplexes on Balboa Island, 8 bedrooms and 1 9 bedrooms on 30 by 80 foot lots, okay? That sucks, basically, to be crude. So again, things were changed. We voluntarily went R1.5. okay, downzoned. So when people who own property say, we're getting screwed in this deal because we can't build what we have envisioned here, and we made an investment of umpty dollars to get that particular set of building standards to build whatever they want to build, basically I say tough toenails. It's a risk. Nobody's guaranteeing anything. So don't be bashful, you guys, that if you see things that look as a way to make the community better, somebody's going to get stepped on. Don't be bashful. Just be willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lee Pearl, and I live on Balboa Island. And I hate to follow Tom Houston and Mr. Beek because combined, I don't know how much time they've had on Balboa Island. I'm a 7-year resident of the island, and I just wanted to make a couple really quick comments. The nexus for this is, it sounds like it's staff-driven, but it's not. This is entirely community-driven. As a active member of Balboa Island, it's one of the most common things that I hear when I talk to our residents. It's a complaint that everybody has. And then interesting observation is there are many, many cottages that have come down where they've been handed down through the families. The families wanted to make improvements because as they grow, the grandkids inherit it, or the families want to get together and enjoy those properties. And they haven't had an option to keep their cottage, and they've torn them down and built the new skyscrapers that we have. So the whole program of the historic cottage that is coming forward is designed to be an incentive program to maintain a cottage, but that doesn't mean that that person doesn't have the option to tear it down and build a new structure. So I want to commend the staff for coming up with a really simple solution to this that will work. And the massing issue, my block has no new homes on it. They're all pretty much either original, or I live in a duplex that was built in 1963. So we haven't had the massing issue, but thank you for addressing it before it hits my block. But it has hit a lot of blocks and darkened the skies for many cottages that should remain on the island. So thank you for your effort. And I wanted to make one final comment because I think the issue of the massing, one of the strong points that have been made that's consistent with some of our council members is no square footage is going to be lost for those people building new homes. So we're not taking any square footage away in the addressing of the massing issue so far as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Denise Oberman. Quickly, City Clerk, Ms. Brown, did you distribute the comments that I wrote? Because I didn't see them outside in the public. Wanted to make sure the council got them. I'd like to thank the staff for their efforts here. I'd like to comment on two of the areas quickly relative to the number one, the massing. Height is a big part of the issue, and decks are decks, and why do we have to make decks half pregnant? You know, let's keep them open. The roofs are open, rather than getting all twisted up about the new, the pending legislation and everything else. Let's just leave them as decks. It's very clear what decks are. Don't have a permanent structural roof. Don't have side pieces that are solid, 3 or more around, and leave them decks. That's going to resolve the problem from the height perspective and the density, and people can enjoy their decks to live on. Some people put lounge chairs out there, some people put whatever they're going to put. They put cooking things out there, but let them be decks, and that will resolve this. It will get around all the loopholes and everything else. As far as not allowing people to build to the full extent on their property, I'd like to point the council to some of the beautiful areas that are height limited and also that maintain full side setbacks, which is also part of this whole light, air, safety, aesthetics issue that's so important. Newport Coast has a lot of areas where the houses, there are some very large homes, but they don't stick them, less than 3 feet away from one another. Irvine Terrace. Do you hear people complaining because there's a height limit there? I understand that CCNR imposed, but nobody is complaining, oh, we can't get the full value of our property because we can't build up a 3rd story. I mean, that's a bunch of nonsense. What's going to happen is we're going to get overly sized, full, solid things, and we're going to all of a sudden turn around several more years, and we're going to look like big institutional blocks are on these small, narrow lots in this beautiful coastal area. And then we are going to have a situation where we're going to have erosion of the community. So the other thing, I'm not going to comment about the history, but if mayor and council are interested in the history, I was present and participated in the general plan. There was also cleanup of the zones, and I can tell you very clearly how 2010 got to where it was. Happy to do that offline. There's not enough time. So setbacks are part of this whole issue of building all the way out and all the way up. We have a number of communities in Newport Beach, including very valuable ones, where we have small lots. They're narrow lots. They're intense, and just inherently, they can't tolerate these exceptionally large structures for a lot of reasons. And that's one of the reasons why the American Planning Association has established certain basic principles that you see again in our master plan community areas as to height, as to setback, and certain basic design standards that fulfill aesthetics and that don't degrade the property values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. First of all, regarding SB 330 and whether the possible signing of that will make this entire discussion pointless, I could not read the entire 48 pages and try to follow the discussion at the same time, but I did search through it, and all I could see in it was that after January of next year, a city like this cannot impose new design standards unless they are objective, and the term of what an objective standard is defined in the bill. So changing a step back from 15 feet to 20 feet, if you wanted to do that, that is an objective standard. Anybody can tell whether it's 15 or 20 feet. Restricting rooftops to 50%, that is an objective standard. That is something you can do. So I could be misreading it, but I don't think your hands will be tied and you will not be able to do anything. You can perhaps not impose a new thing that says it has to be in some amorphous way in character with the community, but the objective standards you can impose. And as to those standards, early on, Councilman Herdman asked about what we do about sheer vertical walls. As I understand it, our current zoning code has no prohibition against those. It does have the step backs, and the 15 feet step back avoids a sheer wall, but those are measured from the setback line. So if the lower floors are at that line, it will cause that to step back. If they're not, it could be a sheer wall. And there is a requirement on the sides, but it's only 2 feet from the side setback lines. So if the building was 2 feet within the setback lines, you could go up vertically. If it went out to that, you'd have to step back, but only by 2 feet. Again, that's an objective standard. You could change that if you wanted to. The last part of my comment, which I did give you to in writing, is probably not something you want to hear, but regarding building single-family homes in RM zones, this city and all other cities are going to come under, as we understand, increasing requirement to find places to put housing. And if we've already designated places for multifamilies, we're going to have an obligation to provide multifamily housing in those or to incentivize people to do that. And one way to incentivize them is to make the standards looser for the multifamily, tighter for the single family. I know that the Coastal Commission is going to be sitting here on Thursday where you're sitting. They're seeing an application from Hermosa Beach, item 19C. The city there approved a application to replace a old duplex, 2,500 feet, 23 feet tall, with a new single-family home twice as big and taller. Their staff recommendation is to deny it because it's not providing the density that is stated in their coastal land use plan. Same day, 3 o'clock this afternoon on Thursday, our zoning administrator is going to see an application here. If you know where the Lido Villas is, it's across the street from that on the waterfront. A RM zone there, which currently had 4 units on it. The application is to demolish the 4 units and fill it with a single-family home built to this, which does not supply the density that we promised in our coastal plan. If the Coastal Commission saw that, they would deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ken Rawson. 3 issues to talk about. So if I go a little over, first one, massing on the 3rd floor homes. My wife and I had the opportunity in 2000, Mayor, to address your question on the code changes, to build two duplexes on a lot, 25-foot wide, 100-foot deep. We made 2 3-bedrooms, 2.5-bath homes in that duplex. We complied with all the codes. We have an open deck in the front with the right sloping. Simone addressed a couple of meetings back when we started talking about this subject. That architectural design was very hard for the city to administer, to make sure the angles were right, make sure the setbacks were right. That's why the city changed to 2010. My wife and I, we walk around the peninsula. We started seeing these changes of houses that had these decks that moved to the front. What happened to the setback? What's changed? So we came down to the city, asked the building department, what happened? Our codes changed in 2010. And what we're saying to you as 30-year residents here, we like the ambiance that we had from the 2000 code. We do not like the ambiance that we see on the peninsula. You drive down Balboa Boulevard, and there's some of these homes that go 3 stories straight up. They look like a cliff on the Balboa Boulevard. Ugly, okay? My opinion, ugly. It's not what we used to have. We'd like it to be changed. So, yes, Joy, we talked to you after the meeting. We've been talking to our neighbors. Wish I could get more of them to come down here and talk to the council, but they say, can Carmen just go represent us and say what we feel? So nobody likes this look of the massing that's happening. We believe the best way to do it is to not put a structure on the top. That would be the secondary choice, to leave all the sides open and leave posts on 4 corners, okay, or 3 sides open. But as soon as you put a roof, we've watched our neighbors close them in. They put canvas shields. They do everything they can do. They put patio doors. And if you want me to, we'll start taking our time, because we know of over a dozen of them we see when we walk on the boardwalk that are code infractions right now. And it's time to turn them into code enforcement. In the meeting on August 19th, the public there said, hey, can't we get more enforcement from code enforcement? Can't we get you out there to police this issue? But you're short of staff to do it. And quite honestly, what I've seen from my residents, nobody wants to turn anybody else in. That's number one. Okay, cottages, the second issue. My only concern as a long-term resident here is parking. Single car garage, the family grows. Okay, let's live with the family where there's mom and dad working and the children start to drive. There's going to be 4 cars at that house and 1 in the garage. I hope that the garage isn't full of surfboards and sailboats. Okay, the next thing I'm concerned about is that house. Can we do something to control it when that house gets turned into an Airbnb or a VRBO, because you are going to have 12 people sleeping in that house with too many cars. So can you restrict it? And just a little more time on number 3. The RM zoning really concerns me. I live in a block that used to be RM that got down zoned to R2. I live on 1700 West Oceanfront. If you read Martin's letter where they talk about they're on 1800 and they talk about all these 3-story homes that are on the 1700 block, ask your staff to do a little research on that letter, because my home is 29 feet. It's built within the requirements, and yes, we're 3 levels. My neighbor's 29 feet. He's 3 levels. There's a number of 3-level homes on the 1700 block, but they're built within 29 feet. I will ask one more thing, and then I'm done. Martin's house at 1824, I think, right next door, there's a home under construction right now. I would like Simone to take a picture of that for the council and show you that home that's immediately to the east. It's a 3-story hotel. It's built as 2 condos. You call it a duplex, whatever you want, but they're going to be 2 single-family condos that are there. Talk about a smart architect that can build to 33 feet on an RM zone. He took the setback, instead of doing 3 feet, he increased it to 4 feet to push the building higher so the whole 3rd floor is built out. Architects really know how to maximize what they're doing. You would never give up 3 feet, 4.5 feet setback rather than 3 feet. They didn't do that. So get a picture of that and you'll see a hotel on the boardwalk right next to that property. I'd like that not happen. The devil's in the details. Good luck with this.
Okay, thank you. All right. Another speaker, please come forward.
Good evening, I'm Hoyan Yip. I have 2 comments on the expansion in the RM zone. I wonder if we could have a set of sustainability features, like ask them to become green buildings. That's one thing. And a quick side note, Jim Mosher mentioned the RENA numbers. So last week I was at San Clemente City Council. I guess every city got new numbers, and so they actually agendized a letter to SCAG. And so the mayor was telling people, we have a lot of these copies and take one home. So that was public education. We need more density. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dixon and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner, and I want to start by thanking you, Mrs. Mayor, for bringing this so strongly to the fore on the 3rd floors decks that get enclosed and do get masked. I think the only solution to that, well, I like one of the solutions. You could call it for actually count for the development of square footage, but I really think the most logical solution is not to allow any enclosure at all. No roof, no sides. Just be a deck. Several other people have said the same thing. It just makes sense to enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it, but not any structures up there. Make the final roof what you're standing and sitting on. I'd like to see that promoted, and I think it'd be the smartest thing you could do on that first issue. Thank you very much for bringing it up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Larry Tucker, and I have a house on the Grand Canal on Balboa Island, Little Balboa Island. I wasn't going to speak today, but when the topic comes up of what counts as square footage and what doesn't count as square footage, I'd like to weigh in on that. Generally speaking, I just don't agree with the idea of all roof deck areas are automatically square footage. There are decks that are kind of inclined to become part of a house, and there are decks that are actually decks. And the examples that you saw today were the most egregious version of decks that really aren't decks. They're really part of a house. I think if you sent staff out to look for other examples of decks that are really decks and have covered areas, you'd be able to find those. So I would suggest that you spend some time really looking at that issue and seeing if a clarification in the code as to what's a deck and what's likely to turn into something that's not a deck might be a good way to go about it. And then, it's always the same. I've served 11 years on the Planning Commission. If there's not code enforcement for the rules, then the public starts believing that the rules aren't really rules. So whatever it is that you choose to do or not do, code enforcement has to come along with it. Otherwise, you're just going to you're going to have the types of conversations you're having here, which is you shouldn't do it because the codes aren't being enforced. Really, you should enforce the codes. If you bother to adopt them, then you need to enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Art Pease, long-term resident. I live on Dahlia, Corona Del Mar. I've already been a victim of the city's unfair taking. Back when C3 went to MFR zoning, they did the same procedure that they're using now to downzone our higher density zoning areas. These areas are unique. They were created for the purpose that they exist, and that is for a higher, more diversified development than the rest of the R2 zoning. And I don't want to lose and have an unfair taking of what ends up being value in my property that we purchased, and with the intent of having entitlements that were provided under the existing zoning. And now you're taking those away. Those are all hard dollar value. And all the hypotheticals that people are purporting, they're all wonderful, but I wonder how many people have skin in the game that own property in the RM that are making these suggestions. This area, the RM zoning, is small pockets around the city of Newport Beach. The elephant in the room is C2 zoning. That's where development is happening. That's why people are angry, because it reflects in higher density areas around where there's more development happening. That's where people are becoming more aware. There hasn't been that type of development in the RM zoning, yet you're going after them and singling out RM zoning as some type of problem. The fact that staff takes a random property and makes an issue of the RM zoning because of a random look at one property on Marguerite, this whole scenario that you're running here is run amok. And I think you should revisit this or remove it for consideration, because it's doesn't really reflect where the problem is, and you're singling out a certain limited zoning and creating more of an impact on them financially and otherwise than you are to address the real problem, which is the R2 zoning in the rest of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner, do you want to say something? Yeah, what is C2, Simone?
I'm not aware of C2 zoning.
Or did you mean R2? Do you mean R2?
Pardon me?
We're asking, what is C2 zoning?
C2, I said, well, I might have misspoke. The C3 zoning was changed to an MFR zoning. At that time, the city downzoned from C3 to MFR. So we've already taken a hit back in the mid-'80s.
What is MFR?
With the same process that you're using now, you're coming after us again in the RM zoning from MFR overlay to RM zoning, and you're asking for a reduction again. And that is all value that we're giving up, but that's not really addressing the problem. You're singling out a small pockets around the city and asking us to pay the price for where the issue is in C2.
Okay, I'm sorry, we heard you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
I'm Linda Watkins, and I've been here a few times, and primarily what I've been working on in the last 3 or 4 years in the city is the anger that's in the community over development and traffic and things like that, and the fact that most residents don't think you listen to them. And as I have listened to this subject matter, I realize that we talk about it in the community as whack-a-mole. You know, all the issues that come up with development, we think we get this one taken care of, and then there's another one. So I'd like to suggest to the council that you do have a study session or several study sessions on what happened between the 2006 general plan, the interpretation of that general plan into a zoning code in 2010. Because the zoning code does not match the intention, and it's caused so much problems in this city that we don't need to have. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good afternoon. Michael Mack. I live at 2524 Seaview Avenue in Corona del Mar, and I believe that's in an RM zone. The overhead was marked as page 20. I have a printout that's marked as page 19, and I'm opposed to changing anything in the RM zoning. I think that's a taking. I don't think that you should step on anybody. I think stepping on people is wrong. And if people don't want things the way that they're going, the way that you keep things from going the way they're going is you buy the property and you don't develop it. People that buy the property with the entitlements shouldn't have those taken away. I've got a development at the end of Seaview on Carnation. You don't have to say anything about that. All you have to do is look at it. But if that's what the code allows them to do, then who am I to take that away from somebody? Who am I to come here and ask you to step on someone? The passion that people have for the community is great, but when it deteriorates to lynch mob mentality, it's not moral. It's not right to ask you, who are extended a grant of power on behalf of the residents, to decide which residents you're going to step on and which ones you aren't. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Joni Martin, and I'm also concerned about this discussion about changing the RM development standards. Our property has been in our family for 80 years. I grew up in the house in the 1800 block of the oceanfront, and I know what the history of the character of that neighborhood was. I've seen the changes over the years, and I don't have a problem with the changes that have happened on our block. As a child, I grew up playing around duplexes, triplexes. An RM neighborhood was different from the single-family resident neighborhoods further down the peninsula. It was a little bit busier down near the pier, and it had its own character. There are certain values, that financial value that comes along with the development standards that are allowed for the RM properties, and those values offset the fact that you're in a busy area with all kinds of different buildings. So as our neighbor on the 1700 block mentioned, yes, my parents' home is the one that has a very large one that's been built next to them. They didn't object to that because that property owner had the right to do that with their property. If you change the zoning rules, they will be locked out of doing something consistent with their property in the future, and they will be permanently dominated by this big property. There was another speaker who came to the community hearing who said the same thing. He had a property further down the block. Likewise, he had someone near him that had built out to the max. And if you change the rules on us now, those of us that didn't participate in this massing and this building out are going to be the ones that are going to be hurt. And I want you to just reflect on that for a minute. Is that really the spirit behind this proposed change? I don't think so. I don't think you want my 83-year-old parents feeling like they have to sell their house or get plans in really quick to maximize the value of their asset. That's their primary asset. And changing these rules will take away financial value from them. in this home that's been in our family all of these years. I think that the buildings that have been changed on their block, I think they have been tastefully done. I walk along that block and I think, wow, those people were able to do a lot with their property. I don't have a problem with it. And what was there before weren't charming cottages. They were kind of boxy duplexes and triplexes. And honestly, I think it's been an aesthetic improvement. So I agree with what Art said about the fact that you're applying this concern to this zoning type that is only 583 properties, and you need to look at those properties in context. There isn't a problem on our block, and this would create a problem for the people that haven't massed. So I ask you to consider that perspective, and I appreciate all of your concern for our community. I love the beauty of the community. I loved growing up here, and I appreciate that you're all trying to do your best to make it a lovely place to live. But please do consider my family's concerns. And also, I need to add that we have spoken with the owners of 9 out of 15 of the lots on our block, and they all have submitted in writing their signatures saying they don't want the zoning development rules changed. And I know that someone on the next 2000 block has sent in their written request for that. And yeah, and I'd like to reach out to the 583 other owners.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Catherine Martin Walcott. I am also representing the Martin Family Trust, which is the owner of the property at 1824. I reiterate and incorporate by reference all of my sister's early comments. The council does have a photo of the property that is, the structure that is being built next door to my parents' house. It was attached to the comments that I sent before the May 28th council meeting and the ones that I sent before the community meeting. Those of you who've read my emails already know our family's objections in excruciating detail, so I won't go into them in much detail. We have been told by developers that changing the development standards could significantly affect our property values. Changing the development standards in these few scattered RM pockets of the city is not going to address the issues of perceived massing. From my perspective, the issues of massing really are being caused more by the many R2 areas where we've had issues with the third floor decks being exploited, call it that. There is no difference, if you look at the outside of the buildings, between a single-family home and a duplex on our block. I don't know if any of you got into the photos that I attached to my letter, but I am curious to know if any of you were able to tell which of the 14 lots actually houses a 3-unit building. You can't really tell from the outside. We are concerned that all parcels within a zoning district be treated equally. The proposed changes would effectively downzone or spot zone some of our properties, as you already know. We do support the cottage preservation proposal. In reference to some of the comments we've heard this evening, with respect to many of the community members who have spoken tonight, most of them do not live in an RM zone. If you buy in an RM zone, you know what you're getting. There's advantages and disadvantages. If you live in another zone, maybe it's very easy to tell people who own property in the RM what they should be doing with their properties, but that's not necessarily the only consideration. This board should consider what is being done to our property rights. You are removing flexibility, you are removing value if you make this change. Finally, regarding shade structures, for the most part, I'll stay out of that, but I would say that for those of us who are lucky enough to grow up on the beach, many of us are now fighting skin cancer, and some sort of shade structure might be helpful for health and safety. Thank you for your consideration.
I thank you. Next speaker, please.
Carmen Rosso, third floor decks. My understanding is that this zoning code, it doesn't say one open wall, it says significantly open. I remember calling the zoning, the planning department, and the paperwork says significantly open, and I asked, what means significantly open? And I was told, well, it's subject to interpretation. So shame on the planning department for interpreting that there was one open wall, if that's the case. To me, significantly open should be one closed wall, and that's the problem. Regarding having a roof on the deck, I don't have a problem having a roof and not considering a livable space as long as there are 3 open walls. And open walls means no curtains, no shutters, nothing else. And we know of buildings that they have even put new bathrooms in those roof decks. And the 24-foot average for the roof, any architect and any planning department person checking those drawings as they used to be before, they shouldn't have been a problem. To me, that's an excuse of how we went to a taller roof. Any person could have calculated the average roof. Regarding cottages, my concern is, does this apply for single-family homes or also for duplexes, or are we going to have a cottage that then all of a sudden we have a second floor in the back of the lot and it becomes a duplex, but we are not imposing additional garage spaces or parking spaces? So I would like further clarification on that. And do you have a maximum square feet where we consider it still a cottage? Are you going to allow a deck on the second floor at the front of the building where it changes the look and it's not a cottage look anymore? So there are more questions than answers. Regarding the RM, I remember reading about the state considering to mandate for all the cities to allow 4plexes everywhere, and that they were going to deny the cities having R1 or R2 zones. So if that comes back to the table, you may be looking at RM everywhere in your city. So as you evaluate the changes to the RM zoning, that may apply in the future to the complete city if we have a state mandates that where we have to allow 4plexes everywhere. So how that will interfere at that point. I support the changes that are being shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, City Council. My name is Mark Teal. I'm an architect. I designed 6 duplexes in Corona del Mar last year alone, and I've got about 5 others in design right now, so I have some familiarity with this area. I believe that the massing should be mitigated for houses in the city in general, specifically the 3-story. I specifically think that the covered decks should comply with the interior setback. I think that was a small oversight on behalf of the 2010 zoning code to be able to extend a roof deck roof within the beyond the setback that's required for a livable space on a 3rd floor. I think was something that should be revisited and applied in the zoning changes. Covered roof decks are popular. There is some impact that happens to the building when you do a 3rd floor covered roof deck, because you end up lowering the ceiling spaces in the lower spaces. You sometimes end up with 8'4" ceilings, say on a 2nd floor, as a result of them. So people are, there is some price to pay to get them. But they're super popular because people want to have more outdoor space. We live in Southern California. It's great climate, as we know. As somebody just mentioned, we also are a little bit more afraid of the direct sunlight. So to get rid of and not allow any kind of covering on roof decks, I think would be very unfortunate. But I do think that more opening around the perimeter of them, how staff comes up with that formula to make it simple to measure so that it can be applied fairly is going to be tricky. But I would think open on 50% of the perimeter of the roof deck would be a necessity.
to try to keep the spaces more open. And I look forward to the updates in the zoning code. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, don't see any more. We've had a wonderful input. All right, let's bring it up here. Comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep. So, a couple things. On SB 330, the two issues. One is the design standard. It's pretty easy if you look at the way the objective design standard is phrased. We'd be able to deal with the roofing issue, I think, without any problem. If we start going into the issue of the buildable square footage, and this also I think goes into the RM, so the design standard will apply prospectively. Interestingly enough, the reduction in massing, they anticipated that councils might want to change things right now before January 1st. So actually the issue on the downzoning issues, and it's a lot more discussion on this, but it actually applies, it's an analysis of what you do after your zoning as of January 1st, 2018. So that you actually have to go back and look at January 1st, 2018 as your benchmark. So the governor hasn't signed this yet, but if you go back and look at the assembly votes and the Senate votes, I think it passed by something like 80 or 90% in each of those. And the California League of Cities hasn't come out and opposed it, so I think it's going to get signed. So as we're kind of moving through this on the RM side and also the buildable space issue, I think this is something that we're just going to be dealing with, and frankly we'll probably be dealing with in lots of areas of the city because, to Denise's point, Newport Coast, it doesn't have this issue, but it has a lot of HOAs and CC&Rs, and I think when people are most upset at the council is when we're being asked to be the HOA for the city. And that's a really bad spot to be because we really didn't run for an HOA board. Because have you ever been to an HOA meeting? Anyway, but the point is that I think that's where we start getting into major problems is when we start taking on the role of an HOA. I mean, people move to areas because they don't want to be in an HOA, and some people move, and admittedly all of District 7 moves to an area because they want to live in an HOA. So it's really that choice we get into when we're moving down this path. So I think it's going to be really easy to get through on the cottage preservation issue. I think it'd be really easy to do the setback on the deck roof issue. I'd just be really cautious about, on a going forward basis, dealing with the RM zoning issue and then also the square footage issue.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I really appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem pointed out. I agree, but for different reasons, more property rights than legislation that's pending. I don't want to see a reduction in the billable square foot, but I do want to see setback requirements, whether it's the zone that we're talking about, specifically Corona Mar area, the RM, or whether it's homes on Balboa Island, because it's never the intent, in my opinion, that it would feel like you're being crushed by a large wave. These buildings feel like they're just overcoming you. So I actually prefer just having setbacks completely rather than trying to reconstruct the best rule for covered patios, because I feel that it's still, even with a nicely open covered patio, sometimes it feels like it could be make the structure look a lot taller than it is. But I'm willing to see, I like to see what the staff presents. So that's the direction I have. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield, do you want to speak, please?
Thank you, Mayor. So I was intrigued. I was going to ask about hiring an architect that did this kind of thing, because they're good at it, and ask them to be on our side for a minute. But anyway, I heard him say putting 50% opening on the perimeter of anything you put on the roof. That sounds pretty good. Is that something that, well, I shouldn't ask, never mind. Is easy to enforce is what I was going to go after. But I also agree with our Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and I like the cottage solution. I think that's good, and also the setbacks. So thank you.
Mr. Avery.
And in the RM zone, I still think ideally we get to where we don't restrict the height from where it is now, but I think it would be good for everyone to have the setbacks on that third floor, just to reduce some of the massing, but still enable those folks to fully utilize what they've got, except for the they can put umbrellas on the deck or whatever. But that's a little bit of a compromise there. Thank you.
Anyone else, Mr. Herdman or Ms. Brenner?
I would just like for us to really consider anything that requires more personnel, because I don't think there's the sentiment on the council that we're going to hire more people to enforce our codes, and we already are at a place where we can't adequately enforce the rules that we have, and it also encourages neighbors to have to report on neighbors. So I really hope that we can come up with things that are obvious, don't require neighbors to say, call in and then us to provide more enforcement personnel for things like that. And I do have a concern about what Jim was talking about and the Coastal Commission and us allowing R3 basically properties to go down to R1 properties. I'm wondering how the Coastal Commission is going to vote on that. And I think Simone and I had talked about perhaps if you've got an RM piece of property and you want to develop it to the maximum, then it's a 3-unit property. And if you want to go down to an R1 or R2, that it goes to those levels, because we really can't be encouraging people to go to an R1 when we need more housing units in the city, and the Coastal Commission is going to be watching that really closely. So I think those are things we really need to consider.
Thank you. Mr. Herdman, did you want to make a comment?
Just let you know where I'm coming from. I support the step back. Very much appreciate the work you've done on cottages. Excellent solution on that. And RM, I'm not going to say anything right now. Thank you.
Okay. Brad, did you want anything else?
Just a comment that, whether it's on the harbor or in our community, every time people want more code enforcement. And so I think it's something that we should probably think about. And obviously it's, we don't want to be out there draconian on everybody, but at the same time, there's a fairness issue here where people have taken advantage to the detriment of our community by not following the deal that we presented and enclosing their spots, and it's obvious. It's easy to spot, and so I think we should really go after that to the point a couple speakers made. Otherwise, it just continues, and it's not right for people who follow the code and stay within the boundaries, and it also impacts, of course, the view shed of neighbors, and it does harm sort of what we're all talking about here is the neighborhood look and for lack of a better word, the charm of the community. So I don't know if we need to hire more code enforcement or maybe change our priorities, but I know the code enforcement team is flat out all the time. There's lots of things to go after, and I don't know what the solution is, but we've got a very active city, a lot of building going on, and I think residents are asking for help, and I know they're also asking for help on the harbor. Thanks.
Okay, let me try to sum up, but I also have a couple questions just to clarify. One of the speakers made a comment about one of the properties that is an the size of an R3, but they accomplished the height by widening the setback, so that allowed them to go higher. Explain what it is I heard. No?
No, unfortunately, we don't have any information on that, no.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay, another question related to R3. Why, if you could please give me the history of why the code allows you to go from R3 to R1. I have no problems with R3 in an R3 zone or an R2 in an R2 zone. Why did we commingle R3 to R1? Because just as there are current projects pending now before the zoning hearing officer, because it is in conformance with the current code. I know specifically that property on Lido that's going from 2 duplexes into 1 single family, 14,000 square foot home. Why is that commingled? I have no problem with the multi-unit, but why combine it into a R1?
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not unusual to allow less intensive use on a property that allows a higher intensity. So, for example, a multi-family residential zone, you could theoretically have a 3-unit structure on it. And it's not unusual for zoning codes for any jurisdiction to say you're allowed to have a single family in a multifamily just because it's less intense. It creates less of an impact to the
Great.
community.
But then how about, why isn't it being built to R1 standards? And
I just asked Jaime because he's been here longer than I have. It's been like that in the code for several decades. It's not something resulting from 2010. You know, and again, it's allowed as, again, when you drive past a multifamily, sometimes, as one of the speakers said, sometimes you can't tell it's even the 3 units or 2 units or 1 unit. And hence, that's why they just said, okay, you can build it. Here's the height for the RM. You could build it a single family to greater height, because driving past it, you can't tell whether it's a single family or duplex.
well, yes and no. I mean, I see some of those, and they're massive. So let me just kind of go down the line there. On the cottage, I think there's wide agreement here that those proposed changes are good. On the decks, I think we're all in agreement too. Wider setbacks, open space. I don't even think there's a roof necessary. In fact, when I was doing my learning on all of this, I live on Lido, and speaking of CC&Rs, and I've said this before publicly, this is what we're going to run into again. The older sections of the community that are older sections are not part of a planned development unit. They're not HOAs. I don't know if this is true under SB 330, but these new laws that are coming down from Sacramento that are sucking the life out of our communities, potentially, only apply to the older sections of our community that are not part of HOAs. And that is a confined, high density, already part of our cities. I said this earlier, months ago, on the accessory dwelling units. No one's building accessory dwelling units in Newport Coast. They're building them because they have HOAs. No offense, I'm not.
None taken.
But so we in Corona del Mar, on Balboa Peninsula, and Newport Heights, the older part of the community is going to be, these communities, villages, are going to be taking the brunt of these new mandates coming from Sacramento to increase density. So I want to be careful of what we're getting into here. I do know, as I mentioned, Lido, so I look around Lido, we do not have third floor decks. We have open space. People have patio furniture on the roof, just as someone was mentioning. That's very nice to have your patio furniture. You have an umbrella. They open and close it. It's not affecting anybody's view plane. So I just really wonder why we have created this rooftop structural deck situation. So I think I'm strongly supporting any kind of mitigation of what we've created, and to bring clarity, just as Carmen was saying, substantially open. Well, let's not have, when we go into our new general plan, let's not have words like substantially. We have to be clear, because as we see, loopholes become prolific. Mr. Beek made some important comments. Actually, he and Charles Klob, both we've been together all day at the airport, and then the Board of Supervisors, and now here dealing with our community stresses. I'm very taken with his comments that he's been fighting this battle since 1985, and his representatives on these respective councils all these years really have not taken heed. So I want to be sure that we are listening to the people. And yes, there are two sides to every story. I'm not trying to, let me say it positively, affirming. I want to respect property rights, but I don't want to create situations that are harmful to our overall community. And now on the R3, I hope we're not talking about affecting anybody's property rights, but I don't know if those property owners are wanting to go to R1 or R3 or R2. I have no problem with one or the other, but they can't be, in my opinion, they can't be all things to all people, because I think it is impacting our community. So I'm very taken with Mr. Beek's comments about I mean, life changes. It's 21st century. Life goes on. We've got a lot of people in our community, but let's try to protect what it is that makes this community special and really what creates property value in our community by protecting our homes. I don't know if this illustration here is something that really enhances our community, in my personal opinion. So to restate, cottage, yes, the deck setbacks requirements, make sure it's clear and succinct, open decks. I'd like to explore more the R3 to R2 to R1. Is there any way without taking any property rights, but can we restrict that usage? And I love what Mr. Beek said, or somebody said about a 75-year nonconformance, or 100 years, so that we get the back to square one. I think, and the third, on the R3 or R2 or 1, if we're not successful on the R1, just create some design standards for articulation so that we don't have this massive wall that is an eyesore and unpleasant to look at if there's some architectural detailing and articulation. And I don't care for, let me say it affirming, there are a number of architects I've spoken with in the community who agree with setting these standards. And Mr. Becker is one. I don't know if he's in the audience today. He lives on the Peninsula Point. He is an architect, and his clients want to keep within the intent of what our residential zoning codes have been. So I appreciate being informed by that. So I just want to be clear that we are careful with how we are going forward and not trying to over-affirm property rights, but also let's respect our community, our neighborhood rights. And how do we codify that? I guess that's the question. And keep our character of our community. That I know that's in the general plan, the 2006 general plan. I know those words are there. We are a community of villages, and we need to respect that. Okay, if I've missed anything, Mr. O'Neill, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't, we're certainly not unanimous on the issue of a rooftop on the deck. So to the extent that's an issue, I would suggest that if we were going to get rid of that in a code, that every person on Balboa Island and every person in Corona Del Mar receive a postcard saying so, because I'll bet you that we would be in the vast minority when it comes to having the popularity of having those on a deck. I'm not saying we shouldn't have the setbacks, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have the opening, but if we're going to tell people that all of a sudden all of the rooftops, all the roofs up there or coverings of any kind are non-conforming, and then if you want to do it in the future, you can't, I think some more people will show up. So I'm just going to say I wouldn't support that.
Ms. Brenner.
Will just made a good point, and I think that we should go out into these exact communities and poll them and find out how the people who actually live in these neighborhoods feel about it, because quite honestly, like those of us who live in these neighborhoods on this council seem to be in favor of limiting the rooftop decks, and some of the people that don't live in these communities seem to think that it's not a good idea. So I think it's really important that we ask the people who live under these conditions what they think about it.
Okay, and Mr. Herdman.
That's doable. That's very doable.
What is doable?
Going out to the community and getting their input. I remember when Ed Selich came to the island, held a community meeting when the city was considering changing the zoning on the island. And there must have been 200 people in the room all asking that the zoning remain the same, and it did. The council at that point in time did nothing about it, and they haven't since. So that is doable to get that kind of input from communities.
Good. All right. Mr. Muldoon.
Well, I just want to say I don't think Mayor Pro Tem was referring to my comments, just in case, for the record. I still support covering your patio. It's just that any patio covering would be set back, but the patio itself would not be set back. And the patio still could be covered with whatever equation the city comes up with for the sake of exposed walls. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
So in my community, we always had a patio. Patios were quite large, and as time went on and people had started to move permanently, the patios diminished and diminished to almost nothing. So the rooftop deck became the patio, right? So to suddenly change that, I think this is a move that is tough, because the consensus is that they want more livable space down below, but they do want to access the sun because of our great weather. So we've seen a lot of roof decks. We have in our community right now, we're talking about this very same thing, and struggling because people have taken advantage, and so we're going to add the setbacks, and we feel like that's not taking away too much, and so they can still have a covered roof deck with 50% open sides as a way to get out, enjoy the outside. Because, and as houses get taller next to each other, if you did have a patio, it's dark most of the time. So having the ability to get up and above, I wanted to put one in there, and I was told that there's no roof deck that doesn't leak. Is that about the truth? So
That has other issues.
So it scared me. But anyway, thank you.
Mr. Avery. I agree with that. So it's just kind of hanging in the air.
Yeah, so it's light, it's not a heavy mass, and once you put a wall on it, it just changes it, so.
So if we could figure out where we end up with that minimum wall, but being very clear. All right, I think we've exhausted this issue. I want to thank everybody for being out here today and continuing to provide input and trying to be respectful of property rights and zoning codes and trying to get to the history of why the zoning code changes. I will take you up on that, Denise. I would like to know what was behind all that. All right, so thank you very much. Now we have public comments. If we haven't had enough, we have public comments on agenda and non-agenda items, so please come forward.
I have PowerPoint. Good evening, Council. I am Hoyen Yip. So tonight at Laguna, a staff report asked the Council to give the green light to start the work of coming up with a plastic ban. How did Laguna get ahead of Newport? In the past 2.5 years, I gave presentations all over the county, and Newport was the only proactive agency. 5 of you supported the effort at different times. I gave 6 presentations to the Water Quality Committee. We discussed the ban in details. This actually all started at a watershed meeting when Duffy said we should have a document, ask restaurants to move away from plastics. So I did it, and then Brett said we should have some signs. So that's one of the signs. But it was decided to keep it an NGO effort, me going to restaurants. So I recruited some city council candidates in other cities to do the outreach too, and some got elected. Now, this set of ideas we came up with in April last year, some of them became bills, and this NGO document is co-branded by some other cities. So officially from Newport to San Clemente, Newport has the weakest and fewest trash ordinances. And the next 3 cities all said plastic ban is the next thing to do. So tonight is a starting point down south. Why have we been milking it? 1, political will. 2, the Water Quality Committee does not always have a quorum. So, Council, if you believe Newport is or should be the number 1, tonight, please make this a future agenda item. Have staff bring a draft ordinance to Council, bypass the Water Quality Committee, Orange County is taking off now. I have thought for a very long time when I should retire from trash. I think this is a very good point. Cities can take off from this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please, on non-agenda item.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. As you know, I always try to improve the transparency of the closed session agenda. Tonight on the agenda, for the public in general, there is an item that is just a mysterious address somewhere that the city staff is asking you for advice on a reasonable price to pay to purchase that property. And I would just point out that I looked up what the address is, and the address is the location where the city of Newport Beach operates an animal shelter. And perhaps that could have been on the agenda, that was what it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll come back here. Mr. Harp.
Thank you, Mayor Dixon. The City Council will adjourn a closed session to discuss items 4A and B, including meeting with legal counsel to discuss the possible initiation of litigation in regards to one matter, and meeting with real property negotiators, Grace Leong, Simone Georges, and Lauren Whitlinger, to provide direction to them as to price and terms of payment in regards to the property located at 20302 Riverside Drive in Newport Beach, which is owned by 20302 Riverside Drive LLC. Thank you.
Thank you. We are recessed until 7 p.m. All right, we'll get started now. Welcome to our regular session. I call the meeting to order for our it's not August 13th, it's September 10th, regular city council meeting. Madam Clerk.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Is there a closed session report, Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor Dixon. There's no closed session report this evening.
All right, we have an invocation by Pastor Phil Eyskens, Lighthouse of Costa Mesa Church of the Nazarene in Costa Mesa, and will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Council Member Avery. Please stand. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, esteemed City Council, I always consider it a privilege to be able to stand in these chambers and offer a word of encouragement and invocation in this great City Council. You may or may not know it, but I pastor the church where the current temporary bridge shelter is for homelessness in Costa Mesa. So I applaud any efforts that you guys make towards making a difference in this really difficult issue that we face in our time. But I was made aware just a few days ago of something very interesting, and that there is in all of our 50 state constitutions, without exception, an appeal or a prayer to the Almighty God of the universe. Through all 50 state constitutions, there runs this same appeal and reference to God, who is the creator of our liberties and the preservers of all our freedoms. Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we stand before you tonight so thankful. Thankful for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon this great nation and in this great city here of Newport Beach. Father, tonight I pray that you might give this council wisdom and the citizens of this great city wisdom, that in all the affairs that they have to deal with. God, I pray that you give them the decisions that benefit the entire community. And Father, again, thank you for this day and that you've given us, and we pray this in the name of your Son. And everybody said, amen. Thank you.
Please join the council in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
Now is the time for City Council announcements, new items council members would like to be introduced for future agendas, and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. My wife and I attended a great event put on by the Newport Beach Historical Society at one of my favorite places, the Moose Center in the Back Bay, and their staff was great. They had tremendous displays and information about sort of the early days in the Back Bay and the landing by the PCH bridge. Great photos and a very good little talk on history, and that was fun. And I also had the pleasure of chairing the Aviation Committee for Councilman Herdman, who could not attend. And it was I thought, a very good meeting, and I learned quite a bit about the airport again. And also with Council Members Brenner and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, we had a homeless task force meeting. And I also sat with some very smart people on the housing subcommittee for the homeless task force. Thank you.
Mr. Duffy.
Thank you. In the interest of a long meeting, I'm going to forgo any announcements tonight, so thank you.
Somebody wants to get home early. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Yes, on Sunday, I joined a group of activists and runners for what's called the Tunnel to Tower 5K. It commemorates the victims who fell on 9/11, and there's emphasis on the first responders. One of the firemen told a story about losing over 300 of his colleagues in the New York Fire Department. Our own fire department and police officers were there to show support, as well as the Explorer program. And it's just a nice reminder that we have those who are willing to put their lives at risk to protect us, and we're very grateful for them, and we will never forget the victims of 9/11.
That's very nice. Ms. Brenner.
I attended a roundtable on mental health organized by Congressman Harley Ruda along with Councilman Herdman and my two of my task force members, Gene Wagner and Terry Moore. That subcommittee on education and outreach has met 3 times this month. As we do each month, Will, Jeff, and I attend the Corona Del Mar Residents Association meeting on the 3rd Thursday of almost every month, and we give updates on issues affecting our city and listen to the concerns of our citizens. And all are welcome to attend that. It's at Oasis, and it's at 7:30 in the morning on the 3rd Thursday. CDMRA President Debbie Stevens and I, along with one of our city engineers, Mike Sinacori, attended a public scoping meeting at the Orange County Sanitation District to learn about their facilities master plan and future projects which will affect Newport Beach. I met with Craig Smith, Lily Meziers, and Bob Taylor of the Citizens Climate Lobby on sea level rise. Jeff, Diane, and I met with some of the stakeholders on our proposed short-term lodging issues, and another meeting is planned. I believe I have a slide on that outreach meeting for September 16th, and that is a stakeholders meeting where we're going to talk about short-term lodging as it affects our community, and it should be attended by people who, not only those who have short-term lodging rentals, but also those who live near them. And there is the potential for us to have 10,000 more short-term lodging units in Newport Beach, mostly in our multifamily zones. So it's a meeting that is really important that people attend. I also attended a community outreach meeting, the one conducted by Jamie Murillo on our community development standards, and great turnout on that. The members of the Friends of the Corona Mar Library met to check out the very first materials. We've got some slides on that at the Corona Mar Library prior to the opening. Karen Carlson and Lynn Doe and her young daughters had made financial contributions to provide all new materials for this branch, and so we thought it was only right that they be the first customers. So they checked out some materials, and her little girls were so excited. As part of my education for the Organic Waste Recycling Working Group, I toured the CR&R anaerobic digester facility in Paris, California, and asked Councilman Herdman to join me because he had not seen that facility. Our committee in the near future will be making recommendations to our community about how we go forward in meeting the state standards, and so it was important that we see this. It's such an impressive facility, and they are agreeable to providing tours for members of our community. So the CR&R facility, the anaerobic digester in Paris, California, and we saw how they get to the final product, which are those bags of compost that we buy at Home Depot. So that was pretty interesting. And as Brad's alternate for the Orange County Sanitation District, I've been needing to tour the Fountain Valley Waste Water Recycling and Recovery Center, and I was finally able to do that this past week. So I invited two of our community members who are very interested in the purple pipe distribution of water, Charles Klobe and Nancy Scarborough, to join me. And so we toured the facility with General Manager Jim Herberg, who explained that they hope to be at a 100% recycling of wastewater within the next couple or 3 years. And he also is agreeable to doing community tours of that facility. It was so fascinating. So I appreciated having Charles and Nancy with me. I later met with Tom Collister, who's been very active in our CERT program and is very interested in our Disaster Preparedness Council, and also spoke with Matt Brisboy on the same topic, and I believe Grace will be bringing this emergency council issue back to the council for public discussion in the near future. I met with Jane Roon and Bob Evans of the Jasmine Park Homeowners Association to do a tour of their community. Kevin and I met with Jean Walt and Karen Howell and Sharon Esterly of the Friends of the Newport Beach Animal Shelter to discuss the future aspirations for that shelter. Will and Aaron and Leilani and I met on our election reform subcommittee, and we have refined the changes that we anticipate recommending. Now it's time for us to talk with the community about these changes and get input and suggestions for you. So we have a meeting scheduled for October the 14th at 5 p.m. in the Central Library. It's in the Central Library Friends Room, I believe. And that's a time for the community who has interest in election reform issues to come to us and share with us, look at what we've done, and then give us your input and let us know how that looks to you. I also attended the second annual Oasis Car Show on Saturday morning, and it was a beautiful day. Their first one had been in the rain, so congratulations to Mike Zimmerman, Friends Board Chair, who came up with this idea. I had lunch with my Newport Harbor High School mentee. It's my first time being a mentor. Brad and Will have been mentors for Newport Harbor students in the past, and they recommended it, and so far this is going to be a really interesting experience. I went to the Chamber Expo and CERT event that was held here on the Civic Green on Saturday. Saturday night, several of us were invited to the Newport Shores Block Party, and we got to visit and dance to the old-time surf music that they were having there. Finally, on Sunday night, I, along with Brad and Julie, went to the Youth Center, and they were doing an event. Bernie Svelstad and Peggy Fort organized this, and it was to talk about the book that's being published on the history of the Back Bay and how the Robinsons saved the Back Bay when there was development planned for that whole thing, I believe. And so it was an evening on the bay, and it was honoring the Muse, and there will be a book. It's coming out in October, and that's it.
All right, now it's
So
your-
I got to cross a lot of things off my list because of their report.
I did too.
We did a lot of that together.
I added you. I said your name.
All right. I attended and gave my report on council activities at the monthly Chamber Government Affairs meeting. I met with 3 constituents, I believe the same 3 that you did on sea level rise and pending legislation. Our mayor and myself held a meeting with Supervisor Steele on the pending requests for proposals for the General Aviation Improvement Program. I held a meeting with 2 of the Aviation Committee members. This is a new committee. They have some ideas on the direction they'd like to see this committee move. Several of us attended the police department badge pinning ceremony. I toured some potential homeless shelter sites, chaired the monthly Tidelands water quality meeting. And during our study session today, one of our constituents spoke to the council about the need for an ordinance in our city, or to begin looking at the formation or the creation of an ordinance in our city to deal with single-use plastics and the ban of them in our city. This is a topic that is on next month's water quality meeting agenda. It is something that I'm hoping we'll be able to form a subcommittee on, do some work on, and it might possibly end up with a ordinance being recommended to the council on single-use plastics and the ban of in our city. I also attended the Green Disaster Preparedness event this weekend. Newport Shores, their invitation to all the council to attend their end of summer party. It was great. And then today was a big day at the county. We attended the Board of Supervisors meeting where decisions were made on the RFP for the GAIP. Mayor Dixon spoke, I spoke, and about 18 members of our community spoke as well, trying to influence the RFP process. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So, Corona Del Mar Residents Association, Newport Beach Chamber, Government Affairs, Newport Beach Fire Department had a badge pinning ceremony. If you can ever find out about those when they're on our website, come. It's fantastic to see the families of our first responders, especially usually a spouse or significant other, pinning. It's a lot of fun. Then the Wake Up Newport, actually with our new fire chief, got up and spoke. His first time. It was fantastic. I also attended the Oasis Cars and Coffee event. Again, if you can go to that, go. I brought my son, who just turned 5, and we saw a 1922 Ford over there. He could not believe that there were cars built before his grandparents were born. And then we had a we had a special meeting last week. Some of you were there. Just for everyone in the audience who wasn't there, or didn't read the articles online, the directions that we gave, we were talking specific about site locations. The directions we gave, we took Pine Knot off the discussion. We gave direction to staff not to consider the coastal zone at all, because if we did and it got appealed, it'd go to the Coastal Commission, and that would take quite a while. The first direction is to negotiate at the Campus Drive location. If we're going to negotiate on the 16th Street property, it would need to come back and get direction from council first. We also asked staff to review the city's corporate yard, which incidentally probably will be brought back for discussion, potentially action, at our next meeting, which is the 24th. So keep an eye on that. And then as a reminder, the questions on, and I said this at the last one, if you have questions about enforcement at all, you're more than welcome to reach out to our police department. You can reach out to the city council. We'll probably talk to our police department first. I hope we would at least. And then we've got a task force, homeless task force meeting next week. The discussions at the homeless task force focus mostly on long-term solutions. So if you want to come to that and talk about those, by all means, please do. And I've got a couple slides just real quick. Orange County Water District. So this is where a lot of our water comes from. I took a site visit over there. So it's right next to where the Orange County Sanitation District is. So you actually take the Orange County Sanitation District water, kick it over right next to the property at the Orange County Water District, and this is what's called the groundwater replenishment system. It actually takes all the sewer waste, eventually becomes clear water. So let's go to the next slide. So So down at the bottom right is Mark Vukovic, who's our utilities director, and me drinking the water that actually came out of all of the sanitation. Now, don't worry, that's not actually what goes in your pipes, although it certainly could, but that actually goes back in the groundwater because most people really can't wrap their arms around the concept of drinking water that actually came. Anyway.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, I did. It's fine. Anyway, and then the next one. So tomorrow we've got a blood drive actually. So for September 11th, Lincoln Elementary School is hosting a blood drive. By all means, come. Next slide, please. Tomorrow, I'm also hosting office hours from 8 to 10 a.m. in the Newport Coast Community Center. I host it there because, quite frankly, a lot of people have never been to the Newport Coast Community Center and have asked me, where is that, when I tell them where the location is. So if you'd like to come talk, Jim and I usually recap the weekend of football scores. Just kidding. No, we don't. Anyway, but it's a lot of fun, so please do come up if you would like to come. And then next slide. If you live in the Spyglass Hill area, Sunday there's a meet and greet picnic. Please RSVP to it. It's that one's also a lot of fun. And then next slide. Thursday, the Newport Beach Chamber has its Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner. It's actually sold out, but maybe you can have some friends sneak you in. Thank you.
Well, one of the advantages of going last is everybody is pretty much. Do you want to do one more?
Forgot one thing. This Sunday, is the annual carnival held on Marine Avenue on Balboa Island on the main street, and the Taste of Balboa Island. So it's open to the public.
We are obviously
I
an
forgot something
involved
too.
community. Ms. Brenner, go ahead.
Leilani, could you put the slide up about the meet and greet at Sherman Gardens? There is also a meet and greet in Corona Del Mar coming up. Okay, there's a meet and greet there, and if you go to that website, you can get your ticket ahead of time, and it's $15. The really nice thing is that everybody wears the name of their street on their name badge, so you can meet your neighbors and find out who really lives near you that you don't even know yet.
That's great. What a great idea. All right, just in the interest of time, I'll kind of skim through a number of things, but let me lead with Mr. Herdman mentioned our Board of Supervisors meeting, so for those of you who are interested in an update, let me just read to you my official statement, which actually I've given to the media today. So today, the County Board of Supervisors moved forward with a request for proposal, RFP, for full and limited service fixed-based operators, otherwise known as FBOs, at John Wayne Airport. The RFP approved by the board includes the land use restrictions that will guarantee light aviation will be present on a significant portion of the airport. The biggest issue that was decided by the board today was whether to include additional specificity in the RFP regarding what structures will be built at the airport. The board struggled with this issue. However, based on their discussion, it appears many of the supervisors want to maintain the current mix of general aviation at the airport. While the City of Newport Beach asked for more specificity to be included in the RFP to provide clear direction to potential lessees, the board felt constrained by the law from setting forth the precise facilities and mix of structures that would be built at the airport. The city has examined the legal issues and believes its request for more detail and specificity was appropriate and well within the law. While we're disappointed that our requested details did not get included in the RFP, we do believe the supervisors understand the needs and desires of the communities surrounding the airport and the needs of the Southern California pilots, the small plane pilots. Now that the RFP is finalized, our work continues, and we will work directly with the FBOs who will be submitting bids to the county in the RFP process and continue to communicate diligently, relentlessly with the county. We will, of course, oppose any proposal that does not support our community's best interest. So it was a mixed bag today. They clearly listened to the community. As Mr. Herdman said, there are about 18 people who spoke, but they felt constrained by their county council's opinion that they could not incorporate the specificity that we were asking for. So we'll keep plugging away at this. I'm very grateful for our staff support, City Manager Grace Leong, Tara Finnegan, who's our airport guru, Grace and the city attorney. We were all there supporting one another and trying to give the Board of Supervisors advice. Limited success. All right, a couple of fun things are happening in our community. Last week, among many other events I attended similarly to my colleagues in Lido Village. I know you're all over there because we have wonderful restaurants and shops. We have a new building that is really an iconic old building. It used to be, for those of you who are older, Mr. Avery, was it Citizens Bank that used to be there on Lido, right on the water, in the 1950s, called Citizens Bank? Or Duffy, what was it? Newport Balboa Savings. Okay, thank you. It is now the Innovation Center of SAP, which is a computer software company. It's based in Germany, but operations all over the world, and several hundred, literally 700,000 employees. One of the best things about it is their founder, chairman, CEO, is also a proud sailboat owner whose boat is in Newport Harbor. And so he likes coming to Newport Beach, and so his company now has an innovation center in what used to be the Balboa Savings Building, it's not just an office building for people of that company. They now have opened, and this was the opening event, called Hana House, and it's a new coffee place, and it's open to the public. And more than just a coffee place, it is a community place for you can meet people for meetings, enjoy coffee, other beverages, and just enjoy a beautiful sight on the bay, on the harbor. So Hana House in Lido Village is a wonderful addition to our community. Also, I have some announcements for the library. Newport Beach Glimpses of the Past at the Sherman Library opened yesterday, their exhibition, a special exhibition, in conjunction with the City Arts Commission, presents Newport Beach Glimpses of the Past, a special exhibition of historic photographs and other items from the archives of Sherman Library on display in our library gallery. For over 50 years, Sherman Library has worked to preserve the history of Newport Beach, and these historic photographs in Newport Beach, Glimpses of the Past, represent a small fraction of the tens of thousands of photographs and documents and maps relating to Newport Beach in their collection. So it really is a treasure. So this is September 9th through November 1st, so it'll be here a while during library operating hours. Also, we announced during our study session, but I'll announce it again, it's International Literacy Day, the 12th, September 12th, from 10 a.m. to 12. There'll be a celebration in the Friends Room at the Central Library and celebrate. We have so many dedicated tutors and learners and supporters of the Newport Mesa Pro Literacy Program at this annual lunch program. And you can get more information at literacy@newportbeachca.gov. Concerts on the Green. Our next one is, it's not the last one, but the next one is September 15th, which is this Sunday. Flashback Heart Attack. Sounds fun. So these are, and you know the concerts on the Green are such fun, so it's wonderful. Actually, Marina Park I left the Newport, I must have left before you got there, the Historical Society 50th anniversary at the Back Bay Conservancy, Newport Bay Conservancy. I've left from there on Sunday to go over to Marina Park with the Tijuana dogs, and they were having a hot town time, and it was just amazing. I think there were over 1,000 people there on the beach. Fantastic, beautiful evening. Boats were lined up along in the harbor, and everybody was rocking out and having a great time. But there will be a Neil Diamond tribute on September 29th, again at Marina Park, so mark your calendars. So 2 great outdoor concerts coming up. Let me see, the new Marina Park Sailing Center has added that was the 5th concert, so that's going to be. And then I have one other announcement. Since I represent District 1, and that's our beaches, and I see all the time how hard our lifeguards are working on the beach. So I asked Chief Halfide to give me the date. I don't know if he's here. Is he here tonight? He is. Thank you, Chief. So this is remarkable data for our community because we served our visitors. So beach attendance during the months June, July, and August, just these 3 months of the summer, 4,348,000 people visited our beaches. Preventative actions taken by our lifeguards, 58,895. Total lifeguard calls for service, 101,000 calls for service. Surfing enforcement, 11,000. Boat warnings and assist, 225. Public assist and contacts, 25,000. Our lifeguards work hard keeping our beaches and our water safe. We are very grateful. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to keep our community safe. For our 4.3 million visitors, on top of our 87,000 residents who are probably down there as well. So thank you, lifeguards. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. All right, I think. Oh. I think that is it on announcements. Now, are there any matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda? I think there is one. Do we have 3 council members to bring back an item 4 to develop a sign and messaging program throughout the city that discourages giving money directly to panhandlers and encourages donations to programs that offer services to assist persons experiencing homelessness? Mayor Pro Tem, you have comments to make on this? No?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, so if we all understood to deal with positive contributions to offset panhandling, let's affirm that we want to see this back on a future agenda.
That was unanimous.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 19. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action. If item number 4 is pulled, I will need to recuse myself due to real property interests.
Okay. Any items to be pulled from the consent calendar, Mr. Avery? Mr. Duffield? Mr. Muldoon?
A couple items, Mayor. I'd like to announce a conflict and recusal on item number 7 due to business interest in telecommunications. This item could include telecommunication technology. Lodge a no vote on item number 8 for the cost of this change order and the expensive reputation of this particular consultant. And just as a comment, I would like to thank the Parks, Beach, and Recreation Commission for listening to the residents, Balboa Island especially on item number 19, and thank Walt Howell for a positive motion that was passed, I believe, unanimously by that commission.
Ms. Brenner? None? Okay, Mr. Herdman?
I don't have anything I want to pull, but I do need to register a recusal on item number 19 because of real property interests within 1,000 feet of Marine Avenue on Balboa Island.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have none.
And surprisingly, I think it's one of my first recusals, item number 5, because it's a matter related to my residence, not mine, but a nearby neighbor on Lido. So number 5, I will be recusing myself. So Mr. O'Neill, do we have a motion?
Okay. I move the...
Oh, wait, I do need to recuse myself on item number 12, Aaron tells me.
Okay.
And that's based on real property interest.
Okay. So I have I'll move the balance of the consent calendar. Actually, I'll move the consent calendar with items number 5. Okay, I'll do this one more time. I move the consent calendar with item number 5 showing a recusal from Mayor Dixon, item number 7 showing a recusal from Councilmember Muldoon, item number 8 showing a no vote from Councilmember Muldoon, item number 12 showing a recusal from Councilmember Brenner, and item number 19 showing a recusal from Councilmember Herdman.
I'll second the motion.
Public comments on the consent calendar for items that are not being pulled. Please come
Mayor
forward.
Pro Tem O'Neill, can we also add the amendment to the minutes?
So moved. Is it okay with the second?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you should repeat the motion.
All right, we have public comments on the consent calendar on items not being pulled.
Denise Oberman, Mayor, Council members. I'm not clear on whether item number 8 is being pulled or there's a vote. I'm not that well versed in what Councilman Muldoon you did, but can I go ahead and ask a question for information and clarification about number 8? It has to do with the economics, and I have just simple questions.
Go ahead.
What informational questions? One is I would like to know what Economics is. I'm not familiar with the firm and what services they perform for the city. It's my first question set. My second question set is what is the current term and authorized fee level for that firm for its services? We've got the proposed delta here, increasing the term of the contract to 2025. I'd like to know from what to 2025, and also increasing the contract by $750,000 to an amount in excess of $1 million. So I would request answers to those questions so the public can understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get to that. I'll come back to that. Any other questions on items pulled? Not pulled, excuse me. Either one. That's it.
Thank you, Council. Jody Bowl, founder of Balboa Island Preservation Association. I just wanted to thank the Council and the PB&R for doing such an excellent job at our meeting that we had, and for the support of keeping Marine Avenue quaint and historical and keeping the majority of our trees. We look forward to working with Micah. He has been very receptive to our community, and we have been very involved in this process and will continue to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Order. My name is Shauna Consman, and I'm from Lido Isle, and I'm the vice president of the Homeowners Association.
Are you speaking on number 5?
Yes.
No. Okay. Well,
No, you have to.
I have to go. Okay.
You have to leave? Okay.
All right, I'm taking the meeting over. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank the council once again and the Newport Beach staff for all of their efforts on behalf of Lido Island. The Lido hedge height is our issue this evening. It seems to be a never-ending conversation on our island. There are two basic sides to this issue: the line of sight and safety versus privacy. As a board, our ultimate goal is equality for enforcement purposes. The city height of 42 versus a CC&R change in 2001 to 60 inches on Lido has presented unrest and dissension in our community. Our desire is to be in compliance with the city, so enforcement isn't a discussion or a lawsuit. Would the change to 60 inches provide enforcement from the city of Newport Beach as well, is the question we ask. And my second comment on this issue is the term front setbacks. As noted throughout Resolution 2019-78 and in Mr. Jurgis's staff report dated September 10th, 2019, implies all front setbacks. This quest is focused only on strata front setbacks, unique to interior Lido. Should this pass as written, it would include waterfront setbacks and street edge, and a large percentage of interior street-to-street locations. To reiterate, being in line with the city to provide enforcement of hedge heights is our ultimate desire. Thank you.
Thank you. So is anyone else speaking on item 5? Okay, come on up.
Scott Souders, 725 Nord. Our community voted to increase hedge heights to 60 inches. I've been a real estate lawyer for over 43 years in Orange County and 25 years in Newport. And I represent homeowners associations. You'll have to understand how difficult it is to get a homeowners association to meet the criteria for voting to increase to 60 inches. The reason is we value some privacy. We don't want to live in fish bowls. these are small lots. So some people say, well, we want to look into your house as we walk down the stratas. I moved from Newport, or from Laguna, I built a house on an acre with extreme privacy, and I talked my wife in after my daughters got married to move to Lido, and I love Lido. But I said, look, we're buying this house. It's got a 5-foot hedge around. We have privacy. I can watch my sports. I can watch my horse racing. No one will know anything. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about a 42-inch hedge. That's not the way I want to live. If I wanted to live like that, I'd move to Mission Viejo. We all have the same brown houses, the same tiles. There's got to be some I mean, come on. And I talk about this. Our community has already decided we want 60 inches. It's not a safety issue. I've got, and unfortunately, I represented as an attorney in a litigation my neighbor down at the end of the strata who was being sued. And so now that person who we defeated has brought 3 different complaints about my hedges to the city. I've just resolved the last hedge height. So I am picked out. There's over 400, or I shouldn't say, over 300 people that have hedges in excess of 42 inches. If everyone is brought into this homogeneous 42 inches, these little baby hedges, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people on Lido Isle. Let's have a little bit of common sense. Give us a chance to have a little bit of privacy. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Okay. Is anyone else speaking on number 5? Okay. Come on up. Just to be clear, that this item is recommending 60 inches, and we haven't pulled it for discussion, so I think it's going to pass, but go ahead.
Mr. Kenninger, we live on Lido Isle. I think the item number 5 should include protection from the property line from neighbor to neighbor, and as long as you're talking about the strata, this amendment should include the protection or the relief from an abusive neighbor who doesn't trim their trees, and it encroaches over onto your property, and it becomes expensive for us to trim their trees, and there should be some relief, and I would like that included in this bill.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any other speakers on item 5? Okay, I ask only because normally we would wait until the very end, but with the mayor being recused, it makes sense to just do this very quickly. So the only other question I wanted to make sure I had asked following up on Ms. Conselman's comments was the question about the setback. Simone, did you catch the question that she had?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. I believe the question was regarding focusing more on the strata and not on the front setback, and that's the intent. Tonight's item is just an initiation of code, so we haven't written code yet, but we took her input, and that's where we're going to focus on.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Conselman, does that answer your question? Okay, fantastic. Okay, I'm sure we'll work with you on that. All right, so what we'll do is we'll bring the mayor back in. Sure, come on up. 1 second, Aaron. Please don't do this, by the way, during regular public comment. It's easier to do this on the front end on this particular item. I'm only mentioning this because if you come up and speak, you can only speak once, but it's a lot easier on an item like this where initiating code change, just to clarify it. Go ahead, Ms. Conselman.
I just want to be sure that when and if the height is changed to 60 inches, that we are able to use the City of Newport Beach for enforcement of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't answer that because the answer is yes. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. All right, we'll bring the mayor back in.
All right, any other public comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none? All right, let's vote. Oh, is there oh, I apologize. Could you wait till you get to the microphone, then identify yourself, please?
Oh, hi, Mary Fitzgerald. I had a question on something that is being pushed ahead on the agenda calendar, which was the panhandling issue.
Yes.
So that won't be addressed tonight?
No, that's just going to be, it will be, we agreed to agendize it on at a future meeting.
But is that, there's no date yet set?
No,
for that?
we just did it.
The 24th.
Probably the 24th?
The 24th.
Okay.
Okay,
Next
thank
meeting.
you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? All right, we'll vote on the consent items. Consent calendar. There was a motion by, and then Mr. Herdman, second.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for item 3, ordinance number 2019-13, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach adopting Planned Community Development Plan number PC 2018-001, amending the San Joaquin Plaza Planned Community located at 850 and 856 San Clemente Drive, and ordinance number 2019-14, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach approving development agreement number DA 2018-005 for the Vivanti Senior Housing Project located at 850 and 856 San Clemente Drive. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, now we'll have public comments on non-agenda items. Are there any public comments on non-agenda items? If so, please come forward and identify yourself.
Denise Oberman, Mayor, Council members. I'm here to comment on a representation that was made by city staff approximately 3 council meetings ago, maybe 4, relative to the city's regulations as to side setbacks. I had made a testimony. The mayor had asked for a response from city staff as to what the standards were. City staff had indicated there were no fire standards. I did provide a clarification in writing to the council. I did go back with my council and review the city's ordinances. In fact, to refresh staff's recollection, the fire and safety clearance standards are embedded in the zoning and the building codes, and I cited the numbers in my written comments. So I know that a number of members of the public and some of the council members also question this, because how can the city enforce setbacks if there are no setback standards? So I did want to make certain that all members of the council are aware that the city does have regulations and that we respectfully request that those regulations be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on non-agenda items?
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. And I wanted to, since the Coastal Commission is going to be meeting here for the next 3 days, I wanted to try to clear up what I think is perhaps a misconception about their power over Newport Beach that has arisen out of the discussion about the homeless shelter. It was repeated here tonight that we were not going to consider any location in the coastal zone because any action that we might take in the coastal zone could be appealed, and there would be a lengthy hearing process before the Coastal Commission. It turns out one of the major objectives of the Coastal Act is to keep control local so that decisions will be made locally. And within the coastal zone, there is an appeal zone and there is a non-appeal zone. And many properties, including the Pine Knot Motel, are not in the appeal area. If a private development was being considered there, it's up to the city to decide whether it complies with the Coastal Act or not, and that local decision cannot be appealed at all to the Coastal Commission. However, there's a kind of, you might call it a loophole in that. I don't think it's a loophole. You don't want cities to be approving their own things, so if it's a public works project anywhere within the coastal zone, if the city itself is undertaking a project, and it's over a certain dollar amount, that can be appealed to the coastal zone. So a public shelter there probably could be. However, as to the issue of homelessness in general and what could be done privately, I did want to mention that that meeting last Wednesday, like the one tonight, began with a prayer. And many religious faiths advise their adherents to comfort the afflicted. And any religious organization that currently owns a property zoned PI, private institution, has a state-mandated authority to be able to operate a shelter just as the pastor who is here tonight, his property has done that. That is subject only to some objective standards. There can't be complaints about them doing that. So the city should not be feeling totally guilty if there are no shelter beds in Newport Beach. It's not totally a government obligation to do that. Likewise, our hospitality industry, which I think Gary Sherwin has told us, they don't like seeing homeless people on the street. If they have rooms, they privately could offer those rooms. I don't think it's entirely a government issue of providing shelter, and the lack of shelter is not totally the fault of the city government. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Please come forward.
Mo Garkani. Actually, a resident of Newport Beach for 40 years, maybe not as long as Mr. Duffy, but I've been here my whole life, love the city. And I've actually been to Washington, D.C. a bunch of times, trying to deal with the major problems in the country. I've never thought there'd be any issues in Newport Beach until this same issue that this gentleman before me started speaking about, the homelessness. I know you just announced that there were 4 million visitors in Newport Beach this past 3 months, but I'm sure there probably would have been a lot more, because I personally, I'm in a board of the California Visitors and Tourism Bureau, and I know for a fact every time I come home nowadays, it's not so much the homeless shelters, it's just a matter of people urinating on the side of the red lights. I bring people home from all over the United States as well as outside the United States, and it's just, I just don't know what's the immediate action that the councils or the mayors or anybody in this area is going to take. I actually talked to about 100 of my close friends that would be happy to start a committee to try to deal with this, but it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And I know you guys have, I heard Mr. O'Neill said he has a meeting, and we're going to keep having these meetings, but what's the immediate action that's going to be taken just not till next year, but this year? Where are we going from this? I mean, we're just going to push it under the rug and see what's the government going to do. I've been on the D.C. I'll talk about it in Washington, D.C. I was in Sacramento. I talked to 3 different Congress people in Sacramento to try to get some help. The city itself, Newport Beach, has got to do his own thing. You see, Laguna has 3 shelters. Well, good for them. But there was no problem in Newport Beach, at least as long as I remember, in the past 40 years. And again, I'm not against homeless people. I'm sure people have issues, but what is the solution? Where can we go immediately within the next month or the next 2 months, not in 2020 and 2022? Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. We'll answer that shortly. Thank you. Next public comment, please. Why don't the folks just line up here so you're next in line, and you could position yourself at the next lectern there.
Hi, City Council. My name is Fred Sotomayor. I reside at the Villa del Este condominium complex located at 401 Seaward Road on East Coast Highway. I'm here to talk about the potential disaster that the city faces in Buck Gully. If anyone's seen Buck Gully, it is a disaster waiting to happen. I know the city sends out a letter each year asking the residents to clear vegetation at least 100 feet from any framed structure. But from my vantage point, that is not being done by a large majority of the homeowners. Some of that vegetation comes right up to the structures themselves, and with fire hazards being 24/7, 365 a year, it is a disaster waiting to happen. And with all the eucalyptus trees lining Poppy, if those things go up in smoke and flames, there's a lot of the old cottages, the frame cottages still existing on Poppy and throughout the city. Those things will go up like crazy. And it's a disaster waiting to happen. And I wish the city would put some teeth behind that memo. Right now, I think what happens is the city sends out a memo, and the residents lining that ridge really don't do anything about it. Now, I'm not saying no one does anything about it, but to the extent I'd say it's about an 80-20 in favor of not doing anything. And they probably just sit around and say, well, we'll just wait and see what the city does. And I don't think the city is really enforcing it to the point where they're fining people. I don't know how you guys would enforce it, but it's a disaster waiting to happen. I would hope the city would please put some teeth behind that letter that they send out. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come down and seriously, to tell us this. And the fire chief is sitting right back here, and I'm sure he's listening.
Well,
and
I've talked to the fire department.
Yeah.
And not to throw anybody under the bus, but they say their hands are tied. You got to talk to the city. So.
All right. Well, you're talking. All the members of the city staff, senior leadership, are here. You on the record, and I appreciate you calling this to our attention. And Mr. Jurgis is here, who is responsible for code enforcement. Do you want to step up to the microphone there, Mr. Jurgis, and just respond to code enforcement in the Buck Gully?
This is regarding the Buck Gully vegetation.
Yes.
So
clearing.
The clearance, yes. So if there is any issues, typically fire department maintains and does the inspection for the clearances with regards to Buck Gully, because these are kind of fire zones. Now, if there's any issues with regards to violations or potential violations, I mean, we're happy to take the case. We have a code enforcement staff, and we'll react to the complaint.
Well, I'm sure that's happening, but I don't think there's any really teeth in the procedures that are current right now, because if you look where our backyard is on our complex is, you can look straight up Buck Gully, and probably from my vantage point, I don't see anyone that has cleared any brush at all.
So let's not get into a debate right now. I appreciate you've now stated your message. It's on the public record. I know Mr. Jurgis will follow up and make sure. Maybe we do need to do a more targeted communication or enhanced communication to all the residents who align that property, and
Diane,
we'll do it.
Diane.
Please, before it's too late.
Excuse me, Ms. Brenner.
This is something that we need to bring back to council to look at, because Jeff is here, and Jeff could probably answer this better than I, but I know when we hired the fire marshal that he is supposed to be looking at the regulations and the enforcement, and something happened at council a few years ago when I wasn't here, where they instructed the fire department not to, there were things grandfathered in, and they didn't enforce it to the letter of the law. So it's something that especially
specifically
so I'd like, can we ask Jeff if he what he could say about that, because this is something we can't wait on. It's fire season is here, and we really need to find out about it right away.
Okay, new fire chief, you're on the line here.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Boyles, the new fire chief. Ms. Brenner's correct. We hired a new fire marshal in January, and his job was largely to take on those issues with the weed abatement, the hazard reduction. We've been working with the homeowners associations, working with code enforcement, Simone and his group, and I'd be happy to talk to you outside a little more. I'm going to the CDM Residents Government Affairs on Thursday, and Kevin Bass, our new fire marshal, will be there as well, if you're interested in attending that.
Where's it at now?
The Bahia Corinthian Yacht Club,
Oh.
7:30 to 9 a.m. So, and I'm the featured speaker, and Fire Marshal Bass is coming with me, because I assumed that conversation would be coming up
On what day is that now?
this Thursday.
Okay.
And if not, I'll give you my information out here, and we'll go into a little deeper of some of the issues that we face. But we are addressing them. Ms. Brenner's correct. The last few years, this has become a heightened awareness to us. So we are working through some code adoptions and some other things that we're trying to do. Unfortunately, getting out in everybody's property and doing all the hazard reduction that you're referring to is a pretty steep hill to climb, but we're
I
working on
understand.
it.
Yeah, hopefully something can be done before it's too late and we're standing over here saying, I told you so.
Well, I thank you very much for calling it to our attention. I think you've got everyone's attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, I'm Angela Ashmore, Crystal Cove neighborhood. And last night, my husband was at the, yes, that Angela Ashmore. Last night, my husband was at the mayor's meeting, and we were told that the panhandling issue was going to be discussed tonight. So I understand it's been put off again.
No, it hasn't been put off. The process began tonight. It wasn't put off. It was initiated.
Okay.
And as Mr. Mayor Pro Tem just stated, it will be on the agenda for September 24th meeting.
All right. I have 24th written down. However, since this whole homeless thing in regard to the kind gentleman who wants churches. I think that worked at one point, but at this point it has become law in our state that each city has to have a shelter. It's been a year since that proclamation, and we are still scratching around at what site. So I am deciding, since I was chased down the street by someone, called the police. Police waited a half an hour, pointed out the man. Police did nothing. A week later, that same man was chasing my daughter and her children down the street. So something needs to be done. We need to take our city back. I am so sorry for these people that have found themselves in such despair, but it cannot be at the expense of the rest of us. Go on Next Door Neighbor. I'm new to it. It's disturbing. People are watching people shoot up drugs in the dog park. They can't walk their dogs. They can't. Why do we put statues and artwork up? It's a farce. It really is. It's a farce. We can't walk there. I was in Fashion Island last winter, and it was so cold I felt bad. I don't usually do this, but I thought I'm going to buy this woman something to eat. I was outside of R&D by Neiman Marcus, and she didn't want food. She wanted money, and she started urinating right there in front of R&D. These people need help. I get that, but the first step is the police, and our police have to be encouraged by whatever means, I don't know, to step up, make the arrests, let people know in this town they cannot panhandle, they cannot chase women and children when they're coming out of the bank. And he watched me go in. It was terrifying. And they cannot defecate and shoot up in the public. I think it's time that the citizens take this city back. I want to do it through this council. I want to do it through legal means. I read that legal brief, Mr. O'Neill, that you disseminated somehow, and I get it, okay? I guess it's a constitutional right in California. We do have a different Supreme Court now. It might be a different outcome. But at this time, it's a constitutional right. In the brief, the judge stated that there were other ordinances that might serve their purpose. I don't know what those ordinances might be. If we have legal, perhaps we could look into that. No loitering. Used to be around when I was a teenager, you couldn't hang out, couldn't stand on corners. I watched that man who, on Next Door, people know his story. He's been out there for years. He's not homeless. He just makes more money doing that than working. So, panhandling, we'll see you on the 24th.
All right.
Next time I call the police, I wait a half an hour. When I'm chased down the street and I'm having heart palpitations from it,
Okay.
I expect someone to be arrested.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is there any comment you want to make? No, thank you. All right. No clapping, please. Okay. Yes, sir. Next comment.
Yes, hello members of the Newport Beach City Council. My name is Ron Meskis, and I'm the father of a NAC, Newport Aquatic Center rower for 4 years. I'm not here to talk about the ongoing criminal investigations, the multiple lawsuits, or any of that. There's been multiple people up here the last couple of years. I wanted to come from it from a different perspective and just pass on some of the impacts of your failure to do what's in your power, and that is to remove the NAC board. Collegiate rowing, especially for women, is in a golden age. Because of Title IX, there are more scholarships and aid packages available for women than ever before. And the sport continues to grow with more opportunities for both men and women. The college coaches know that the Newport Aquatic Center is a corrupt organization. They know it is mismanaged, with many complaining that they can't even get a response when they call to try and recruit an athlete. Last year, one of the coaches of an elite program told a rower entering her senior year, if at all possible, don't go near that boathouse. College coaches now routinely refuse to recruit athletes unless somebody from the organization, such as Newport Aquatic Centers, introduces them or recommends them to the college. Once we lost our NAC director, our rowing director, because he wasn't part of this corrupt board, We saw a continuing decline in the number of colleges that were coming to our organization, and hence we've seen a decline in the number of scholarships and aids to the girls that row there. Some of the graduating kids came and spoke to you earlier this year, but now many rowers are too afraid of Billy Whitford's culture of retaliation to appear here. I compiled some of the quotes from them and promised to read some of them to you. There's only 3. Number 1, I don't even go there this summer. The whole place is so negative. They keep stealing from us. The coaches are no good anymore, and Billy finds the best or fires the best one and hires a bunch of idiots. I wish there was another club where I could row, but there isn't. 2, we're just kids, but how can we be expected to understand adults getting caught red-handed, doing all the kinds of evil things that they do down there? And nobody does anything about it. They sold a national seat to a parent. We all know it. Nothing happened, and I just don't get it. 3, I can't believe how much they are now charging us to row, especially when the program is in a continuing decline. My parents flipped out. You have to pay an exorbitant fee just to have the ability to sign up. Fees have gone up over $1,000 in 2 years, and the money isn't going to the program anymore. I could literally compile hundreds of these quotes from individuals, but you get the general theme. What do we tell the kids? How can the city council justify these people or not do what's in their power, to do the right thing, to do what makes common sense, to do what seems to be logical? And this is from the perspective of a large majority of the NAC parents. So thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments on non-agenda items? Seeing none. All right, we'll open a public hearing on resolution to appeal of the Reed residential variance for 113 Kings Road. And so, Mr. Jurgis, you want to present? Well, this is an appeal, so this is a process. I don't have that in front of me, but anyway, so we'll hear the staff report, then we'll hear from the project applicant, then we'll hear from the appellant, and then we'll talk to the council, and then we'll open it up for public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct, absolutely.
Okay.
And you have an opportunity too. It's a de novo hearing, so you can control the hearing. If you want the applicant for rebuttal to the appellant, you can do that also.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Simone Jurgis, your Community Development Director. This item, it is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval from May 2019 at 1113 Kings Road. Madam Mayor, you already went through kind of the process. I have Jaime Murillo with me. He's the principal planner that's worked on this project. He's going to go ahead and give a presentation, and then we'll hand it off back to the City Council. Jaime?
Thank you, Simone. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. As Simone mentioned, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a residential variance for property at 1113 Kings Road, which is in conjunction with the construction of a new single-family home. Before I get into the variance itself, I'd like to provide a little bit of background and context to where the property is located and its settings. On this slide, you can see an aerial of the subject property and its existing condition. It's located on the south side of Kings Road in the Cliff Haven neighborhood, which is located also above the commercial strip in Mariners Mile. This provides a just different perspective of the property. As you can see, the properties on the south side of Kings Road are located on a slope, which generally slope down from Kings Road down towards the bottom of the slope along the back of Mariners Mile. The properties on the north side of Kings Road are actually located on a slightly higher elevation than the street. This slide shows the existing development that's characteristic of the properties on the north side of Kings Road. On the north side, you'll typically see the homes consist of 2- and 3-story dwellings that take advantage of the higher grade. On the south side of Kings Road, properties consist of either 1- or 2-story developments, as shown on the slides here. In terms of grade, however, the subject property is unique in that the grade does slope in multiple directions. So as you can see on the area on the top half of the slide, generally most properties maintain a slope that is in a consistent direction from the top, sloping down towards the bottom of Kings.
And Madam Mayor and City Council members, if I could just direct attention to that photo, that topography and that gully feature is really the basis of the applicant's filing of the variance. And this is something that the Planning Commission took into consideration. So I just want to put some attention and focus on the topography of the property here.
Right, and so pointing out on that lower aerial, you can see the direction of the slope varies. So not only does it go south, it also slopes to the east there to the property. And so there's that gully feature, which Simone mentioned, and that is significantly steep in that portion of the lot. This is a photograph of a street elevation of the existing property. However, point back. So on the left-hand side of the home, there's a taller RV type garage. That garage did receive a variance in 1976 from the Planning Commission to allow for that garage to exceed the allowable height. And it was based upon the topography of that gully. So that garage on the back end of the home above that gully is approximately 31.5 feet tall. Also, the property to the right there on the aerial, that property is actually more significantly impacted by the gully. It's almost entirely located within that gully, and that also received the variance back in 1973 for the home, which to allow approximately 45 foot of height. And in 1989, they received the second variance to allow for the extension of some decks, which measure approximately 36.5 feet tall. But this is the subject project in the proposal that the applicant is seeking to construct. As you can see from the street elevation, they've designed a home that appears as 2 stories from the street elevation. The allowable height for single-family homes in this district is 24 feet for flat roofs and 29 feet for sloping roofs with a minimum 3 12 pitch. So along the street elevation, the home appears approximately 3 to 4 feet less than the maximum allowable height that would be allowed in this zoning district. But as the home slopes down towards the rear, the upper levels do step down consistent with the topography of the slope to maintain a consistent building envelope. The proposed size of the house is 10,800 square feet for the dwelling, plus an additional 1,500 square foot 4-car garage. And there is a 3rd level that does daylight on the bottom level, but again, it's not visible from that street elevation. Again, due to that gully feature, the applicant is requesting a variance. And so there's 6 required findings for a variance, but these 4 on the slide are generally the main findings that need to be made. And so 1, there needs to be a special or unique circumstance that affects the property. And due to that unique circumstance, it deprives the property owner of privileges enjoyed by others in that same zoning district. However, the variance itself cannot be viewed as a granting of special privilege that gives them rights above and beyond what others in that zoning district would be entitled to. And lastly, the variance cannot be detrimental to the community or surrounding properties. And so I'll go through the project and how it addresses each of those findings. And so again, just highlighting the main constraint or unique feature about this property is that gully feature that is kind of highlighted in the yellow shading on that bottom left slide. And again, on that bottom right slide, you see the differing slope in the topography of that lot. This, on the top half of the slide, you can see this is like a side elevation. If you cut a section along that side property line, that western property line, where the buildable portion of the house is located, the lot slopes not too bad. It's only about a 5% slope. But if you cut a section along the eastern boundary line, where that gully is located, as you can see, there's a significant drop in the slope. So under the buildable area of that lot, or on the proposed structure, the property slopes about 25.5%. But in the goalie at that deepest point, where represented by that red dot, the lot slopes 40%. So it's pretty significant and steep. And in fact, the difference in grade from one side of the property line to the other side of the property line is about 20 feet difference. So on this slide, you can see the effect of the goalie has on the design of the home. So this yellow kind of plane that is over the house represents the 29-foot height, the maximum height limit, or the maximum height envelope that would be allowed. As you can see, the structure generally complies with the height limit. In fact, is significantly below the allowed height as viewed from the street. However, where that goalie is located, you can see it best on the left side elevation, the height envelope dips down consistent with the goalie feature, and as a result, the back portions of the structure penetrate the height limit. Again, this is different perspectives of the home or different elevations. So on the right side, the house is 100% below the allowable height limit. And again, the picture on the bottom, it's the rear elevation is viewed from the back half of the property, or what you would see from Mariner's Mile. Again, everything complies with the allowable height limit, except that little corner where the goalie feature is located. This helps illustrate, again, in more detail, the elements of the structure that exceed the allowed height limit. As you can see, generally the home, the livable areas of the home exceed the height by approximately 1 to almost 2 feet in height. There's a covered patio here on the main level of the home that does exceed the height by approximately 3 feet. And then, kind of hard to tell, but in this area here, this is a patio or deck, and the allowable deck rail, or the required deck rail, exceeds the height by approximately 4.5 feet. And then that height limit is the 24-foot flat height limit. On this slide, you'll see this is an aerial or a roof plan view of the proposed structure. The areas shaded in yellow are the areas of the home that exceed the 29-foot sloping roof height limit. The areas shaded in orange, it's a little hard to tell. These are deck areas that exceed the 24-foot flat roof height limit. And this exhibit helps illustrate the constraint that goalie provides in trying to develop a two-story home across the entire buildable width of that property. So in order to avoid that goalie, the property or the home would actually have to be set back an additional 15 feet from that side property line, which would then limit the buildable width of the home from 90% to 72% of the lot. In terms of the effects of the variance on surrounding properties and the effects that it would have, this exhibit helps illustrate how the front of the house is viewed from Kings Road, which is what a lot of the comments we've received, and how this project would impact private views is visible from Kings Road. As you can see on this slide, the whole front of the house complies with the height limit. It's actually below the allowable height limit, but the areas of the roof that are being requested to exceed the height limit are actually located towards the back of that conforming structure and would not be visible from Kings Road. However, it would be visible from the property next door, and so those upper levels have been stepped back an additional, actually it ranges, but I think an additional 2 or 3 feet from the side of the building to reduce the mass and impact on the neighbor. And then lastly, the covered patio on that main level, again, it consists of open elements, and it's 100% open on those two sides, and that again helps reduce the mass and visual appearance of the structure from this elevation. As I mentioned, the Planning Commission did review this project at their May 23rd meeting. They did review and consider public comments and ultimately voted unanimously, well, 5-0 to approve the variance. There was 2 abstentions. Ultimately, at the end of the conclusion of the meeting, the Planning Commission felt that the private view impacts, again, that were being raised were not created by the variance itself, and that the impacts are really created by a conforming design that complies with our code. They did find that the property did have a unique condition given that goalie, and they found that there was sufficient facts to support the findings. However, this project was appealed by Stop Polluting Our Newport, or SPAWN. The reasons raised in the appeal are based on these bullets on the slide. The first was a lack of a community meeting. There was a lot of community comments at that Planning Commission meeting, as well as from 2 homeowners associations that were requesting that the property owner provide more outreach and host a community meeting. However, our code does not require community meetings, and we complied with the process that our code sets forth as far as public hearing notices. Also, the HOA in that area in Cliff Haven is a voluntary association. Another point raised was that the project encourages construction over a coastal bluff, and there's been a lot of comments submitted regarding that as well. I do want to point out that this bluff, although historically was a coastal bluff at some point in time long ago, it's no longer subject to marine erosion, and it's not subject to a lot of the protections that are put in place in our current zoning code for certain bluffs that are identified for protection. And so unlike other bluffs in the city where we have a bluff overlay that protects and establishes specific development limits for homes on a bluff, this segment of hillside or bluff is not subject to those. And in fact, the property owner does have the right today, by right, to develop all the way down the hillside without any discretionary review. Another point was that the project does not qualify for the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA exemption. The project does fall under a Class 3 exemption, which does allow for the construction of a new single-family home. And staff does not believe that there's any unique or special circumstances in this case that would not allow for the use of that exemption. The appeal also states that there is alternatives to the variance, and staff recognize that as well as the Planning Commission. However, ultimately, the Planning Commission felt that there was adequate facts to support the variance, and that goes to the last point as well. And so that concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending that we conduct a de novo public hearing. The council find the project exempt from CEQA, and that you adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, are there any comments from staff? From the council before we go to the appellant, or the project, excuse me, let me get myself right. Any comments from council? Seeing Mr. Avery.
I've never seen anything like this with all the letters coming from both sides, and the neighborhood so torn up over this. It's really something, and very good report on this. It just seems to me there's a little bit of history of the homeowners on the downside of Kings Road trying to work with neighbors and get the heights right, and but times have changed, and I know some of those homes are they were limited in their ability to go up 2 stories, but it just seems to me why not work, because from the report the variances are fairly minimal, but they seem to have triggered some concern from the community, a lot of it actually, and so I wonder, why not try to solve for no variances? How much effort would it have taken? Would have been a lot. What am I missing here? It probably would have been a lot more expensive to produce a home with no variances when you have a sense of where the community is going on this. Any thoughts on that?
I think, Councilmember Avery, I think there's probably, it's a good question that the applicant probably can answer as far as...
I look forward to it.
Yeah, as far as, how do they approach the design, and what are the impacts that they have, and what are some of those constraints that they're working with?
Yeah, because, there's there is the code part of this, and then there's the neighborhood part. And a variance is an ask, and it seems to me, I actually asked for a variance in my home 30 years ago, and the notes went out, and I was really worried about getting negative comments, and I received none, and it wasn't a big project, but if I would have gotten some, I would have really tried to work around that. And I'm sure they have, and I know there's an awful lot of work that went into this, but given the sensitivity of it, I think it's almost you're almost compelled to deliver a project with no variances, and then we wouldn't be here tonight. It's really an unfortunate situation in this community where we have to go through this, and of course there's been many like this, it's a very sensitive issue in this town now with all the things we've got about height, and there's more development going on all the time, and it's large homes, and he absolutely has the right to develop that square footage, there's no question. And the other side of this, if we all look at real estate, everyone has, when we bought our homes, there's positives and negatives, and that gully was a definite negative. And so you knew that if you wanted to build a big house there and use that full lot, it was going to be a part of the equation, certainly financially and design-wise. But given the pushback, I'm just surprised that there was no solving for no variances. Thank you.
Any other questions up here, comments up here? All right, why don't we go to the applicant, the applicant's representative. Please come forward.
Actually, before the applicant goes forward, it might be a good time to go ahead and announce who people met with and do your ex parte disclosures.
All right. Mr. Avery, have you any ex parte?
Yes, I've spoken on the phone with the applicant, and I've also spoken on the phone with Ed Selich.
All right, Mr. Duffield.
Same thing, same.
Mr. Muldoon.
I met with the applicant at the address in question. I met with a neighbor who, although is not a part of the appeal, is objecting to the project.
Okay, Ms. Brenner.
Yes, I met with Mrs. Reed and her consultants, Shauna Schaffner and Ed Selich, and I also met with the neighbors next door, Gus and Fazia Azadian.
Mr. Herdman.
Same for me. However, the neighbor on the left was also present at the meeting I had. So there were both neighbors on either side of the property were at the meeting I had with them.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Same as Councilmember Brenner.
I met with the applicant, Mrs. Reed, and her consultant, Mr. Selich, and had kind of a confrontation on the street as I was leaving by one of the neighbors. And then I have corresponded with a number of the neighbors concerning their concerns. All right, let's go. Yes. Okay. All right, applicant representative, please come forward, identify yourself.
Hi, good evening. Shauna Schaffner, Chief Executive Officer of CAA Planning, representing the applicants. Before I get started, I'd like to request a point of order for this hearing. Because this is an appeal, I would like to request time for rebuttal at the end of the public hearing in order to respond to issues that have been brought up by the appellants. I'd like to request 3 minutes if that pleases you.
Well, actually, you're really under no time constraint to present this, but 3 minutes would be fine on the rebuttal.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. So again, Shauna Schaffner, CAA Planning. Mr. Maria has provided a really thorough staff report tonight, and so I'll try to avoid duplicating his efforts. And I would really like to thank Jaime for his involvement in this project. I think he has made considerable contributions that have made it a lot better. So we are here tonight to ask the council to uphold the approval of the variance made by the Planning Commission back in May. That vote was 5-0 with 2 abstentions. And here we have issues presented by Spawn in their appeal and responses. I will not go into each of these issues. This appeal seems to be a philosophical objection to the word variance. We have neighbors across the street who would like to see a single-story residence. We have neighbors to the west who would like to see no further development on the site. Neither of those are issues of the variance. And yet we have an appeal by Spawn objecting to areas of the project that are not visible from Kings Road and that do not seem to impact these immediate surrounding neighbors. And so this is a challenging issue that we're going to be facing tonight, and we wish we weren't here having to defend this. It's an interesting appeal that Spawn has made against this single-family residence, and nevertheless, we are here to defend it. On the issue of mansionization, the variance does not increase the floor area. The size of the house does not get bigger by virtue of this variance. The issue of the coastal bluff, as staff have said, this is not actually designated a coastal bluff, and the variance has no bearing on how far down the slope the house could terrace. However, upholding this variance will provide the city with certainty related to the location of the house on the bluff. The environmental impacts. Single-family construction is categorically exempt from CEQA. There has also been technical analysis to confirm that there are no significant impacts in this case. Any perceived detriment due to the mansionization, views, or other issues that you're going to hear about tonight are not because of this variance. And that's an interesting case for the city to be in. So we'll bring it back to the property. The property is outlined in black here. During my presentation, I will refer to different directions. The north is at the top of the image. The east is where the variance is located. You see the gully in the red. South is the Coast Highway side, and west is on the left side of the image here. As you have heard from staff, there is a 60-foot long, 28-foot deep gully, creating a hardship which severely restricts the development on the eastern portion of the site. In the area of the gully, the height limit is not expressed as a horizontal line. Rather, the height limit is a steeply sloping surface. The variance is requested for small areas of roof and deck railing that, while descending, get nicked by the height limit. Areas where the variance is requested are below the height-compliant portions at the front of the house. So there are 3 areas where we request a variance. One is the upper-level eaves. The second is the upper-level deck and railing. And the third is the first-floor office and covered patio. The largest encroachment above the 29-foot height limit is at the entry level. So even a single-story home would need a variance on the eastern side of the property. And I think this is a critical point. Even a single-story home requires a variance on the eastern side of the property. For context, as staff have said, there is an existing variance on the property. This is to accommodate the RV garage. The rear of the garage requires the increase in height. The height of that approved variance is for 31 feet 5 inches. The height of the proposed variance is 32 feet and 7/100 of an inch.
Could I just go back and ask a question to your
Yes.
previous slide, just to clarify? You said even a single-story home would need a variance. So there is currently a single-story home there. Was there a variance to build that current home?
Yes, and well, so the home was constructed in 53. Later, a garage, an RV garage, was built on that, and in 1973, the city did.
I mean, this is
approve
the
a
current
variance.
home we're talking about. The
Current
subject,
home,
the
yes.
subject property.
The subject property has a variance.
Okay. The same variance?
For 31.5 feet, and we are requesting 32.
Okay. All right.
And then also, as staff mentioned, the immediate neighbor to the east, that's 1101 Kings Road, there are 2 variances for that property because of the shared gully. That residence is over 45 feet tall with covered decks 36.5 feet tall. Okay. In reviewing this project, as I mentioned, city staff identified multiple changes, and we have completed 8 separate plan revisions since March. This includes removal of exterior decks and covered patios, removal of an enclosed room at the rear of the house, redesign of the upper level layout, reduction in footprint of the upper level, change to the central roof ridge and creation of more roof valleys, and a reduction in height of the eastern roof ridge.
So let me just ask a question then. So you've done 8 changes. Were there more that could have been done to eliminate the need for a variance altogether?
Without eliminating, so I think that the answer to that question is there are ways that the front of the house could be more heavily developed. The the western portion of the house could also be more intensely developed. We felt that those would be significantly more impactful than this current design, and so would provide more massing at the street, which would be more of a view impact from Kings Road. It would provide further development on the western side, which, while height compliant, would block views of adjacent neighbors. And so while those could be done by right, they were viewed as not very favorable alternatives.
I mean, this is just a difficult property to develop.
Well, the gully is deep, and yeah, there's...
That was known to the property owner, applicant.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, as was the existing variance and the 2 variances next door, and I think 9 other variances on Kings Road where there is very challenging topography. So in limited instances, it is appropriate when there's a hardship. The hardship is the application of the city's strict height limit. This is generally represented as a horizontal plane to this steep gully. That is precisely the hardship. You cannot build anything in that gully. And whereas the majority of the homes on Kings Road are built from side property line to side property line, including single-story structures, this property could not do that without a variance. So a single-story structure, property line to property line, couldn't happen. And staff pointed out you would need a 19-foot setback in order to accommodate that.
It was a difficult piece of, that's what I said at the beginning, it's a difficult piece of property to develop your dream house on. I mean, it's kind of a mutually exclusive desire.
Yeah, but I think, Madam Mayor, the important thing here is the design is trying to be sensitive to people that can actually see the house. So from Kings Road, you could push further to the street. That would be bulkier. It probably wouldn't be as attractive and compatible with the neighborhood. You could develop further on the west. Again, you could do that without a variance.
Or you go down the hill.
Yes, and you could go down the hill, which is a point of the appeal. And so that also wouldn't please the appellants. And so this is a tricky one.
Okay, proceed, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Okay, so here's the front of the house as viewed from Kings Road. The eave, kind of highlighted in yellow here, is 19 feet 3 inches. And again, a variance is not required for this section of the house. You draw a straight line to the back of the house, and suddenly the eave needs a variance because the height limit is so sloping. So this is, I can't think of an easier way to project it. The front of the house doesn't need it. You draw a straight line. The back of the house needs the variance. And here's a view simulation showing the front of the residence. The areas requiring the variance are behind the height compliant front of the house, and you cannot see them from the front of the house. Now here's the rear elevation. The areas that require the variance include the upper level eaves shown in yellow. So those are those eaves that in the front, you don't need a variance. Suddenly, you need a variance here. In the blue, this shows the deck railings and deck feature, which has a lower height limit, which is why that deck is caught up in the variance request. And then also in the pink, and I apologize, this is a little hard to see, but right below the blue, there's a small sliver of pink, and that is the entry level, so the first level that also requires a variance. Now, related to the variance findings, the Planning Commission made these findings without equivocation. There are 30 distinct statements of fact in your resolution supporting the 6 findings. This is very thorough. The hardship is clearly established by the strict application of the city's height limit across the gully. And the perceived detriment due to mansionization, loss of views, and other issues are not created by this variance. Okay, so again, the areas requesting the variance are not visible from the front of the house. The front elevation is designed several feet below the height limit to be sensitive to the neighbor's concerns. The first level has the largest area affected by the need for the variance, and so even a single-story component couldn't be developed. And the variance, again, does not increase the floor area. So we are requesting that the council vote yes to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of the variance consistent with the staff recommendation. The issues raised by the Spahn appeal are not a result of the variance. And again, we apologize that we're here having to have this fight in front of the council. The Reeds have done extensive outreach with their neighbors, and we could not find a design that would satisfy everyone. It had to be single story for some. There had to be no variance for others. Some didn't care about the height, but again, didn't want to hear the word variance. So this was a very tricky situation. And with that, I will conclude my formal remarks, but again, I would like to reserve time for rebuttal, and I'm available for any more questions.
All right, thank you. Any other comment from the applicant? Then we'll go to the appellant. Anyone here representing the appellant? Come forward if there. Is there an appellant representative? Or, okay, the gentleman's coming, all right.
Bruce Bartram, president of Spawn, the organization that brought this appeal. The neighbors...
Are you talking to the microphone, please?
All right. The points that were addressed by the applicant's representative on our appeal that was filed with the city, that was filed in haste in general requests and objections to the project. Since then, we retain the services of Chad & Brown. I would hope that the city council had read those objections. Basically, we find that this doesn't meet the state law requirements concerning the granting of a variance, that there has to be a hardship shown by the applicant. In Mr. Murillo's presentation, he doesn't mention the square footage of the variance, the amount of surface of structure that the variance pertains to. I had an email exchange with Mr. Murillo. The amount of extra structure to the roof or wherever is 353 square feet. This out of a total single-family residence of 10,803 square feet. That's a big home. If you didn't grant the variance, that would be diminished, that home, by 353 square feet. That would leave 10,450 square feet that they would have to live with. In order to grant the variance, you would have to find, and I would put this in the findings, that the loss of 353 square feet from this structure is necessary, to grant 350 square feet is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights of the applicant. Frankly, Spawn believes, and common sense believes, that is absurd. There is already a single-family residence there. The variance that was granted had to do with the garage and not the physical residence itself. Apparently, this situation is analogous to an owner of a Ferrari saying that he has to top off his gas tank, which is already full. Otherwise, if he can't top off his Ferrari, he can't operate his Ferrari effectively. That's not really a good argument. Councilman Avery has talked about the dissensions and conflict in the neighborhood. Our attorney, Michelle Black, addressed that, and I would hope that the council members had looked at her remarks, because it's the land use policy of this city that land use element policy 5.15 specifically promotes compatibility with neighborhood development in density, scale, and street-facing elevation, and harmonious planning. Here we have no harmony. Frankly, is it so bad for the applicants to not top off their full gas tank and simply reduce the project, the structure, by 353 square feet? Is that such a burden? That's the reason why we're here. In the interest of community harmony, and also not to show a precedent that it's so easy to get a variance. All you have to do is ask for it and know the right people. Again, if the City Council is inclined to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the variance, then I would, somewhere in the holding, in the findings, say that the addition of 353 square feet to this structure is necessary for this applicant to have the privileges with consistent and with the other homeowners in the neighborhood, that is consistent and necessary for him to have full property rights and enjoyment of his single-family home. And then that way, that will crystallize the issues that a reviewing court would have to find in determining if this council's decision is reasonable, supported by substantial evidence, and is consistent with the Newport Beach Municipal Code concerning proper findings for a variance, and California state law concerning the necessary findings for a variance, and the California Supreme Court, which stated that variance exists to ensure equity in an area, not to grant special privileges inconsistent with the limitations applicable to all properties in an area. The California Supreme Court has held that so long as the property can be put to effective use consistent with the existing zoning without the variance sought, an agency's grant of a variance exceeds its authority. Finally, a variance cannot be granted just to increase the value of an applicant's property or to relieve an applicant from undesirable costs to comply with existing regulations. That, in essence, is what this applicant is asking for. They want to maximize the value of their property, and that maximizes its size, 353 square feet.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, please.
So the main thrust of the argument that you've put forward is that it matters the difference between the variance additional square footage versus the existing or the rest of the home. I'm curious, what legal basis are you pointing to in our municipal code or case law that specifically talks to the additional amount? And then the second question I would ask is, has the council or the planning commission ever discussed the remaining amount when they're talking about a variance? Because my understanding is you focus on the variance itself, but you're wanting to look at the rest of the structure. So I'm curious why.
Well, the variance is, the rest of the structure apparently can be built without the need of the variance. That's the thrust of the argument. We have other homeowners in the area that will address other portions. But we have other arguments that we made in our letter from our attorneys at Chatton Brown.
I read the letter.
All right.
I didn't see this argument really being made in the letter, and that's why I'm asking when you're.
Because we didn't have
Sorry, Mr. Bertram, I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm finishing that thought. I did read the letter. I read it. I read the rebuttal letter. I've read everything in the packet. I'm sure we all have, and it's a lot of information clearly, and so that's why I'm trying to make sure as I'm working through this issue, because it is a very technical legal issue. I'm trying to understand the argument being made here, which is a focus on the amount. So what percentage does it need to be before you say, yes, that's the right
It has
variance?
to meet the findings of it has to meet the factors of both the California state law and the Newport Beach Municipal Code, which mirrors the state law, that the strict compliance with the zoning code requirements would deprive the subject property of privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity and under an identical zoning clarification. Does it do that? Not granting the variance? Granting the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights of the applicant. Does the variance do that? Substantial property rights, an additional 353 square foot to the roofing area out of a 10,803 square foot home? Does the granting of the variance will not constitute a special privilege inconsistent with the limitations on other properties in the vicinity and in the same zoning district? Isn't that a special privilege to be able to top off an addition of 353 square foot area? Is it worth making that exception to the building standards of the area and create a precedence that that's all you need to get an exception? The California Supreme Court said that variances should be rare and only available to few lots in a district. You already have multiple variances around this area. Here is on top of another one. The single-family home that was there was built without the need of a variance. That came later, and that was to a garage. To grant this variance is inconsistent with California state law, the Newport Beach Municipal Code. It's against the guidelines set by the California Supreme Court, and it simply adds to disharmony, conflict, and doesn't go to the harmonious development of this community.
Yep. So I want to come back to the question I asked, because it's important. So you asked a lot of questions, and I think that comes back. And I will just point out our staff has said it does. The Planning Commission said it does, and so but my question, and this is not the overall question, but my question to you specifically is, you're asking us to look at it as a percentage. What's the variance as a percentage of the total amount? So I'm asking you, as a percentage, what do you think it needs to be before it's acceptable? Because we're looking at this, you're right, this has a variance.
Variance is unique.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? That's the problem. That's why we're here, and that's why we're trying to work this through.
But again, a variance should be rarely given.
Okay.
Again, if you're going to grant this variance, I would put in the findings so that a reviewing court, it'll allow a judge to crystallize the arguments and your findings of fact that the additional 353 square foot variance added on to this home, which is will be the largest home in this neighborhood, with or without the variance, that was necessary for this applicant to fully enjoy and utilize this property. The Supreme Court said effective use of this property. If the applicant can utilize the property efficiently, then this body and the Planning Commission lacks the authority to grant a variance. So please put that number in if you grant this variance. It will help a reviewing court. Thank you.
Well, wait a second, are there any other questions of the appellant? No? All right, thank you then, sir. Is there a rebuttal comment?
It's probably best to take public comments and then
Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry. We're taking public comments and we'll come back to the rebuttal comment. So public comments. Why don't you all come up and...
Good evening. My name is Fazia Zadian, and I'm the homeowner at 1121 Kings Road. I live directly west, literally 4 feet away from the 1113 Kings Road, which is the Reed's residence. To start with, this height variance should be denied solely on the fact that the development does prove to be detrimental to the community and is also absent of substantial hardship and clearly demonstrates the desire to maximize the scale of the property. To further elaborate the mass and density, currently an average home on Kings Road is about 4,500 square feet. The Reeds are building a 12,300 square feet home, which is 3 times the size of an average home, and in fact is the largest in Cliff Haven. The mansionization creates concerns related to privacy, safety, view rights, and setting a bad precedence for our community. As you all know, Shauna Scheffner, who is the Reed's consultant, she had argued in the Newport Marina project previously when neighbors were upset. Her actual words were, as I would quote, "People should be allowed to construct, however, to do so at the expense of safety, privacy, common sense, and just plain being good neighbor would be a shame," unquote. We need to use Ms. Schaffner's same argument in this appeal. If the Reeds are really using common sense, evaluating safety for our community, for my house, they should be required to provide forensic evidence that the integrity of the bluff will not be compromised prior to this application is approved. From a safety perspective, my house is the oldest on Kings Road, built in 1948. It is very fragile, and as we have already witnessed, there's 2 other properties on Kings Road where recently, due to demolition and construction load, has caused significant damage on the retaining walls and has contributed to continuous movement along the bluff. The city has stopped these projects and needs to take the same responsibility in protecting my home. From a privacy and view rights perspective, the west side of the Reed's proposed structure would be approximately 92 feet long from the front to the rear of the building. This 92 feet wall is a nuisance and can be translated into many other protected laws. The build-out will impair all my views on the southeast side. My privacy will be directly impacted by the Reed's floor plan, as it indicates bedrooms, kitchen nook, exercise room, with windows looking directly into my master bedroom and living room, which is my sanctuary. The privacy and the loss of view by itself will cause a devaluation in millions, which can also impact the city's revenue, I don't think which has been assessed. So I ask you, who will want to buy a house for millions when your neighbor can look into your house, watch your moves with blocked views? The harmony in the community has been rocked by the Reed's project and created a lot of animosity. My ask is that this height variance be denied and that this incompatible structure should be reduced by utilizing the standard building proportions within the existing community. This will preserve privacy, safety, and prevent devaluation of several properties in the direct vicinity, especially my home. Thank you. The only thing I would like to ask is I have prepared a 3-page pictures for you, and it's been given out, so I would like for you all to study it because it will give you a perception of what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon and members of the council. My name is Peter Zach, and I was the former chairman of the Planning Commission that approved this project. And I just wanted to show up tonight because there's a few points I wanted to make. You know, as planning commissioners, as I'm sure council members, you know, we took our job, or I took my job, and I know my fellow commissioners take our job very seriously. And we spent a lot of the time evaluating different things that come before us. And, you know, really our job as planning commissioners is to interpret the city's and implement the city's code with things that come before us. We were able to do that. We were able to make all the findings. We supported staff's recommendation, and we clearly felt like this warranted a variance. And we didn't give variances very, very frequently when I was on the commission. I appreciate people having their own opinions, but we really evaluated them very closely and diligently. The other point I want to make is this was a unanimous decision by the commission. We had 2 abstainees, and you can ask them why they abstained, but it was a unanimous decision. And frankly, if you look at the votes on the that the Planning Commission made over the years I was on the commission, very few were unanimous decisions. So we were united on that. And the other point I want to make is that on the 4 years I was on the commission, I don't think there was ever one time a project came before it was appealed to the council and that the council actually overturned the Planning Commission decision. So that would be pretty surprising and frankly for me, just the work that we put into it, a little disappointing. The last thing, just taking my Planning Commission hat off, you know, I am a resident here of the city and I love the city very much. I will say just seeing the audience here, hearing the commentary in the audience, it's pretty alarming to me to see. I really respect members of SPAWN and Line in the Sand. I've gotten to know them over the years, but for them to come and target an individual homeowner like this is pretty alarming as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, someone come.
Hello, my name is Manija Yamtubian, and I am the owner of 1101 Kings Road, which is the home right next door to the applicant home known as the Reed Residence. My home shares a portion of the adjacent gully, and we built our home without any variances, nor did we cause harm to the surrounding neighbors. We respected all our neighbors to the east, to the west, and north of the property. The structure being considered will significantly impact our homes and should be considered a public nuisance. Its mass and density will eliminate light, privacy, and has potential to compromise both my home and the home located at 1121 Kings Road. The engineering geologic inspection dated July 25, 1973 for the property located at 1113 Kings Road suggests that the topography has a downhill creep area and describes passive soils. Passive soils are further described as active earth pressure, is the earth pressure when the wall retaining the soil moves away from the backfill. Passive earth pressure is the earth pressure exerted when the wall moves toward the backfill. A coefficient of earth pressure is the ratio of vertical compressive stress and horizontal stress. The study further suggests that there is fill dirt up to 12 feet in depth in some locations. Hypothetically speaking, if a 12,300 square foot structure is erected at the site, that both 1101 and 1121 Kings Road could be in jeopardy. The report states that footing on the slope will be subject to horizontal loads due to the downfill creep. We really need to ask the question if this is the real reason that the applicant is not terracing down the bluff like all of the other homeowners along the Kings Road, as a retaining wall costs on the bluff are between $1.5 to $2 million. At this time, please deny the Reed application until further professional analysis can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Special surprise, you get 2 planning commissioners tonight. Bill Dunlap.
The bigger issue here really, and you guys touched on it at 4 o'clock today when you had your study session, this house fits within the code, other than these variances for the roof. And if you took the roof issue away, you eliminate 353 square feet, and you still have a house. The bigger issue is the bulk and massing concept that we talked about at 4 o'clock, and the setbacks. You have a neighborhood that began in 1947. I built my house up there in 1985. The setbacks, and the planning department can tell us, have been the same for over 50 years, and they're antiquated. No one anticipated these larger houses being built. Nobody anticipated the engineering to go down a hillside with shoring and caissons. This homeowner is going to spend probably $750,000 in just structural concrete to build this house. No one would have done that 70 years ago. So the issue is we need to sit down and talk about, like we talked a little bit at 4 o'clock with the heights and cottages and all that, we need to talk about setbacks and buildable area. As Councilwoman Brenner mentioned, in Corona del Mar, they went from 2 point to 1.5. We have 2-point factor for building ratio up there. The lot's 29,000 feet. You take 5 feet on the side yards, 20 feet in the front, 15 in the back, and they could build a 22,000, 25,000 square foot house. It's a museum. My God, you know, and God bless them. So we're not taking away property rights, but we need to look at the character and the nature of our neighborhoods. Menlo Park, Atherton, Hillsborough, you look at all the, San Marino, you look at all the great neighborhoods, they have great setbacks, and people want to move there because of the character of the neighborhood, not because the house is the biggest house on the block. But nothing, I mean, we can't blame the Reeds, they're just following the code. Personally, I don't think they should grant a variance. They got a big enough house. But the bigger issue for the council and the planning commission in the future is the mansionization and the bulk and massing in our neighborhoods and in our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jim Navoy. I live in 1201 Kings Road.
Could you speak up just a little bit? Yeah, thank you.
Jim Navoy, 1201 Kings Road. I lived there for over 20 years. I myself got variances, but the planning commissioners, few of them came to my house, and they told me that they give me variance if I never block either on my left or right neighbors. And I give up ever being built a square foot. Mine is right now a 4,500 average. I cannot ever build it to be able to get that variance. So that was my situation. I live next door. I'm 2 houses away from this applicant. And my view will be affected greatly. So I gave up ever building to my side to not to go further than blocking anybody's view. And here they are getting without anything to give up. This is an issue that I hope we all respect each other's view, especially in the front row, which we pay very premium prices for that. So if everybody comes and blocks somebody's view, that's not fair. But I have much more serious issue. That is, this house sewer system goes to the next neighbor. And from the next neighbor to another neighbor, the other side of myself, I'm the lowest of all of them. So the whole sewer system comes to me. A few years back, I get up middle of the night and step off my bed, my foot up to my ankle, went to sewer, back up. A couple of times more than that it happened, and it cost me thousands of dollars plus. Emotionally, I have Parkinson. And you can imagine middle of the night, I walk on that and I couldn't move just like now because my medication were worn out. So after a couple of times I did this expensive stuff to open the sewer, I find out that city can come and help me on that. And since then, they send occasionally people to check it. That's not enough. I think this resident should, in such a big project, should be able to put itself, the sewer system going, whether it goes to Coast Highway or up, I don't know how they do it, but it must be done because I cannot bear that anymore to get up and walk on sewer in my bedroom. So I hope they can do their own sewer system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Did I? No, you know what? Save time anyway. Why don't the people? So you can just stand in the aisle the way. So we're move things quickly. Stand in the aisle if you'd like to speak after Ms. Palmer, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Dixon and City Council members. Just wanted to let you know that after the Planning Commission meeting, it was very disturbing. And we like to work things out in the Cliff Haven community. We feel like we're very close in the community. We watch out for each other, watch our homes when people are out of town. So I invited Carolyn Reed to my home on June 1st of 2019 at 2 p.m. with 6 additional residents. And I said, geez, do you think we could work this out? And this elitist attitude is just, I think, more or less kind of taken people by surprise who've lived in peace in the neighborhood. And Carolyn said several times, and I think some of my neighbors who are at that meeting, several times, if you pay for our variance, if you pay for the costs of our consultant, and you pay for the cost of the planning fees, we will forego the variance. And I said, I don't think the community wants to be strong-armed to pay for your variance. Then there was a heated argument. I took Carolyn downstairs to my yard, trying to get her from having further conflict with a neighbor. And Carolyn walked down in my yard, and she said, how much do you want for your property? And I said, make me an offer, because my house is being compromised. Make me an offer. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this, and I've been in the business world for a while, long time, international travels, the works. And I've never, ever been in a situation where we couldn't come to a compromise and say, do you really need these variances? They're luxury variances. They're not hardship variances. That this is going to be the largest home right now is a little over 9,000 square feet, terraces down on St. James. It's not a birthday cake. Mr. Rush Hill's house, all due respect, is the birthday cake on the bluff at 8,800 square feet. So I would like to just say one more time, Jaime Murillo did a wonderful job. He said there's 4 other options out there. Let's take this back, take a breath, look at these 4 other options before we just go ahead and give them a variance. And lastly, in city staff's report, they did indicate that city staff also states in their argument against the Planning Commission making this decision, the design, location, size, and characteristics are not compatible with the single-family residence in the vicinity and would not be compatible with the enjoyment of nearby residential properties. With that being said, I hope that we can put this back to Jaime Murillo, who's had 4 other options, and make that consideration and keep our neighborhood harmonious. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Wow, I'll kind of try to keep this short. We got 46 behind me, I think. My name's John Fosheim. I live at 1501 Kings Road, just right down the street from the Reeds, and on the bluff. So these issues would impact me too, how they're resolved. But more importantly, until last November, I was the next door neighbor on the east side of this house. That's where I used to live, right next to him on the east side. And when Greg and Carolyn came over with their plans, they showed them to me, and I said, talked about why they needed to move it down the gully. And I said, well, that makes sense. What a beautiful house. What wonderful people. And we moved then just down the street, and we started getting people knocking on the door. First of all, not everybody's pissed off at these people. It sounds like a lot of people are, but a lot of us aren't. We're just regular people. But a lot of people come knocking on the door. The Spawn outfit, I'd never heard of them. None of them identified themselves as neighbors. Talking about the McMansions and the mansionization of Newport Beach. And I say, well, God, I wish I could get a mansion. You know, I have a nice house, but so what? Let them have a mansion. This is the American dream. This is Newport Beach, for God's sake. I mean, if you try to eliminate mansions in Newport Beach. Come on. So I had the most probably insight being a neighbor next to him, and then now down the street. And I think that a lot of this stuff is emotional rather than based on law. And I think the staff here has done a wonderful job of trying to cut through the emotion and go to what are the rules and regulations and laws. And when I would challenge people, these Spawn people, I'd say, but what rule are you saying they violate? Well, they never had one, they never identified one. It's just, this is ridiculous. They're building too much house and the mansionization of Newport Beach. And I said, God bless them. This is a wonderful country we live in, and I think you should uphold what your staff has concluded and just let them move forward with their dream home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gee, John, I really hope one day you can afford a mansion.
Mayor Dixon and the members of the City Council, my name is Nick Kovacevic. I'm a resident here in Newport Beach. I'm also a business leader in the community and a real estate investor. I support the Planning Commission's decision to approve a variance for this Reed residence. I hope you guys will do the same. Obviously, the homes in Newport Beach, the homes on Kings Road, they're all getting bigger. It seems that is really an issue that's striking the chord here. The issue does not really seem to be with the variance itself, although there have been some arguments made, analogies, including Ferraris, and also sounds like attitudes might be an issue, but none of that, I think, has any bearing on what the commission here has decided. And I think if we all saw the drawings and we saw the designs, I think we can all see that this variance has very little impact on the overall project. And in fact, the Reeds have gone out of their way to make sure that the height is nowhere even near the maximum height they're allowed to build. So the city staff was able to make these findings. I think the variance is necessary, as we all saw the slope of the property. And as a resident of the city, I would implore you guys to approve this for the Reeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Chris Gruber. I'm a resident in Newport Heights. Few comments. I just wanted to say that I'm disappointed that this is in the appeals process. Obviously, I think that this decision was already made once. I don't think we should be here spending time and resources rehashing the same approval that we've already gone through one time. This home design fits the community. It is attractive. I fully support it. Denying the very minor variance being requested could result in a design that is much more impactful to the neighborhood. The roof, eaves, and railings that require a minor variance cannot be seen from the front of the house. And the only issue, causing this variance is the existence of the gully. It seems to me there's a mob mentality as it pertains to those folks that are, in my opinion, acting like variance police. The Reeds have the right to build a taller home, but I'm fully supportive of this design as it is better for the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, John Palmer. I live in the Cliff Haven area, 1211 Cliff Drive. My home is directly impacted by this view corridor, and by allowing the Reeds to have this variance and making sure that they do not build a larger home on the street will help my view. I appreciate staff doing their due diligence. I appreciate the Planning Commission. I was at that hearing. I supported the project then. I still support it now. There's a lot of disinformation. Brad, you brought up some Councilman Avery, you brought up some comments about the community. I think the opposition needs to do a better job. There's a younger group of us that are all going, our kids are all going to school at Newport Heights. There's an anti-bullying movement that goes on in our community, and the kids are learning it. I think there's maybe some re-education that needs to happen in our community, and they should be allowed to build, and this is a very minor request, in my opinion, based on the circumstances. So thank you for your time, and I'm sorry that you have to review this issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Carol Ann Drew. I live at 420 Kings Road,
and I have been a resident for 38 plus years in Newport Beach. And first off, I'd like to say fair is fair, and we need to do what we need to do. At one time, when you went to build a house, you had to start where the front door was, which is a lot further back than 10 feet from the property line. The people want to be able to build as big a house as I could build on my side of the street. And I understand that. And again, fair is fair. So, if that's the fact, then they should have to move their house, or start building their house 20 feet, have a 20-foot setback, just like me, because fair is fair, right? I mean, that's the way it is. So all the rules have changed. Don't have to build from where the existing front door is. What's going on? When do we make these changes? We need to know about them. We really need to know about them. And maybe we need to have a little session where we can tell everybody what the changes are and how we need to exist. So again, fair is fair. And we all need to be fair, right? So they need a 20-foot setback, just like me. And all the existing new houses that get built on that side of the street, on the south side of the street, need to be 20-foot setback, because fair is fair. And that's all I have to say. I hope you all have a good evening, and you understand that there really isn't any hostility. It's a lovely neighborhood. People are kind and good and help each other all the time. And you'll find out that it is a nice place to live. Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I just ask a question of staff? Is that a correct statement? What are the front door setbacks on that side of the street or the other side of the neighborhood?
Yeah, I believe on the north side of Kings, the front setback is 20 feet, whereas on the south side, it's 10 feet.
How come? How come? What makes them more?
Well, wait, I didn't hear the other end. Let him just answer the question, please. What is the setback on the water side?
10 feet from the street.
Is that every house is at 10 feet?
Yeah, so setbacks in the city, they vary block to block. So, for example, in Corona Mar, you can have one block that's a 5-foot front setback. Across the street, it might be 10. The block to the south might be 5.
Yeah,
so they vary. So in this case, this is a long-standing setback that is applied to all lots on this block.
Yeah, but
well, excuse me, you can't answer. You can't ask staff. Is every home on this side of the street, the water side, is every home setback the same distance?
No.
I don't know. I can't say for certain that they're all set back the same distance, but they all have a 10-foot setback from Kings Road.
Well, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay. I thought you said it varies street by street. So on this block of
yes, on this block it's 10 feet.
Is all the homes are 10 feet?
Yes.
No.
No. Wait, please.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Ask my husband. I'm chatty.
All right. Please clarify what the standard is on this side of the street where the applicant's home is being built.
So for the applicant's property, it's a 10-foot setback.
And every home is a 10-foot setback on this block?
Within this stretch.
How many stretches?
I don't have the setback map to tell you where that 10-foot setback ends. But within this particular block, it is a 10-foot setback.
Every single home has a 10-foot setback?
I can research the
Would you please, just so we know what
the
the consistency is, so we can answer this woman. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I'm sorry. Mr. DeCincy had to move his house 20-foot setback, and he did manage to sell his house for a little over $7 million.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, let's keep moving. It's getting late. Okay.
Hi,
Yes.
my name is Gary Sokolich. I live at 801 Kings Road. I've lived there for 30 years. I submitted a file to have a slide put up. It's 801R, 801R. You had it up before, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Okay, because of the 3-minute time constraint, I'm going to just simply read a prepared statement. The following two comments are from an email that I sent to the members of the Planning Commission when the public hearing regarding the Reed variance request was held earlier this year. Comment number one, there are a multitude of reasons why the requested variance should be denied. Near the top of the list is the clear lack of objectivity and the blatant dishonesty in the staff report that was submitted to the Planning Commission. Specifically, the so-called findings presented to the staff in the staff report are not findings at all. In reality, they are nothing other than a compilation of unsubstantiated assertions and misrepresentations that reflect the opinion of those in the planning department who are clearly biased in favor of the applicant and who couldn't care less about the detrimental impact of the proposed construction on the property values of nearby residents who live on both sides of Kings Road. Comment number two. As an example, the assertion in the staff report that granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city, that is naive, short-sighted, and totally denies the reality of the situation. The fact of the matter is that the requested variances are unnecessary and inappropriate, and that approving them will set a very bad precedent that will have a substantial detrimental impact on the property values of all residents on both sides of Kings Road for decades to come. And if you want a devastating legal critique of the so-called findings in the staff report, I refer you to the 10-page letter prepared by attorney Michelle Black on behalf of SMON. In closing, I want to illustrate by way of a current, close-to-home example of what is on the horizon if the City Council does not put an end to this madness. The picture on the big screen shows a red arrow pointing to my humble abode, which is a 1954 original. The property that is directly across the street has been for sale for nearly 2 years, and despite $2 $250,000 price reductions, it hasn't sold. The bad news is that it is never going to sell until such time as the owners are prepared to take a financial bloodbath. And the reason that it isn't going to sell is because the one thing that all of the potential buyers, I'm almost finished. The one thing that all of the potential buyers want to know is what is going to happen when someone like the Reeds come along and make me an offer that I can't refuse. And the answer is that when that happens, the only ones who are going to have a view that my current neighbors have enjoyed for the past 12 years are the birds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Bruce Trotter. I live at 800 Kings Road. I have lived in my house for over 66 years, probably longer than anyone else on Kings Road. In my hand, I'm holding Newport Beach's Step Up to the Future, a progress report of the Newport Beach General Plan Update, dated June 2005. This report was mailed to every household in Newport Beach. It reads, updating the general plan is the best way to implement the community's vision for the future of Newport Beach. With new and stronger policies that exist today, it can protect the unique qualities of our residential neighborhoods with standards for residential development that preserves the community's beauty and charm. When I open up this document that all you people have probably seen, there's a picture of my home. My home is a 1953 original. With this idea in mind, I ask you to reject the Reed's plan to build a huge house which negates the neighborhood standards on Kings Road and devalues many people's properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon and council members. My name is Brian Krebs, and I live on Kings Place in Cliff Haven. I'm here tonight in support of the Reeds. Although the variance was previously approved, I understand that the City Council must take the time tonight to re-examine its merits due to the appeal that was filed. The previous approval was issued after careful deliberation by the Planning Commission and a meeting in which I was in attendance. As a result, it was determined that the lot is atypical and a variance for an atypical lot was justified. Most importantly, the audience was reminded that private views are not protected here. The size of the home is not a result of the variance, and a bigger home could easily be created without a variance, although that would probably not be compatible and consistent with the remainder of the homes in the neighborhood. I respectfully ask the City Council to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to issue the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, City Council. My name is Nate Mattson. Been a resident of Newport Beach for 44 years now, and I'm in support of the Reeds and ask that the decision be upheld by the Planning Council, by the Planning Commission. Those of us who were at the last meeting saw in a few statements that this is a textbook example of a circumstance where a variance is reasonable. And if you look at the property, as has been explained, there's already a variance on the property, so they're not asking for much. You know, at the end of the day, you know, this is something that could potentially strip the homeowner of their rights for this variance. So we are in favor of it, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon, Council. Lee Gooden. I'm also a resident and homeowner of Newport Beach. I'm in support of the Reeds also. I was here in May for that meeting as well. I feel like everyone comes up disopposing this, and they're using the variance as their vessel to get a different point across. And that point is they don't want this giant house built. Their neighbors to the east, they're very concerned, or the west, excuse me, they're very concerned about their views. Everyone's concerned about their views, and they're using a variance which basically is only 3% of the home to try to get their point across and try to stalemate this whole thing in hopes, I guess, that a home won't get built there. That's not going to happen. At some point, a home will get built there, and homes will get built all up and down Kings Road eventually as time goes by. They have the right to do so. Someone who buys a lot and buys a home has the right to build what they want, and the variance is only used because there's a very unusual circumstance where they have a hillside that it is required. So whether or not that variance, with the variance, there's not 1 ounce of view taken away. The entire views are going to be taken away when the home is built because it's a larger home, and that's the way it is. So the variance has nothing to do with the view. It's not going to change one single thing. So the variance is going to help the people build a home, and it just makes sense. They need that variance for that home to be built. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Dixon. My name is Matt Woolley, and I'm here as well to support the Reed residential project. A couple of points I just wanted to highlight. You know, I was here at the May 23rd meeting where the Planning Commission approved this project after a lengthy debate. And a couple of things that I think merit being highlighted. Spawn appealed the approval because of a very small area of the roof, really just to make a statement and make the Reeds their political football. And if you think about the work that Spawn is doing, really should focus on broader issues within the city and really not make it challenging for residents to design a home. The last thing that I'll say is, the Reeds are, there were some analogies made tonight about fuel tanks and other Ferraris and other things. And redesigning the home for the Reeds could actually result in a much larger footprint. And I think the Reeds have been very amicable in this situation. They've worked within the guidelines, and we're just here to support their project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Krebs, and I live on Kings, and I'm in support of the Planning Commission's approval of this variance. It's really unfortunate that Spawn has come to City Council with this appeal. I know you guys are extremely busy, and I appreciate your service. So please uphold the Commission's approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Mayor Dixon and the members of the City Council. My name is Ross Gilo. I'm here in support of the Reeds. From everything I've seen, the Reeds have thoughtfully designed a home that will increase the area property values and is like many other homes in the area. The home is not oversized. It is designed at a smaller lot size proportion than surrounding homes. As was carefully discussed at the Planning Commission, other properties along the bluff side of Kings Road deed restrictions to protect the home, to protect the neighbors' views. I respectfully urge the City Council to uphold the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is DJ Countess, and I am a member of Cliff Haven. Last time I was actually in this place, as I was walking out the door, people were questioning my integrity as far as being here, and if I was a employee of Greg Reed. Just for the record, I live in Cliff Haven. This has been a dream of mine to live in this neighborhood. And I see a lot of these great people walking in this actually room right here by my house every day with their kids and with their dogs. And it's a blessing for me to be in this neighborhood, not being from Newport Beach. It saddens me that we're even in this place right now. It really does. And it's really disheartening. And although some people may be affected, rights are rights, and people use the term fair is fair. This is fair. Ferraris are Ferraris. If you can oil the car and put gas in it, guess what? Drive it. So at the end of the day, we can laugh all we want. We can be upset. We should do the right thing here. We shouldn't even be in this position. I definitely stand behind the Reeds. This is something that we should not be here right now even dealing with. And I would actually like to ask all the people in the room that are for this to please stand up.
No, I'm sorry. Please just talk to us, not talk to the audience. Please talk to us. Please talk to us.
I think
Please
that
talk to us. Thank you.
I'm speaking to you.
Okay.
Fair is fair. Let's do the right thing. Let's end this.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Marlon Moy. I own multiple homes in our neighborhood. I support a lot of the development here in the community, and I am in support of this ordinance. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is TJ Williams. I live at 1110 Kings Road, which is directly across the street from the Reed's residence. I'm also here and I oppose the construction of this house. The issue that I'm having is really with the grade determination. This gully occupies a third of the lot. So if you take into the grade determination is moved one way or other, it's going to affect the height of the house. And I'm here to support my neighbors and also say that when Mr. Fosheim's talked, he said that nobody on the street's really upset with it. Well, we have over 40-some petitions from neighbors that live on Kings Road that are not in favor of this new construction or the variance. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Gus Azadian, and I just want to bring it to your attention, all these people who are supporting it, they're homeowners in Kings Road. People are supporting it, they're homeowners from Kings Road for a long time. People who are opposing it, like me, we all are homeowners from Kings Road. But none of these people who came and supporting it, they are from Kings Road. They are from other part of the city. They are not from Kings Road. They are not. How many people are from Kings Road? Okay.
Please.
So just find out how many people are directly getting affected by this massive project from Kings Road, and how many people who are supporting it are not from Kings Road. We all are smart enough to know that. Anyway, my name is Gus Zadian. I'm the homeowner right next door to the Reed. I've been in Newport for 35 years. I bought my house at 1121 Kings Road 11 years ago, just for its $1 million view. I am opposed to this massive project. The proposed floor plan will have a huge impact on my property's value, on my property, on my privacy, and my quality of life. I reached out to Reed and expressed my concerns. Mrs. Reed got upset and looked me in the eye and said, and I quote, "I don't know where you come from, but in United States, we have property rights," unquote. Ever since I have expressed my concerns and opposed this massive project, I am constantly threatened by racist remarks from the Reeds whenever we have contact. I feel that certain city officials have not given me the equal opportunity to meet with them face to face. For example, I requested a meeting with Mayor Diane Dixon, and sadly, I was denied. On several occasions, I witnessed Ed Sellich waiting in front of Reed's residence to escort city officials into their property. In addition, on Thursday, September 5th, around 3 p.m., surprisingly, Mayor Dixon, who denied a meeting with me, arrived only to meet with Ed Sellich and Reed at the Reed's residence, which is right next door to me. Former city councilman and Mayor Ed Sellich, who is serving on the General Plan Update Committee, is obviously influencing city officials. This is a huge conflict of interest and should be perceived as collusion. Lastly, it was Ed Sellich who submitted a grading report in support of this project, which the community disputed. What type of engineering degree does Mr. Sellich have to provide a grading survey for anyone, let alone the city? All these actions combined make every aspect of this project questionable. It appears to be very suspicious, as the entire process has not been transparent. As a proud citizen of the United States, I expect fair and equal protection of the law, regardless of my race, origin, ethnicity, and color of my skin. I would like to ask you, are my comments and concerns not being heard because of racial intolerance against me in the city of Newport Beach? This project is injurious to the health, safety, and welfare of the community and is completely incompatible with the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I think it's important to emphasize that unlike many planning decisions, a variance is not a balancing act. You have a checklist of these 6 findings you have to make, and you can't cancel out one that you think is kind of iffy by saying that it's project, it has something else that counterbalances, it has some good aspects to it, so we'll ignore the failure. A failure to meet any one of the 6 things in any way requires you to deny the variance. I personally find it hard to feel sorry for the Reeds because they bought a property which was subdivided originally wider than the other lots on Kings Road because it has a gully on it. And now they're finding it a problem. They can't develop the gully exactly the way that they want. I know you are all very strong property rights people, but to justify what they want to do, I believe the city staff is inventing property rights that don't exist. One property right that does exist is that although we do not protect private views, we do expect, and every neighbor expects and has a right to expect, that their neighbors will build within the allowable envelope. This is super critical on a view slope such as this, because allowing anybody to build something beyond the allowed envelope is to the detriment of the neighbors to the side. They are obviously going to be losing a view which they had every right to expect. That is a property right. And they will then be coming here to ask for a variance to look over this one. That is finding number 5 that you have to make. It's detrimental to the neighbors to grant this variance. You have to refuse the variance for that reason. Second, our general plan asks for the protection of natural resources, including the gullies and the bluffs. The variances are being asked for actually to destroy the bluff and the gully, totally contrary to our general plan. We've been told these are not coastal bluffs. It is true the general plan does not clearly identify these, but if you want to know about coastal things, I suggest you look at the coastal land use plan. And I'm reading from section 4.4.3. It says coastal bluffs are a prominent landform in Newport Beach. They can be seen along the coast highway from the Seminole Slough to Dover Drive. Not only can they be seen there, but the highway below this is designated as a coastal view road. Those are 2 findings out of the 6 that you cannot make. Therefore, you cannot grant the variance. But as Mr. Dunlap said earlier, there is a bigger issue here that the building, in the minds of many, does not seem to be compatible. And our general plan from 2006 supposedly promised compatibility. And what you can do to ensure that is when the Reeds come back without a variance for a new plan, direct our planning staff to refer their application to the Planning Commission when they ask for a zoning clearance. Our code empowers the director to do that. This is a case where I think it does need referral to the Planning Commission even without the variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Hi there again. I told you to be done with me by the end of the day. So I prepared some comments. I'm not going to read those. A question's been raised as to why Spawn took this on. Spawn took this on because the residents came to Spawn because they don't have an association that's required to be a membership. So they're a loosely group and they couldn't do it. That's why Spawn took it. Earlier today we had a discussion about amendments to the zoning code. And Mayor Dixon, you asked how did this happen? I want to know how it happened back to 2010. There was a document that Jim Campbell prepared and supplied to some of the residents that explained the chronology of how this got to be where the height of a property on the ocean side was single story, like Ocean Boulevard, where the height is no higher than the curb, and how it's grown to be 24 to 30 feet from the curb with a 10-foot or less setback. Good catch. That's not being brought up tonight. The inside is 20 feet. The ocean side is 10 or less, and you're not getting a straight answer on that for a reason. So my suggestion is that you kick this back and have a moratorium on construction on the ocean side while you research why that all changed and why the residents were never told it happened. And that's what the great surprise is here now, is not the variance. They just don't have anything else to argue because that's the only thing they're asking for. What they're really saying is over years, the ocean side has allowed to be 10 feet from the street and 34 feet high. And when did that happen? And it's incompatible. There's been video shot, I don't know if you folks received it, aerial video shot of it. The amount of homes that are at this height on that side are very few. And an example was made of the DeCensis house that he's since sold that's 80-some square feet, 80-some thousand or 8,000-some square feet. And that house is set back and all goes down the bluff, and nobody's against it. So they're not against the square footage. They're against this massing at the street that has crept up on them. And I suggest that you take that into consideration. That's why Spawn is taking a stand, because it's time to take a stand on these things that just keep happening on top of each other. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. So, staff, could you please clarify, what do we know about the setbacks on the ocean side of Cliff Drive, or Kings Road, rather?
Yes, I just confirmed with the zoning code and on setback map S6 for Cliff Haven Bay Shores, the entire south side of Kings Road on the ocean side has a 10-foot front yard setback to that front property line adjacent to Kings Road.
So they're all 10 feet?
Yes.
And this proposed project is 10 feet?
Yeah, it complies with the 10-foot setback.
Okay, all right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Sandra Ayers. And I can't compete with the two technical people who just spoke. I thought they did a great job presenting arguments on variances. And I know what we're really focusing on tonight are the variances. And there's the other topics that need to be addressed by our city. But tonight is the variance. And when I spoke at the Planning Commission, when this was brought before, and first of all, I did want to start out saying, I support the Reeds, just like everyone else came up here. I support the Reeds. It's not personal. You know, this is not about, you know, who your friends are, who are the beautiful people, who are the old bullies or, grumpies. This is about issues. And so I, of course, we love our neighborhoods, we love our neighbors. But what's really important and what's important about keeping the neighborhoods together is that everyone feels they're treated equally. So if my rules are when I go before the Planning Commission or before you, I want to be treated the same way, whether I can afford, a terrific consultant, she does an amazing job, or if I can get people, print out signs to hold up and get my buddies to come. That's not what's going to make us happy in our neighborhoods. So I really, really beg you. This is about the variances. Do they come to have the, whatever it's called, when you have the standing for these variances? Do they have the standing? If they don't, it needs to be denied. And so it's true, and it's some dormers, and it's a covered patio. But the point is, we need to all be treated equally. And then that's great they gave up the height on the street. That's terrific. It does not give them a right to a variance. It needs to be, the hardship needs to be proven. That's all that needs to be addressed. And then everything goes back to the drawing board on their other issues. We can thank them for not going for the heights. But that does not mean that the variances need to be given if the standing is not there, and then everyone knows they're treated equally in the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and other council members. Good evening. My name is Max Johnson, and I am a current permanent resident on the Balboa Peninsula Point community. My family and I also own other property in the city, including in Newport Heights, Cliff Haven, in the neighborhood. I wanted to just lay the groundwork for just a perspective-taking point here is if the property that you own in Newport Beach, the current property you reside in, was next to this property that is being proposed for this special circumstance variance, would your decision be a part of that? Would you, if your property was next to this, the Reed residence, would you be able to take the kernel and truth and the other neighbors that are communicating tonight, their issues with this project, would you be able to relate to it? I think so, yes. I think if any of your properties were next to this property, you would not want your views to be blocked or this variance that allows that extra 350 square feet to be approved. There were a lot of comments here tonight. I think there was a lot of emotional deregulating thoughts and comments, including an anti-bullying concept about, bringing in high schools and anti-bullying measures. I don't think that this has anything to do with bullying or variance police. I think those comments are insulting. SPAWN specifically stands for, I don't know if people know in the audience, it stands for Serving People of Newport. And I've been here 24 years, and an organization like Spawn doesn't go out and try to attack people or individuals. What it does is it brings up the moral character of decisions that are being made that may lay precedent to future issues within our community. And that exactly is what you all are hired and voted into office to make these decisions, and saying 50 years from now, this decision could lay precedent for other developers and other projects being proposed to change the fundamental future of communities. I know myself, if I purchase a home, I want to know my neighbors, and I want to be involved and be appreciated and have a genuine relationship. I think that this type of project, I'm not for this project at the moment. I think that this variance is something we need to look at, and I would like to request that we stall to approve this project. And, you know, the second planning commissioner that spoke brought up the great concept that we need to also look at our code. And I think that that's a comment that needs to be followed through on. And I have to say, I don't think it's unfortunate of Spawn bringing this to council. I think it's very fortunate, because that's what Spawn does. And sticking up for residents that have lived here for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, I think that there's some credibility in that. And I don't think, there's very few council members that have lived here for that long. And so I think if that you were to take that perspective, then you would understand what it means. So, you know, I hope that you take into consideration all of that we had said, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
My name is Alan Beek. I am the secretary of Spawn, and I also spent 4 years on the city's planning commission, where I saw, as I'm sure you were all seeing as you go along, that there is no such thing as the perfect law. You always find an exception or something that you didn't think of. And so, attractively and very modestly, you provide for a variance. When the law turns out to be not quite perfect, then you can make an exception and go around it. And the zoning, the setbacks, the heights, the other things that limit the building in this subdivision are laws, and they have served very well for many, many years. They are, after all, not targets to be built to, they are limits to be not built beyond. And now this case is coming along where the owner can't build the single-family house he wants. Single family, they're going to have trouble with a single family trying to fill up that mansion. But he says the laws are too strict. And actually, if he wants to live in a mansion, he shouldn't try to live there in a neighborhood. He should go live down the Irvine coast, where the houses are on 1 or 2 acres, and they are mansions. But he wants us to change the law to suit him. And it seems to me that this is a case where you are not being asked to find that the house is satisfactory. You're being asked to find that the law is a mistake, and the law should probably be amended so it could handle this case. And that, I think, would be a mistake. That's not a neighborhood that should be mansions. It's a neighborhood that should be homes. And that's what we want it to be. So I ask you to consider it that way and not to find the law as a mistake. I've got maybe a minute left. There's one thing about this situation that really puzzles me. They're treating that gully as a hardship. A gully is a nice opportunity. It's wildland. It's nature. That's what's supposed to be good. And with a good landscaping job, that gully could be quite an attractive feature of the property. I don't understand why they're making such a fuss about it. But then I wouldn't expect to understand. I'm a newbie here and don't know much. I only moved here in 1927. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more speakers?
I'm here. Nice to meet you all. I'm here in favor of the Reeds project. I've only been here for 50 years, not since 1927.
Give us your name, please.
Josh Bar. And I just have three quick things to say since I think I'm last. Number one, I think it's an awesome city. I've lived here my whole life. I love it here. It's great we have this forum and everyone can come together. Two, I'm a conservative person. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in the free market. And, there's a line where my rights end and someone else's freedoms begin and vice versa. And the government's job is to set the rules. And it's for folks like you and the professionals on staff to say what those rules are and where the lines are drawn. And the Reeds have done everything they've been asked to do. They've gone through a process. The professionals of the city have said that this is an okay house. A variance, I'm not a professional and I don't know everything all these people know, and I've been a supporter of Spawn in the past and I'll be a supporter of Spawn in the future. I think Spawn's an important part of our city. I think that the developers here have done a great job, but they've got a lot of money, a lot of influence, and they're certainly all playing the long game. And Spawn plays an important role of representing our interests as the residents against these big developers. But this is a pawn in the wrong game. They've worked hard. They've made a decision to buy a house. They deserve to build the house they want to build. They've built it to the rules. They've gone through the process. The city's approved it. This has already been approved. The fact that it's not thrown back on the table isn't fair to them. And with all due respect, I've owned 1950s houses in Corona Del Mar, and they were terrible. And the house that's there now is a beautiful house. So the rule of law says they've done everything by the rule of law. It's been approved. It's approved. I really don't understand what this is about. Secondly, it's a free market. I was here last time, and I said, you hear people gripe all the time about the traffic, the mansionization, live-work lofts ruining, what was West Newport. All that is just sour grapes, and I'm really sorry about it. The fact of the matter is, this is a free market. They bought this home. They deserve to do what they want with it within the law. They've done what they want to do within the law. And the people that are against it, do what you do better. And build a bigger house, move to the other side of the street. It's just the way that it is. Newport's changed. It's been changing for good and for ill. I caught lizards here 30 years ago. We all fished off the pier. We've all been here a long time. It's an awesome city. They want to be a part of it. They want to enjoy it the way they want to enjoy it. They deserve to do it, and it's been approved. So if it's been approved, that's it. It's done. These are professionals. They know what they're doing. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please come forward. Okay. Now we come back to the rebuttal portion. So would the applicant like to speak?
Good evening again, Shauna Schaffner, representing the applicants. I've asked Mr. Maria to pull up my PowerPoint presentation because there are many things that I would like to talk about, but I think it would be most helpful if we could talk about those with some exhibits. Okay, the first real comment that I heard was related to the area of roof that would need to be reduced to get rid of the variance. While there is 350 square feet approximately of roof and patio cover area that are affected by the variance, that has different impacts to the floor area. So it would be more than 760 square feet of floor area that would have to be removed. While you might be able to do that, it changes the layout, especially on the upper level. You create a bedroom that has no hallway to it, so you have no access point to it. The Reeds have a growing family. They have 3 children with 1 on the way, and there are 5 bedrooms upstairs. Their family will be living in this home. They will not have trouble filling it up. So here we see in yellow the line of the proposed residence. This is the articulation that you see on the eastern side of the property. In blue is the effect of the roof that you would have to do to get rid of the variance. Now, on the left side of this image, we see in white without shading. You could further, on the west side of the property, extend out in the height compliance sections, square footage, to pick up the area that's lost. But I think we've heard from The immediately adjacent neighbors on the west saying that that would be very concerning for them. Anything further out would further block their views, and they don't want to see that. We could also bump it out further in the front, where I'll go to here, that the internal yellow shaded area is the front door. That is recessed 32 feet from the street, where the setback is 10 feet. So there is quite a lot of depth created by the design of this house. You could also maximize that and put that 10 feet from the street, but that would create bulk and massing that would be inappropriate for this community. And so these are the design alternatives that we have struggled with in trying to understand the various concerns of the community members, and also trying to have a layout that accommodates the design goals of the Reeds. Now, related to General Plan Policy 5.1.5, that policy talks to density scale and the street-facing elevation. That is the test that we're looking at. We would have a much more impactful design at the street-facing elevation by doing things to avoid the variance. And so, again, this is the push and pull of these issues, and this is why we have requested the variance at the rear of the house. Based on the strict application of the code, I think the substantial property right that would be denied here is that even a single-story home couldn't be built width to width on the property, and so that is the substantial right. We see all of these houses on Kings Road are built, side to side on those properties. This one could not be. Now, there was reference to the Chatton Brown letter that was submitted. That letter makes assertions that are wholly unsupported by facts and is terribly misleading. I submitted a very detailed response to that letter today, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it. I won't spend any more time on it because I don't think it's worth it. Related to the residents at 1101 Kings Road, if we could go to slide 29, we heard that they don't have any variances. They built their house without variances. There are 2 variances for that property. I don't know if Jaime's able to pull it up. If you just hit 2.9 and enter, it'll go right there. And that is not the right one, but that was a thank you very much, Jaime. Related to geology, we did hear about geology. There is a geotechnical report on this property. It has confirmed that there are not any significant issues. There was also a peer review done of that 1973 report suggesting that there's instability in the slope, and it was confirmed that there is in fact not. Let's see. Let's see if you'll bear with me here just for a second. I am way out of place. Jaime, would you mind going to 22? Okay, Madam Mayor, I think you also asked about the rear setback. The rear setback is 10 feet. This house would be more than 85 feet setback from the rear property line. So, I mean, we are, well within the setbacks that are established. This is a very compatible design.
What about on the sides?
On the sides, the required setback is 4 feet, and the second level is stepped back to be even further than that, but it is a 4-foot setback. Let's see. And again, it would have to be a 19-foot setback to avoid the variance. I think that, Spawn taking this on because they say there's not a community association. We hear there is a community association. I'm concerned that, this purported community association is representing people that are not actually represented by them, and I think this is an interesting challenge in the community. But the suggestion of a moratorium, I think, is very troubling for anyone that believes in our property rights. And I hope that the council will consider that very carefully. Again, alternative designs would be more impactful. And the variance that we're talking about here at the rear of the house, it doesn't cause the detriment that you've purported to hear tonight. It's just not there. So with that, I respectfully request that the commission uphold the Planning Commission's approval of this variance, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
What are the current house, the current residence, what are the setbacks on the side?
I believe it's very similar. I have that here. Mr. Murillo might know off the top of his head. And I did misspeak. I think on the west side, the required setback is 4 feet. It's proposed to be 5 feet. On the right, it is 4 and 4 is proposed. But the existing setbacks, I think that we have a footprint overlay within the plan set, and it is very similar to the existing layout. So I think that they're maintaining very similar setbacks to the existing development.
Okay, all right.
Right on the westerly or the easterly property line, it's a 4-foot setback, and on the westerly side,
Currently?
it ranges from 6 feet to 5 feet.
Currently?
Oh, and then currently the existing home, you know, it's not dimensioned on the survey, but it looks to be about 4 feet or so.
All right. Any questions up here? Oh, well, any questions of Ms. Schaffner? All right, you may be seated. I think we will close the public hearing. Any questions up here? Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. So I'll start. I think there's been a lot of diversity of opinion on this, and it's been interesting. I would just point out, I think one of the last comments was that in order to find a variance, you have to decide that the law is a mistake. And I don't agree, Mr. Beek. I think that variances actually are a pretty good indication of council's understanding they're not omnipotent. The reason we have variances in the first place is because you just can't anticipate every single situation inside every single parcel. And so the concern on that, and while we're working through this, it's an important process, but of course we have this very specific legal process to work through, and we have to focus really carefully on the variance itself. And so I can understand what Spawn was doing here, but you know, we need to work through exactly what this variance is and what all the findings were, you know, as we move forward. And so if you focus really specifically on the variance, which is what we're required to do, the variance itself, it doesn't violate a public view. The variance itself isn't the reason this house is over 10,000 square feet. And you know, and I understand a lot of concern about neighborliness and wanting to cultivate a really harmonious neighborhood. That's just not in our code either. And when we're working through the private view side of things, I sat with the Zadians, and they're a lovely couple, and it does kind of kill me to look out and see what the view is that they will lose, but we can't consider that as we're looking through on this particular portion. And you know, I listened to one of Jim's comments about the private view right on the other side. It's very creative. It's not part of the analysis. And it's not, you can't shoehorn it into one of the discussion points, and it's been very clear about that as we move forward with this. Doesn't violate the general plan. I mean, you kind of go on and on and on. You're looking really only specifically at the variance, and the problem is I don't think very many people are really wanting to focus specifically on the variance, because I think a lot of folks are really frustrated with the size of this house, and I think I get that. And that's the issue when we're talking about the mansionization issues. And we talked a lot about that today, actually. I mean, the timing of this is bizarre because we talked a lot about that actually at study session today, and we were talking about it from the third floor massing issues in Corona del Mar and third floor massing issues in on the island and other areas of our city, and we're going to try really hard to address that. But the problem is the other major problem we've got right now is, some of you know this, there's a law that probably is going to get signed by the governor any day now called SB 330. And SB 330, first off, would prohibit a moratorium on construction. SB 330 is about to prohibit any, zoning change that would actually cause a house like this not to be able to be built at 29,000 square feet. And so even as we're moving forward with our general plan process, if SB 330 is signed, we are in a world of hurt. And I'll just say real quickly, I'm not as concerned. There is a part of me that's a little concerned that an organization like Spawn got involved, but not that much. I think the thing that's a little more concerning to me is a 501c4 called Line in the Sand got involved. And as far as I can tell, Line in the Sand didn't get involved dealing with an SB 330 issue. And why not? If we're talking about a bigger issue, and I think that's what's happened here, we're talking about a bigger issue, but we're focusing on this tiny little variant, the tiny variance. That is concerning. I'd like to partner and see Line in the Sand getting involved on some of the state issues that are coming down on us at the local level. But I've heard the word precedent used a bunch tonight, and this doesn't create a precedent. I mean, it's specific to a gully that is right there on this one property and on the property next to it. And the property next to it has 2 variances, and the property on this one has one variance. If there's a precedent, that's it. But it doesn't extend to all the other neighbors and all the other homes in the neighborhood. And so when you're focusing in solely on the issue of a variance, and that's what we're required to focus in on, I think the conclusion you reach is the same one that the Planning Commission reached. And then I'll just point out one last thing. Even if I'm in the minority on this one and it gets overturned, under no circumstance should we ever do what Jim suggested and force them to go bypass the zoning administrator and go directly to a planning commission. I mean, if they have a by right to build something, you don't do that to someone. That's the point of when we're talking about this as a bigger issue. I mean, the proposal on that public comment was not. I mean, even on a by right issue, still make them jump through the hurdle of a planning commission. And that's the concern I'm seeing on this one, is that this particular residence is coming to us because folks are frustrated with our zoning code, and I think it's fair to be frustrated by it. But I think that if you bring this forward and said, hey, let's reduce the height in the zoning code, or hey, let's reduce the ability to build this, I think we're going to see actually a lot more people, everyone on Kings Road, coming in and protesting it, just like they did in the 80s. So, I mean, I'm supportive of the Planning Commission and the findings, and I think anyone who would be against that would probably have to point to specific findings that staff is making recommendations for and saying why they're wrong.
All right, any other speakers? Mr. Herdman, you had a comment? No?
Could you put that list, I don't know if it's called a checklist or whatever, but the list of criteria that the Planning Commission had to go through?
Right, we'll put up the list of findings.
I just want to look at it for a minute again.
So, Councilmember Herdman, there are 6 findings, and these are just the four primary ones.
What's the other 2?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's consistency with the general plan and zoning.
Right.
Okay. All right. Hear me. Thank you.
Look, if there are no comments, I'm going to move staff recommendation.
Just wait 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Brenner.
This is really concerning, but morally, I'm really appalled by what's being done to the Azadians. Whether there's any legal reason to deny it on that basis, I know there is not. But just from a moral standpoint, standing on their patio and looking out to the wall that is going to be created, and the fact that this house is designed in such a way as though it's almost intentionally blocking the Azadians' view. That bothers me, but I know I don't have any reason to use that for justification for denying this. What I do have a problem with is seeing a hardship here. As someone pointed out, this lot was wider than many of the lots on this street, primarily because there was a gully there. And there was a gully there when they bought this property, and I don't see having to design around this gully as a hardship that would necessitate giving any additional privileges. And I was sort of offended by the veiled threat when I met with them that if we didn't give them this variance, that they could go bigger. which they obviously can, but it's just the attitude of not trying to work with the neighbors and understand that what they're doing to people next door that is so contrary to how we've always operated as a city. And that bothers me. I won't support it just because I don't see a hardship, but the other factors are really concerning to me.
Mr. Avery.
It's really been something tonight because we've seen the community quite clearly. This is divided along generational lines. We have people who came to this country from other countries who've done very well and are great citizens. We see people who've been here for 60 years. And we've seen young people come down, and it's really been something. And there's a lot going on here, and it's much more than a house. And I think it does speak to the very difficult process in this community as we grow. And we have people who've lived in the same house since 1953, and we have new houses going in, and the houses are getting bigger. And it's a very difficult environment, especially for people as they get older, to sort of exist in, because the community is moving on, and there is nothing that's going to stop that movement. And if this same house came here tonight without any variances, I would be all for it, because I am 100% for property rights in this thing. And I know we all are. There's no one up here that would say they're not for property rights. And when people buy something, they have a right to build to the zoning and to the limits. And we see that happening all over town. It's just a part of our reality. And there's those of us, when the house next door to me got torn down in my little cottage in Newport Heights, and they built a 7,000 square foot house that blocked out my morning sun, ripped out about 8 or 9 trees, birds, everything went, and a big house. I was not upset about that. I mean, I lost on that one, but I knew very well that there was no way that I could live there for 30 years and expect everything to stay the same. And sure enough, the house on the other side of me did the same thing. And then finally, I built my house out, not to the extent of the neighbors, but it presents to the street very similarly. And that's just the way it's going. And there's winners and losers here. But we all have to understand we have signed up for the game, because everybody has the right to fully develop their property. And for me, what's disturbing about this is when you move into a neighborhood and you build a very large house, at least I think my way of thinking is I would never ask for variances from my neighbors if I was building a house like this. I would just I'd say to that architect, you make sure I do not want to face my neighbors, because I understand when I look around, my house is 2.5 times bigger than everyone else's. And I'm sensitive to it. And I would say, solve for no variances. So this is my only problem with this. And it's a tough one. And we've really seen the community out here tonight. And it exemplifies kind of what we're going through in neighborhoods everywhere all over town here. But I think the one thing we can't let go of is we all have the right to fully develop our property. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Well, thank you. So I'm assuming that the applicant paid for the gully, or was the gully free? Did you get the gully free? No. So the hardship is that you have a bigger lot with this gully in it. And you can't undo it. You paid probably a lot more, I'm assuming, for that size lot, but it came with a gully. And I'm going to assume also that it's erosion that made the gully, but maybe you know something I don't. But I'm not sure there's any proof that the gully, they made the lot bigger because there was a gully there, but maybe Simone can tell me I'm wrong. But the reality is you paid for this bigger lot, you want to take advantage of the lot, and there is a hardship in there. And that's the way I see it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just it is a very highly technical issue. Planning Commission went through a really highly technical review of it. We've done the same thing. I kind of made a point at the beginning of this that when we were talking, and I mean, what percentage you start going, I mean, if you really start going down the path of, well, their house is too big, so we need to focus on the percentages. Well, what percentage? I don't know. I mean, this is the problem. That's why you focus only on the variance itself. So I'm going to move staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Did someone second? Okay. Well, I just wanted to make a comment before I call for the vote. I agree with a couple of my colleagues that there's a lot of property here. They have the owners have a right to build up to 24,000 square feet. I just don't understand why a variance is necessary. They bought a lot with a gully, so they knew it was problematic. And a creative architect was paid a lot of money to figure out a solution, which he or she wasn't able to accomplish. There are two sides to the 352 feet variance here. That it's just it seems like it's a small number, but it's a small number that could have been adjusted. Yes, maybe it would have been a major shift east or west, but there's a lot of land to move, but the impact on the adjacent neighbor is problematic with a several foot high wall there that I don't believe currently exists. So we have a general plan, we have zoning codes, so they go through a process to seek a variance when you know what the rules are. The hardship, I disagree with some of my colleagues. It's not a hardship if you bought it and knew that it was going to be a problem. So I cannot support the motion, and I'll call for the vote.
With council members Avery, Dixon, and Brenner voting no, the motion carries 4-3.
Okay, now let's go to Community Development Block Grant Program. Is it essential that we do this tonight?
Right, it is due, yes.
Pardon me?
Yes, it is that we do this tonight. It's due to the state.
Well, we got to get charged on through here. We got to, I mean, that's,
What?
Keep going longer. Okay, I thought this is due before the end of September or something?
Yes, to the federal government. I think the reporting needs
All right,
to be
let's do
in.
item number 21, the Community Development Block Grant Program 2018, 2019. It's always my favorite subject. Okay, what are we doing? Mr. Georges?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the annual review for the for our CDBG program. So this is the results of what we've done in the past year. Real quick, just go through it real quick. So we spent of the $370,000 that we had programmed, we've spent $301,000. You can see there that on the public services, we're only limited to 15% of the amount that we do receive. We've spent $52,000. For fair housing and administration, we spent $71,000. Of the $71,000, $12,000 goes to fair housing, and the remainder, which is $59,000, goes to administration.
Can I just ask a question? Why didn't we spend all the money?
A portion of it is allocated to capital improvements. So we only had like $70,000 or $68,000.
So it goes into that fund for capital?
Capital, it's about $68,000. So we just bank it and roll it to the next year where we have enough money to spend.
I think we should put on the chart here that X, whatever it is, 61,000 has gone into a capital improvement fund. Is it still the restricted fund?
Correct, it's restricted. It is $68,000 that will get rolled over to next year. And then finally, what are the accomplishments? And these are reported from the programs that we fund. Fair Housing Foundation, 102 people. Public services with regards to home delivered meals, 101 people. So you could see there, these are the accomplishments that we're reporting on. Happy to answer any further questions. With me, I have Mr. David Munoz with LDM Associates. He's part of our administrator program, our outside administrator.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions, but in the theme of the hour, I don't want to prolong this, but the homelessness kind of stands out for me because 343 people, who are these people? We have a homeless problem in Newport Beach, as we all know. How did we help 343 people, and are we helping them in Newport Beach or elsewhere in the county, and what kind of programs are these? We really should be direct. I guess I would say I can't do anything about this expenditure, but going forward, I know homelessness is a line item going forward. Let's make sure we're spending it in the programs that we're looking at in our community. I'm sure that's very easy to satisfy that requirement. Okay.
And just to answer your question, we doubled up and checked. Of the 343, we've helped 16 Newport Beach residents.
Okay, that's not very many out of 343. Let's make sure 100% goes to Newport Beach homeless people in the next report. Anybody have, is this it, Simona?
That's correct.
Anybody have any questions? Nope. Put it out to the public. Mr. Mosier, do you have a question? Okay, let's come back. Let's vote. Oh, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have Mr. Muldoon and Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, item number 23, an ordinance to amend the Newport Beach Municipal Code on garbage, refuse cuttings, and adding Chapter 6.06 regarding state-mandated municipal solid waste diversion. All right, so we have...
Mayor,
yes,
yeah,
please.
Mayor, you did skip over...
Oh, I apologize.
17. I mean, for the lateness of the hour, if you'd like this one pushed, we can certainly push this one to the next. I would say, though, for item 23, we do need to continue moving because of state mandates.
We have to do 23, is what
So
you're
I'd like to, yes.
Well, I think 22, we might go pretty quickly on that.
Okay, sure. All right.
Don't we think? Yeah, so pardon me, hold on 23, we'll go back to 22.
Yes.
To proposed revisions to Council Policy B17 relating to parks, facilities, and recreation program donations. So if we could have an update on that.
Would you like a staff report on...
Do we want a staff report?
No.
Have we all read it? Okay, we're good to go.
Move the item.
All right, a second?
Go to public comment.
Well, wait a second, do we have a second? Okay, all right, Muldoon and Duffy, let's go to public comment on item number 22. Going. Mr. Mosier.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, I realize the hour is late. I just wanted to point out procedurally, when you refer something to a commission, in this case, you referred the policy to the Parks, Beach, and Recreation Commission for their recommendation. It would be very helpful if the staff provided you the minutes of their meeting so you actually knew what the discussion was there.
That's a good idea. We do that for the Planning Commission. That's a good idea. All right. Any other comments? Come back and vote. And thank you, staff, for doing this cleanup on this policy. I think that's really going to work better.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, now on 23, on the state-mandated municipal solid waste diversion.
And again, are you looking for a staff report on this one, or would you like
And this
just
is,
a high
if
level?
I understand it, it's just to bring into our code state law. Is that correct?
There's a set of recycling programs that are mandated now, so this is to put it into our
Can you just make 2 sentences, Micah?
Yeah, this is, we were required by Cal Recycle to get us into compliance with state regulations to update our municipal code. So this is our effort to meet that requirement and also initiate the new state legislation that's coming forward over the next couple years to accommodate that into this new municipal code.
Okay, and we'll continue to update the community on this as we go forward. Yes. All right. Any other comments up here? Let's go to public comments. Or did you have a comment, Mr. Herman?
No.
All right. Mr. Mosier, do you have a comment?
I haven't read all of this. I noticed some problems. You have a red line version, you have a clean version. Two of them don't match. So some of the provisions that were intended to be made, I'm not sure they're actually in the ordinance that you're giving the first reading to, which is a problem because you can't change them at the second reading, but
Okay,
what can I
staff
do?
has heard
I will
you.
have comments before it comes back for the second reading
Okay.
when I have had a chance
So
to read
will-
it.
Staff will wait to hear. Okay, any other public comments? Let's vote.
We need a motion, don't we?
I thought we had a motion.
Oh,
Mr. Avery moved, and who seconded?
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
And just briefly, there was one cross-reference that was a mistake. It's all get fixed before it comes back to you.
All right.
That Mr. Mosher pointed out.
Very good. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2019-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending portions of Chapter 6.04 and other related provisions of the Newport Beach Municipal Code and adding Chapter 6.06 to Title 6 of the Newport Municipal Code to incorporate state mandates on the diversion of municipal solid waste. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the city council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members voted for the prevailing side.
Any motions for reconsideration? Seeing none, all right. We are going to adjourn in the memory of a lost light of our community. Newport resident, medical doctor and community environmental and water quality advocate Dr. Jack Skinner passed away on August 29th. Born in Los Angeles, Jack and his family spent summers at the beach, first Hermosa Beach and eventually Lido Isle, where he developed his love of the ocean. He met his future wife and main love, Nancy, at Little Corona Beach in 1952. Years later, Jack and Nancy moved to Newport Beach and made this their hometown. Jack was a graduate of Stanford University and Stanford Medical School. He completed his residency at UCLA and Westwood VA Hospital before serving 2 years in the U.S. Army Medical Corps at Fitzsimmons Army Hospital. Jack returned home to Newport Beach and opened his internal medical practice. He also was a dedicated volunteer. In 1979, Jack worked with Hoag Hospital to develop Project Wipeout, a now nationwide program designed to prevent spinal cord injuries by teaching swimmers the dangers of shallow water ocean dives. In early 1980s, Jack noticed that the beautiful blue bay of his childhood was turning brown with algae from fertilizers contained in runoff organisms. It was this revelation that inspired the Skinners to become activists for Newport Bay and its water quality. Jack and Nancy were instrumental in working with the city and other governmental agencies to regulate fertilizer runoff and stop the contamination of the bay. He also worked to prevent sewage treatment plants from reducing their level of treatment before discharging into the ocean, and he worked with government regulators to ensure Newport Bay had enough pump-out stations for its large boating community. Without question, Jack affected how our city and coastal California address water quality issues. After retiring from his medical practice in 1992, Jack also volunteered at Share Ourselves, providing medical care twice a week for 2 decades. Jack and Nancy cared deeply about the city and were always engaged in community activities and issues. The Skinners were named the Newport Beach Citizens of the Year in 2014, and I think the longest-serving member of our Water Quality and Tidelands Committee. Jack is survived by his wonderful wife, Nancy, of 65 years, his own personal Rose Queen, his daughters Susan Skinner and Barb Skinner, Fallon, and 3 grandchildren. Jack Skinner was a selfless, intelligent, and always gracious a member of our community. He will be dearly missed and always remembered for his service to Newport Beach. And before I play the gavel, is there anyone else who would like to make a comment, please? Ms. Brenner.
Nancy, I just wanted to say how hard I know it must have been for you to walk in here this evening without him, because it was always so wonderful to see him beside you with that beautiful smile on his face. And the story that I've heard about Jack that I want to ask you if it's true, I heard that when you used to swim in the bay, that if they needed him at the hospital, they would open the window and wave a towel out the window to say that he needed to come back to the hospital. Oh, okay. That's such a sweet story and so indicative of a sweeter, gentler, older time. So anyway, we all feel for you and we feel for ourselves. We'll miss his presence.
We will. All right. Well, thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you.